tonight. They're expecting to have those 4 players back on the road trip that comes up. And it's a 4-game set that starts Friday against Chicago and ends Thursday in Winnipeg.
How long has Gabe been out?
Feels like Landy's been out for...
Is it now 3
weeks?
I remember it felt like it was going to be a week.
It was week to week is what it was originally said as. And Landy's is... When I went on my tirade yesterday and I was like, if it was a playoff game, everyone would be playing. I do still firmly believe that. Like, if the playoffs started tonight, all 4 of those guys are in the lineup. I feel as though Landeskog's injury is the one that is farthest away from coming back because it is the one of the 4 injuries that could significantly impact him and get worse. That's what I know. Like, I don't know the ins and outs of that weenie injury.
Not the left
Steal one for you.
Wasn't the ACL, not the MCL, not the PCL.
But that's like a little bit more concerning in terms of like actual long-term and human health.
Yeah, for sure.
I still stand by one of those 4 guys should be playing tonight.
And it's pretty much confirmed.
Yeah, it's not going to happen.
It's not happening. Does that change anything about how you feel going into this game?
Nope. Because you know who's not playing for Dallas tonight? Mikko Rantanen, Rupe Hintz. So there's no excuse.
2 of their top 4 players?
Yeah. Hintz is their second best center.
Speaking of really good players, I know this is a little bit off topic.
What's up?
Leon Draisaitl?
Yeah, out for the season. Out for the regular season. There's a possibility that he comes back in the postseason.
That was surprising yesterday.
So, yeah, the big-time scorer for the Edmonton Oilers will be shut down for the final 15 games, so they'll have to be dragged there by Evan Bouchard and Zach Hyman and Connor McDavid. I think they'll still make the playoffs.
Yeah.
The hope is that they don't, tank and then they become the 8 seed. And then, a healthy Leon Draisaitl shows up, and that's what the Avs get.
And he comes back and he says, Du hast.
Is that German?
Yeah, Rammstein.
Du hast mich. Yeah, there's no excuses tonight whatsoever. Dallas is basically just as injured as you are. They're coming off essentially the same game. They're going to throw Ottinger. It's a playoff-style hockey game. I stand by my declaration yesterday of, I know who the Dallas Stars are. I don't necessarily know who the Avs are yet, and I'm going to learn tonight. Even with those 4 guys out, I'm going to learn who you are.
You don't think that we kind of know who we are? We're the best team in the NHL by far when Gabe Landeskog is on the ice and healthy, and it's a flip of the coin when Gabe Landeskog is not on the ice.
Yeah, they're very much mortal when he doesn't play. And I feel as though they're God tier when they're not.
You still can be a wagon without Gabe. That's the crazy thing. And it's not just, we go back to it, it's not that Gabe is one of the top 10 players currently in the National Hockey League when he's skating. It's just the ability to just calm all the waters around him and create the attentiveness to detail and connect the team. Man, I have a chance to coach with Brock Heward, who is one of the best, if not, in my opinion, the best college football color commentary guys. And he always talks about this term, connective tissue. Like, a human being can be the connective tissue in an organization, in a team. Like, the connective tissue of our show, without question, it's KJ Granderson. Connective tissue guy. Oh, no! I think you are. Okay. That's what Gabe is. I don't love that he's not playing tonight. You're going to have great effort. Focus. You got to start fast, Raj. You can't do another one of these deals where you just kind of come out sleepwalking.
Can't do it.
The energy to start some of these games in the last, we'll call 2 weeks, just concerning. And it feels like, oh, they'll be okay. They're the Colorado Avalanche. They'll come back.
They're up by enough.
Yeah, they're fine. No, you got to start. You got to start fast. You got to accelerate in the middle, and you got to finish strong. And tonight is playoff hockey.
You can't allow Dallas to gain momentum on the penalty kill, and you certainly can't cut to the box too many times. When you take penalties tonight matters. Dallas's power play is terrifying, and they don't have Mikko Rantanen playing, and they're still just as terrifying. Like Wyatt Johnston on his off wing, I think he's got 27, 28 power play goals, something crazy this year.
Is this a career year for Wyatt?
Oh, yeah.
I know he's a great player.
Career year.
Seems like it's different this year. He's playing good.
He does most of his scoring in the power play. So, if he goes cold on the man advantage or if Dallas goes cold on the man advantage, then they get knocked down a pretty heavy peg. That's where I think Colorado has this like unfound level.
Wyatt Johnston, career year. Feels like he's been playing for the Stars.
No, he's 24.
He's 22.
Yeah.
22 years old. But
they made the right
been
decision.
A household name.
They made the right decision moving on. They had two smaller players, Wyatt Johnston and Logan Stankoven. And I know Carolina asked about Johnston, and Dallas said, heck no. Like, we're not even including him in conversations, and that's why Stankoven was moved from Dallas to Carolina in the Mikko Rantanen trade.
Listen to Wyatt Johnston's split. As a rookie, I guess 22 would make him 18. 82 games. Second year, 82 games. Third year, 82 games. And now 67 games.
Just plays. He's a walking 30-goal scorer. He's going to score probably 45 this year. That's a dangerous player. Like, if you have to take away one guy tonight, I'm taking him away.
Best player right now on Dallas?
On Dallas? Best healthy player? It's probably him. Jason Robertson's fantastic as well, and he's looking for a new contract. Miro Heiskanen is, while considered elite, I think is one of the most underrated defensemen in the league. I'd put Johnson as the most dangerous Dallas Star. I'm more concerned about him breaking a game open and having a 2-goal night and scoring goals when they matter than Jason Robertson going off on you, than Matt Duchene scoring a timely goal. I'm more nervous about Johnson, without a doubt. If I can choose to take one Dallas Star out of tonight's game, it's Wyatt Johnston.
Dallas has done a nice job in the construction of their roster to have some really good young talent in both Johnston and Robertson, 22 and 26 years old. Tremendous skaters, tremendously skilled, like Wonder Kid type stuff. But then also have that grit, the punchable faces, the guys that have been through cup wins, like obviously like Mikko Rantanen has. And, it's a good team. I mean, they have the best construction of a roster outside of Colorado. But they are more, like you said, they're more of a proven commodity, at least in this matchup. They might not be a proven commodity in terms of winning a cup with this team, but they're a proven commodity that any given night that you play a game against them, you better buckle up and you better have your A game.
They're going to respond tonight. I think they're going to be right there. Those two games that they played against Dallas this year have been some of the most entertaining regular season hockey I've watched. Both 5-4 shootout wins. You need to win this thing in regulation. If you want to put some distance and give yourself some breathing room of like, okay, we're fine, they're really not that close to us.
2 points to 0.
It's 2 points to 0. It can't be a 3-point Central Division game. You got to put this thing away in regulation. And with the frustration that Nathan MacKinnon showed after their loss against Pittsburgh, I do firmly believe this team responds.
Like good. Didn't you agree that it was good?
Yeah,
Nate, it was like good Nate frustration.
It wasn't pouty.
It was grounded. Like grounded in, hey, we're going to respond. Not grounded in, I'm just so sick of these guys. It felt a little bit more like, hey, we know what we need to do. Not all of it was the worst thing ever. It seems like Nate's actually, it felt like it was Nate unloading with Gabe on his shoulder being like, shh, hey.
You know what it was? It was I wouldn't say the ghost of, but it was the presence of Sidney Crosby in the other visiting locker room next to him. He could feel Sid on his shoulder. Sid and Gabe both going, hey, we don't have to be too upset about this. Like, he laughed at himself and he laughed at the team. He was like, it wasn't all that bad, and he kind of scoffed a little bit. He goes, we were okay in the first 5 minutes, and then it was atrocious. It did not feel like Nathan MacKinnon pouting in the corner. It felt like Nate going, oh, it's time. Like, I feel the playoff push coming.
Mm-hmm. Like, we need to show the resolve, the requisite resolve as a team. I need to. Like, I need to be better. And obviously, I have no doubt that you're going to see a much better Mackenzie Blackwood tonight than what you saw the combination of Scott Wedgwood and Mackenzie Blackwood. And you do believe Mackenzie Blackwood, he's going to be between the pipes.
I think you have to start him.
Yeah,
because if you don't start him and he is your number one going into the postseason, you only have one more chance for him to show that he can beat Dallas. He beat Dallas in the postseason 3 times last year, right? He hasn't beaten them in the regular season. So that means you only have one more time to prove that you can get it done this year, and it would be in Dallas in a game in which that probably decides the division. that early, I think it's like April 4th or something like that in Dallas. I think he's your guy this evening.
I'd like to see Mackenzie Blackwood in net tonight.
You forget that like the 2022 team had these stretches where they struggled at the end of the season, and they went 1-5-1 to finish the regular season.
They were not good.
Now they were sitting some players and they knew what their path was. They were going to be the 1 seed. They were going to be just fine. It still feels like the 22 Cup run. Dominant in some fashion, and then you have like these little lulls, and they get dominant again when they really need to be. And it does coincide with an 8 seed matchup that I think is going to be a walkthrough, just like Nashville was in that year. Your second round matchup is likely going to be your most difficult playoff series of the bunch. And what was it in 22? It was those pesky St. Louis Blues. It's going to be those pesky Dallas Stars this year. It feels so eerily similar. The rosters feel similar. The goaltending situation feels similar. Actually, it feels even better this year, but it feels similar because you had some of these situations where like Pavel Francouz was playing better than Darcy Kemper. You go, should you start him? And you, no, we'll go back to our number 1. And then when you needed him, he goes 6-0. But then even though he wins all 6 of those games when Darcy Kemper was healthy, you know what you do? Throw him back against the Tampa Bay Lightning. And he had his best series in the Stanley Cup final. Statistically, going into that series, he was the worst statistical goaltender to win a cup since 1988.
And you don't have that right now statistically.
No, you got top 10, if not number 1.
2 top 5s, right?
Yeah.
In terms of goal allowed?
Blackwood has dropped down. He's still top 10 in most of those categories. Wedgie's the number 1 goalie in the league. Wedgie's got a legit chance to win the Vezina.
It's wild.
Insane. As he walked in as your backup this year.
Would they give that to a guy that was a backup and that how many appearances does he have? Is he above 35? He can't be. Starts wise, I'm trying to think.
37.
Yeah,
he's 25, 5 and 5, 2-2-3. Those are Vezina numbers, man. 2-2-3 and 9-15. He's top 5 in expected goals against, or rather goals saved above average, not expected goals against.
Hold on,
he's got a legit chance.
Let me remove one of my digits from my nose.
Okay, Mr. CPOE.
Sorry.
You air yards nerd. Don't do that to me.
My pointer finger was actually second knuckle deep in my nose. You nose picker stat lover.
CPOE.
Get out
air
of here.
yards per attempt.
Get out of here with your tight window throwing percentage.
303-504-0925 is where you guys can reach us today. Join the Altitude Sports Radio crew at the Buffalo Rose in Golden tomorrow to watch the tournament. You can win some great prizes, play some Pop-A-Shot, and have a great time at the oldest bar in Colorado. We will see you there at the Buffalo Rose in Golden starting at 10 a.m. Tune in all day on Thursday and Friday this week for the NCAA tournament from Westwood One. It's presented by the Reputation Law Group, specializing in divorce and DUI matters. To schedule a consultation with these attorneys, go to the reputationlawgroup.com. NCAA tournament officially begins tomorrow. We've got play in action and all that nonsense, but we're going to be out there at the Buffalo Rose starting at 10 a.m. in Golden. We'll be out at Stoney's on Friday starting at noon. All of those watch parties going till 6 p.m. Stoney's on Lincoln on Friday. It'll be a wonderful time to test out who the best hang is at Altitude Sports Radio. We will not be on air on Thursday and Friday. Neither will the midday or afternoon shows because we're going to be hosting all of those Westwood One games right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Some games are going to be on AM 950 as well. We'll have like a full schedule coming out for you guys. It's going to be crazy to watch all of those tournament games. You see Rory McIlroy's Masters dinner came out this morning?
I did.
Dude, I don't know if I've seen a better Masters dinner in my life. He's got peach ricotta flatbread. He's got bacon wrapped dates. He's got grilled elk sliders and rock shrimp tempura as his appetizers. His first course is a yellowfin tuna carpaccio. Yum. And his main course is a choice of Wagyu filet mignon or a seared salmon. And he finishes it off with a sticky toffee pudding.
The sticky toffee pudding is a great
top to bottom,
paying homage to his land of origin.
Top to bottom,
really good meal.
He didn't miss there. He didn't miss. He's not. I don't think he's going to win the Masters back to back, but did not miss.
KJ, is there one thing that Rory McIlroy's meal is missing in your eyes?
It's missing some fried chicken.
I love it. I thought you were going to go with some okra from Mississippi.
Hey, you can go with some okra, man. You can go with some down home sweet tea. Listen, he got a couple of upgrades he need to work through.
That word doesn't exist in Northern Ireland.
They got okra in Ireland, I think.
They better.
I mean, why wouldn't you have okra?
No
You ever had okra before, Raj?
I have.
It kind of like coats your mouth. It's a weird throat coat.
Oh, okay.
Would you agree with that?
Sure. Whoa.
KJ, do you know what I'm talking about?
In some sort of words that you come together there, yeah.
Last year, the Broncos wide receiver group going into the season was ranked 31st out of 32 teams. The only team ranked worse.
What's the ranking? Who's the ranking by?
ESPN.
Okay.
So this was going into the season, and this was, I think it was posted like August 15th, so we're going to have to wait for them to do this again. But last year, 31st out of 32 teams, the only worst team was Las Vegas, sitting at number 32. With the addition of Jaylen Waddle and no subtractions from that wide receiver room, how high do they jump?
12.
12. You're going all the way to 12.
Yeah.
So they got to get over, let's do 20 to 12 right now.
Okay.
Number 20, New Orleans. I agree.
Mm-hmm.
Number 19, Seattle.
The year that Jackson Smith and Jigba had
Cooper Kupp.
Yeah, they're going to jump into the top 10.
Rashid Shaheed.
They're going to jump up, but go ahead.
Atlanta at 18.
I just think that you have more proven. Atlanta's always felt like it's based off of potential, off of what it could be.
Green Bay 17.
I agree with that. I think the Broncos will be better than that.
Indy 16. They lose Michael Pittman. They retain Alec Pierce.
I like Jaylen Waddle and Cortland Sutton better than Alec
As
Pierce.
do I. Houston at 15.
Nico Collins.
Tank Dell.
Healthy. It's a pretty good group.
Better? Because I heard the morning show talking about Nico Collins, how he's like a true number one. And we went over the draft in 2021. Like Nico Collins is a contemporary. Jaylen Waddle is statistically a better wide receiver.
And he was picked higher.
I don't care where, at this point, 5 years in, I don't care where they're picked.
But Jaylen
Waddle doesn't look like Nico. Nico's 6'4", 222.
Jaylen Waddle was revered as a top 10 talent in that draft class, and he has lived up to top 10 first round.
Without a doubt. And Nico is nowhere near as healthy as Jaylen Waddle has been in his career. So I put Waddle and Sutton over Tank Dell and Nico Collins.
And the more and more that you can continue to unearth the skill level of Marvin Mims Jr., now all of a sudden you're really jumping into this conversation.
Jacksonville Jaguars next on the list.
They had a great year at the receiver position.
Brian Thomas Jr., Jacoby Myers, Parker Washington.
It was Parker Washington. Parker Washington's turned into their one.
And what happens if Travis Hunter is healthy?
It's a very, very well-rounded, versatile.
Is it a better room?
I think they're.
You want to say yes. I can feel it. You want to say yes.
I think they're very similar because there's a lot of variety there.
Baltimore 13.
I like the Broncos better than Baltimore. They're the new Broncos receiver room.
Your 2026 depth chart shows Rashad Bateman, Devontae Walker, Zay Flowers.
You're better.
DeJounte Wester, another CU guy.
You're a better room than
okay,
that.
Better room than Baltimore. The Chargers at number 12.
Way better room than the Chargers.
Way better.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Quentin Johnston's inconsistent. There are ways that you can very much...
Lad McConkey?
You can neutralize him. He's a guy that depends on... Like, Lad McConkey doesn't go off on the Broncos defense because there's a ton of match and man coverage. He's like a zone aficionado. He understands how to break down zone coverage. He's not a guy that can consistently beat man coverage because, frankly, he doesn't win it over the top.
Number 11 last year was the Chiefs. This year they will have Tyquan Thornton, Xavier Worthy, Rashee Rice.
You have a better room.
I think it's a way better room than Kansas City does. Like,
way
not
better.
even close. Number 10, Washington.
I mean, obviously a lot of that was on Scary Terry, but the years are starting to accumulate. He had the great season 2 years ago. This past year, how many games was he healthy for?
McLaurin, Treylon Burks, Luke McCaffrey, Van Jefferson.
I like
Denver's better. Getting into the top 10, Dallas.
That's terrifying.
That's a really good room.
That's a top 5 room.
I don't think you can get there. I don't think
you can
beat Chicago's.
When that room was ranked, it was before the work of my former still really close friend, Junior Adams, took over at wide receiver. George Pickens was a guy that you thought was going to be a bust. He was the second best receiver statistically in the National Football League last year. So you combine CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens, my word.
Miami falls out of the top 10 without a doubt. No Tyreek Hill, no Jaylen Waddle. You're
gone.
Out.
They're like bottom.
No Parker Washington anymore.
They're bottom 5, right?
Oh, yeah. I think they're replacing you in bottom 3. Well, Miami is tanking as hard as humanly possible. And Miami thinks that they have their quarterback right in Malik Willis. So if they are as bad as we think they're going to be, they're in the Jeremiah Smith conversation, aren't they?
They need a quarterback, brother.
Well, they just signed Malik Willis.
I mean, is he the long term?
I don't know. They signed him thinking he's long term.
Is he the long term?
What does the money tell you?
I don't think he got 40. 40 is the long-term solution at quarterback.
3 years, $67.5 million contract without being a starter.
20 some odd million. That's not starter money.
It still feels like
second contract.
Still feels like it's a bet on you contract.
It's a bet on you. It's a prove it. Are you the franchise? I still say that after about 9 games of Malik Willis in Miami, they'll know if it's time to go out and look at one of these quarterbacks that are coming up. We'll see. Who else do you have
in that list?
Yeah, that the Broncos could be better than.
Minnesota. Justin Jefferson raises it so high. Like these are the teams that you get into. Guys are so good
Rams
that it doesn't matter who you have underneath.
You're not sniffing the Rams.
I think that's the best room. I think it's better than Cincinnati's. Jamar Chase and T. Higgins are pretty good. Devontae Adams and a healthy Puka Nacua. That's a scary wide receiver. Did they just add someone too? Or no, they're in talks about A.J. Brown.
Gosh.
They have kicked the tires on A.J. Brown heavily.
What if the Broncos did the craziest thing and added A.J. Brown?
They don't need to. I don't want A.J. Brown.
We're good.
We're good. Now I need you to draft a tight end at the end of the second round, or maybe even jump up. And I need to find another running back between the rounds 3 and 5.
What are you going to do with this extra cap money, Raj?
You think they're going to make another move?
How much cap money is remaining?
$16 million?
It's a lot, dude. It's a lot. You don't just sit there and watch it. You got to do something with it.
It's not like it appreciates in value. It's not a CDO.
The penners aren't going to throw it back at Walmart. Walmart doesn't need it. It needs $16 million.
Watch us today on twitch.tv/AltitudeSR or subscribe today on YouTube. Just search Altitude Sports Radio on YouTube today. Hit that red subscribe button. Don't miss a thing. Double dipperoo. Nuggets, AM 950 tonight starting at 6 p.m. And Avs and Stars on 92.5. Your pregame coverage will start at 7. I'll have that after a Birdo's Blitz here on 92.5.
You good?
Hour 2 of the morning sprint rolls along. That's the coach, Mike Sanford, Alex Ryan-Emmy, and KJ Granderson alongside you guys. 303-504-0925. It is a special Nuggets Ticket Wednesday. We typically do this on Thursdays, but it's a Nugget Ticket Wednesday, and you guys have the chance to win tickets to the next Nuggets home game, which is next Friday night against the Utah Jazz. Your next keyword's coming up in about 15 minutes from right now. Double dip. Nuggets will be on AM 950 starting at 6 p.m. against the Memphis Grizzlies. They are guaranteed to gain ground on a team that is ahead of them as Houston and the Lakers play against each other tonight. But you are big-time Rockets fans this evening. Big-time Rockets fans. So if you are watching the Nuggets game, have that ESPN app open, have the alerts on for both that game and the one that you'll hear on 92.5 tonight, which is Avs and Stars. I'll have your pregame starting at 7 o'clock. Puck drop should be probably right around 7:52 is my guess, as it's a nationally televised game. Connor McGahey will have play-by-play alongside Mark Rycroft. No altitude TV broadcast for the Avs this evening. It'll be on TNT and HBO. Did you watch the World Baseball Classic last night? Venezuela, USA?
I watched some, not all.
Do you realize why I was saying you've missed out? Did you feel the energy?
Yeah, but I felt like the energy for me was U.S.-Dominican game.
Oh, I felt it last night, too.
Okay.
That Venezuelan crowd was awesome.
Venezuela's, that's a baseball nation, purely. And obviously everything that's been happening in their country, this was a big moment for that country.
I had my wife watching with me last night, and, Venezuela loses it, and Eugenio Suarez goes out, and he's in tears, and he's draped in the Venezuelan flag. And it was a great game. Like Mets rookie Nolan McLean gives up a couple of runs and pitches fine, but gives up a couple of runs, and you have to wait for the heroics of Bryce Harper. What a moment for him to step up in the 8th inning and hit it bomb the right field.
2-run banger.
A banger. And then you give it up on back-to-back doubles the very next inning. So they end up winning, and Venezuelan players are in tears. And my wife was like, oh, it's like a really cool moment. Like these small-town MLB players, not MLB players, small-town baseball players. And I went, Eugenio Suarez is making like $50 million a year.
Yeah, there's a lot of people in Venezuela that play Major League Baseball. It really is. It's the United States. It's in order, probably. Is it Dominican? U.S.,
Dominican,
Venezuela,
Japan, Venezuela.
I think there are more Venezuelan players in the Major League Baseball
than Japanese.
I think so. It's just that the Japanese players are, they're just.
They have maybe the best pitcher in baseball in Yoshi Yamamoto. They have, without a doubt, the best player in Shohei.
And then, of course, Puerto Rico, which apparently it's its own standalone country.
It is.
It's not. It's Puerto Rico.
Puerto Rico is its own standalone country.
It's a district.
It's its own standalone country.
You hold on right there, pal.
It is a territory of the United States,
Thank you.
But it is its own standalone country.
It's very much territorialized by America.
Do you think it was not its own, sovereign country with its own leadership and government?
I was under the impression that Puerto Rico...
It's not like the District of Columbia.
All right.
It is... that ain't it, man. That said, very, very good baseball game last night between the Venezuelans and the U.S. Venezuela wins their first World Baseball Classic 3-2.
Well, I love this about Google AI. It's a simple question. Is Puerto Rico truly a standalone country? No. Puerto Rico is not a standalone country. It is an unincorporated territory of the United States defined legally as a commonwealth. While it has its own constitution and government for local matters, it is subject to United States federal law. Its residents are U.S. citizens, and its ultimate sovereign power in the U.S. is in the U.S. Congress.
Okay, all right, I'll give
Boom!
It's got its own. It's got its own set of laws.
Raj, while you were studying nose picker,
it's got its own set of laws.
When you were at Syracuse studying nose picker stats for sports talk radio, you know what I was doing? I was studying international politics in Boise State University, elite academic institution.
I suppose if you go far enough up the ladder, that's the U.S. territory. But it's like,
I asked the question very clearly to my friend Google AI. You can check ChatGPT too if you want to do that. So Raj,
but you putting Guam on the same level?
Guam's the same thing.
All right. What's your question?
Colorado Rockies had a pretty good WBC. Some good players that represented for country fairly well. Are you even remote? Are you get a little bit more excited about Rockies baseball this year than you were a year ago?
A little bit.
About a little bit?
Because I think they're doing the right things. I think they've got some young talent that's exciting. I think they have drafted well, or at least we hope they've drafted well. And they have finally, over the first time in the course of my life, the Rockies have moved on from internal management staff. Like bringing in someone from the outside that is a baseball analytics nerd makes me excited.
How cool is that, man? Ezekiel Tovar, Colorado's own, named to the all-tournament team of the World Baseball Classic. That's good performance for it. You got to take all small victories, man, when you're talking about the Colorado Rockies. Michael Lorenzen did some really good things as we saw firsthand. Like there's some good moments for Rockies to go into the regular season saying, hey, could be some good stuff going on.
I think I'm going to take the loss on Puerto Rico. I'm going to take the loss. I got Polly's side.
Okay.
Taking the loss.
You every single day you journal me.
We learn.
You sports journal me. You win. But I'll take some international politics victories here and there.
So we've established that Jaylen Waddle is good enough to bring the Broncos from the second to worst wide receiver room into the top 10. Where does he rank on skill position players in the AFC West? If we add running backs and tight ends to that group. If he is good enough to bring the second to worst wide receiver room
quarterbacks
into the top
are
10,
out.
Quarterbacks are out.
So you're talking about
quarterbacks are their own standalone.
We'll call like playmaking skill players on offense. Is that right?
Yeah.
Great question here. Is there any one player in the AFC West that you just say, no-brainer, superstar, bona fide, consistent, scares you to death?
Brock Bowers.
Okay. Pretty good one.
I don't know enough about the game-to-game impact of Kenneth Walker.
That's what I mean. Kenneth Walker's another one.
But when I watched him in the Super Bowl, I went, he could be another guy.
Do you remember when J.K. Dobbins went to Los Angeles and Jim Harbaugh was there? And year one of Jim Harbaugh, knowing full well that Greg Roman, offensive coordinator, was going to be pounding the football. Do you remember the 100-yard games, plural, that J.K. Dobbins had? And I just remember saying it from a Broncos perspective. I said, gosh, Harbaugh's got J.K. Dobbins. You kidding me? Because he'd done some really good things in his career. And, of course, the problem with J.K. Dobbins, even in Los Angeles, is what happened even just sooner, is that he wasn't able to finish the season healthy.
He's got 7 career. Is that 6 or 7? 8. Nice. Good counting, Raj. 8 career 100-yard games. 2 of them came last year with the Broncos against Dallas and Cincinnati. He had 3 of them in Baltimore. Rather, 4 of them in Baltimore and 2 as a Charger.
You remember the ones as a Charger, I think he had 2 in his first 3 or 4 games.
Week 1, week 2, he ran for 135 yards and a score against Las Vegas, then followed up on the road in Carolina with 131 and a score.
And it just felt like... So the reason I bring that up is that J.K. Dobbins going into the season, if we're talking about skill players and their potential and ability, yeah, I think that J.K. Dobbins, he becomes somebody that's in that conversation. But, man, I honestly think Jaylen Waddle is number 1.
Number 1?
In the AFC West.
Over Brock Bowers? No. Come on. That's your guy, Brock Bowers.
Compare stats.
You bought your children who live in Denver Brock Bowers Raiders jerseys, which feels like a sin.
He wore it yesterday, too. We were in I took the kids there on spring break to get ice cream. We're in line at Andy's Frozen Custard. Great place. You ever been there?
Downtown Littleton?
Yeah, it's just off Broadway. Great place. We're in drive-through. Guy's doing the meet you in the line, drive-through guy. Like
sure.
Standing there, kind of like Chick-fil-A does. And I said, how you doing? He goes, not very well, because there's somebody wearing he thought it was a Max Crosby jersey because he thought it was 98. Because there's a Max Crosby jersey in the car here. I'm like, no, it's Brock Bowers. He goes, I kind of respect that.
The injury kind of hurt where he's ranked, but I think he's head and shoulders above everyone else. His rookie season was so good. So good. Every time he touches the ball, it's a first down. He averages over 10 yards per reception. He had 5 touchdowns as a rookie. He had 7 touchdowns in just 12 games last year.
How many yards did Brock Bowers have as a rookie?
Almost 1,200.
How many did as a rookie? How many did Jaylen Waddle have?
As a rookie?
It's 1,400.
I thought that was his sophomore year. Did he do that in his first season, Jaylen Waddle?
I thought it was his best season because he didn't have Tyreek there.
Was it 1,394? Was that the number that we found yesterday?
Yeah, so here it is. So Jaylen Waddle in his rookie season he had 1,015. His second year was 1,356.
It was the sophomore year.
So, I mean, if you're looking at just pure skill position rankings, Jaylen Waddle through 3 seasons, he averaged 1,150 yards. And he averaged right around 6.5 touchdowns a year. I think and of course, like the last 2 seasons, he's had 68 and 64 for 744 and 910 and 2 and 6 touchdowns. I mean, the guy's got 26 career touchdowns. He's got 1 career touchdown as a runner, 5,039 yards, man. Like he is in 5 seasons, he is as consistently accomplished as you can find, maybe outside of the Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson, Devontae Adams kind of space.
You guys let us know, where does Jaylen Waddle slot in on the AFC West skill position rankings? No quarterbacks, running backs, tight ends, wide receivers. Where does he rank among his divisional teammates and opponents? It's also Special Nuggets Ticket Wednesday. You guys have the chance to win tickets to the next Nuggets home game, which is next Friday against the Jazz. Your next keyword is coming up on the other side of the break, as is KJ's NFL Notes. Don't go anywhere. Special Ticket Wednesday rolls along, and we've got your chance to win tickets to see Utah when they come to town next Friday night to face Denver. Text the keyword mountains.
Ooh, I like that.
Mountains. Right now to 303-504-0925. Put your first and your last name on that, and you'll be entered to win. The Wilhite Law Firm gives you guys the chance to win big on and off the court, and you can visit them at wilhitewins.com. Again, this hour's keyword is mountains. We will announce our winner coming up in about 30 minutes from right now.
I know it's a Wednesday.
Yeah.
I know you're used to Nuggets Ticket Thursday.
Correct.
We are not on the air tomorrow because we're going to be hanging out doing all of the March Madness things at the Buffalo Roast.
You and I are not on the air tomorrow, but we will have March Madness NCAA tournament
and
games.
And we will also have the morning show.
Oh, yeah. They actually have to work tomorrow.
They are going to be here 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. We're rolling with our local sports talk radio. But for everybody else, today is your last day to get your Nuggets tickets. So make sure you text in Mountain. Is it plural?
Mountains.
I think they'll probably take
Mountains.
I think they'll take either.
Plural.
Mountains.
With an S at
with
the
an
end
S to 303-504-0925. Get in the building against the Yaz, Utah Yaz.
KJ, time for your NFL notes. What you got? Before we get to KJ's NFL notes, make sure you enter the Not Another Bracket Challenge at altitudesportsradio.com/notabracket right now to win dinner for two, tickets and a catered suite to the first Nuggets home playoff game, and a signed Nikola Jokic jersey. All you got to do is pick 5 teams. And
I did mine last night.
It's all presented by Groove Toyota. Start here, go anywhere on Broadway in Englewood or online at groovetoyota.com. Again, that is altitudesportsradio.com/notabracket. And if you do that right now, we're going to give away $50 gift cards to Bojo's by the end of the show. So get in there, go to altitudesportsradio.com/notabracket. And if you enter, you will be automatically qualified to win one of 2 $50 Bojo's gift cards.
Get a little honey on that pizza, baby. Let's go.
So we're going to give away Nuggets tickets. We're going to give away pizza. All those things.
All we do is give things away here at Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Very generous, very humble.
And our sponsors are so generous, too. We love them.
KJ, what do you got?
Well, the shock of star wide receiver Jaylen Waddle coming to Denver is still kind of setting in here in the Mile High City, but Stephen A. Smith of ESPN and First Take, he talked about a team that was also in the running for Jaylen Waddle and how close they were or were not to getting a deal done before the Broncos got a deal done for Jaylen Waddle.
The team that really resonates with me, Dan Orlovsky, is Buffalo. You got DJ Moore, but he ain't Jaylen Waddle. I like Moore, but he ain't Waddle. Remember, Buffalo had a chance to get Waddle. If you're willing to give up the first-round pick, they're willing to give it up in 2027, okay? They're willing to give it up. Buffalo insists that it doesn't want to give up the pick in 2027. In 2026, they'd rather give it up in 2027. And I'm like, you've got to be kidding me. You got Josh Allen there, and you got a chance to get Jaylen Waddle, and you miss out on that? This is a big deal to me because of that as well, because I see Buffalo's being one of those top teams. Obviously, Denver being another one of those top teams. And, you just played them in the postseason where you lost to them in overtime 33-30. And you had an opportunity to get them, and you were willing, and somehow, some way, Denver was able to work out a deal that Buffalo couldn't with the Miami Dolphins. That's what comes to my mind when I think about this particular move.
Raj, do you remember yesterday where we were talking about any possible comparison for Jaylen Waddle to a Sean Payton wide receiver that he is handpicked in his career? Remember who the player was?
We had Brandon Cooks and Willie Snead.
But Brandon Cooks is the one, right? Because that was a first-round pick for New Orleans to go out and acquire the talents and services of a shorter wide receiver with major top speed, major ability to make you miss in space. isn't it ironic that the other team that was involved is Buffalo, and the receiver that ultimately was robbed of the goods that led to an AFC championship game appearance for the Denver Broncos was none other than, at the time, Buffalo Bills wide receiver Brandon Cooks? Unbelievable. I think this is such good news that the Broncos not only acquired the talent for Bo Nix, for Davis Webb, first-time play caller of Jaylen Waddle, but even more maybe is that you acquired that player and didn't allow Josh Allen to get a real bona fide superstar at the position. Because I just don't see it, man. DJ Moore is not that guy. You heard Stephen A. say it too. I agree with him.
Brandon Cooks, the 20th overall pick in the 2014 draft. Can you name the other two active wide receivers from that 2014 draft that are not only still playing, but better than he is?
Not Keenan Allen.
Nope. One
Mike
of them
Evans?
just changed teams this offseason. Mike Evans was the 7th overall pick that year. Devontae Adams, 2nd round, 53rd overall to Green Bay.
Huh? Pretty good.
Not bad. Odell Beckham was picked at 12th overall. Jarvis Landry, Allen Robinson, Sammy Watkins. Pretty solid wide receiver draft back in 2014.
There were some freaks in that class in terms of just like physical attributes. Some big-time players.
I was trying to figure out what the actual true value of the trade was. Like, what did you really give up for Jaylen Waddle? And there's been some nerds who've gone through it. Trevor Judge of, I don't know if he's of anything. He's just a fan that did the draft ranking and draft points.
His name is Dragon Slayer 69 on Twitch. Continue.
Denver loses a 1st, a 3rd, and a 4th, 169, 41, and 19 points of draft position. They gain 29 points of draft position, getting the 4th round back from Miami. And then they also get Jaylen Waddle. Net is minus 227 draft points. It's essentially the equivalent of the number 25 overall pick. You know where Buffalo selects this year?
25.
26.
Okay.
It feels weird that they wouldn't try and make that trade. Buffalo's wide receiver room isn't anything to write home about.
No, I mean, I love Khalil Shakir as a fellow Boise State Bronco alum.
They get DJ Moore. Does that do anything for you?
It's good.
Josh Palmer, Keon Coleman.
I mean, they
McCole Hardman.
The ownership group made fun of Keon Coleman, man.
They made fun of the selection of Keon Coleman.
Okay. That's still the player.
It's a ricochet shot.
It's terrible.
I can't believe he's still there. How do you walk into that room and see like the brass around you and go, I'm supposed to be here?
Why?
I got to trudge through the most snow in the continental U.S. and I'm supposed to be here? KJ, what's next?
We're going to be aggressive.
Devon Achane apparently will not be a part of the Miami Dolphins offseason purge. Teams that have recently called the Dolphins to inquire about trading for Devon Achane have been told that the star running back is not available, according to Adam Schefter. Adam Schefter and Marcel Louis Jaquez also went on to report there are a few players that GM John Eric Sullivan has mentioned as building blocks for the team moving forward, and Achane is eligible for an extension, and Sullivan hinted at one possibly coming this summer. I'm hearing what the Dolphins are saying, but it doesn't mean I can't ask you guys a question. What would it cost to pry Achane away from South Beach?
Doesn't seem like it's going to be a reality. I don't really know why. The Dolphins in their current state that seem to be wanting to rebuild and purge and get themselves in the best possible position to suck this year so that they can draft a quarterback or potentially build around Malik Willis if they like the early returns on what he is as a Dolphin quarterback. Devon Achane he'd be a really, really good piece to add in Denver. I don't think it's happening. I don't think that the team's going to part ways with them. And really the Broncos, they're not willing to give up much more draft capital, are they? Are they going to scrap their entire 2026 draft?
He's worth more than David Montgomery, right? Montgomery went with he didn't go with anything, but he was traded for a current NFL player, a 7th and a 4th. He'd be more than that. Certainly, right?
I mean, David Montgomery, that was a household name the last 3 years, especially, the Sonic and Knuckles combination. This past year was a little bit less Montgomery and more Jahmyr Gibbs. But if you're looking for a big back that can run through contact, he's still a really good back. I think they're similar, Raj. I don't think it's a massive,
it's not a huge haul.
No.
DeAndre Swift was traded to Philly from Detroit with a 7th round pick, a 4th round pick. Sorry, 2 7ths and 2 4ths. Cam Akers was moved to Minnesota for a 7th rounder and a 6th rounder. Would it take a 3rd?
You don't have one, do you?
No, you don't have a 3rd.
You have a good 4th.
You have a good 4th. You have Miami's 4th. You could give Miami's 4th back to him.
Hey, you guys like that one?
They could do the funniest thing ever. They probably don't have the ammunition to go and get that player. Again, text the keyword mountains to 303-504-0925. That's your chance to get in to win tickets to see the Nuggets take on the Jazz in their next home game next Friday evening. Mountains to 303-504-0925. KJ, what's next?
We're going to be aggressive.
Well, Max Crosby has a podcast called The Rush Podcast, and it comes out with a new episode every Tuesday, which means a new episode was released yesterday. And in his episode, Crosby talked about being livid and confused by the Ravens' decision to back out of the trade. And he also said, quote, "No one will ever admit what the real truth is. Ultimately, it doesn't matter. I am where I'm supposed to be." And quote, obviously that's regarding him being in Las Vegas. Here is just a snippet. Just a small snippet of what Max had to say in regards to some of the things he saw that was just kind of weird for a player of his caliber.
The other part, they picked me up. They flew me to D.C. because there wasn't many flights. We flew first class. They flew me to D.C. because I was only straight through. We had to drive 2 hours from D.C. all the way to Baltimore after the 5-hour flight, bro. That was weak.
Oh my
sick. I'm like, damn.
Put up, just
you know what I mean? Like, you're sitting on a plane all day. You're like, I just want to go and lay down for a second, catch my thoughts. Bro, 2 hours in the car. I'm like, this is crazy. So we drove all the way to Baltimore to like the harbor, and we get there and it's like maybe 8:30 at this. Maybe I don't even know what time it is. Like 7, something like that. And I'm like, I need to get some work in.
That man didn't go private jet to
Isn't
Baltimore.
that insane?
I mean, not only did they send him on a commercial, they sent him on a commercial to Washington D.C. to Dulles. You ever driven from Dulles to Baltimore to beat?
No,
dude, it is a beatdown. It's not even that far as the crow flies. If you looked it up on Google Maps and you're driving, 2 a.m, yeah, big deal. DC has some of the worst traffic on planet Earth. You might as well drive from Boston to
it says
New York.
1 hour from Baltimore to Washington.
It ain't that. No, barely ever.
It says right now. Right now.
Yeah.
If you traded him at 11:36 a.m. on March 18th.
No, it'd be
1:36.
Oh gosh, Raj.
It's 11:36 right now.
Raj, not only is Puerto Rico
shut up
and its citizens, they are United States citizens, okay? And they are not governed by their own federal governing body. They're governed by the United States. Baltimore's in a different time zone, Raj. We went there together. I was there with you. And I told you, hey, Raj, it's not 7 o'clock. It's 9 p.m. Let's go have one more beers. We're good.
Why would it getting later make it
your nap schedule? I don't know, Raj.
It gets later, therefore I have a bigger propensity to stay out. Does that mean I need to go to bed?
I don't know.
Your logic is off here, coach. It's like my logic with Puerto Rico. Got to lay down at one point. KJ's NFL notes are brought to you by our friends at Mountain High Appliance.
Wait, what kind of appliance?
Mountain High Appliance.
Which is also the keyword to get yourself some dang Nuggets tickets today.
That's Colorado's most complete local appliance store. They have locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. They offer every major appliance line and brand, and you can find them at mountainhighappliance.com. Make sure you guys join all of us at the Buffalo Rose in Golden tomorrow to watch the NCAA tournament. You can win some great prizes, play some Pop-A-Shot, and we'll have a great time at the oldest bar in Colorado. It all starts tomorrow at 10 a.m. at the Buffalo Rose in Golden. Make sure you guys go to altitudesportsradio.com/notabracket and enter today. Our Not Another Bracket Challenge is back this season. You can win dinner for two tickets to a catered suite to the first Nuggets home playoff game of the year, and an autographed Nikola Jokic jersey. All you have to do is pick 5 teams and you will be entered. It's all presented by Groove Toyota. Start here, go anywhere on Broadway in Englewood or online at groovetoyota.com. Go to altitudesportsradio.com/notabracket. And if you do that, and if you do it in the next 5 to 7 minutes, you will be qualified to win one of 2 Bojo's gift cards that we're giving away at the end of the show alongside the Nuggets and the Jazz tickets.
$50 too. $50.
It's enough for a couple of pies.
Couple pies, maybe a salad. You got to mix in a salad, man. You don't mix in a salad at the Joe of Bo? Love it.
More of a wing and a slice guy.
Raj, we might be hearing from Denver Bronco wide receiver acquisition Jaylen Waddle at any minute.
Any minute. He's supposed to be hopping on a Zoom call 11:45 or something like that, which is, right now. Hasn't happened quite yet. But interested to see how excited he is to see his old buddy Pat Surtain II.
You got one question for Jaylen Waddle. What is it? In the industry, that's called a pregnant pause.
What did you learn from Tyreek Hill?
It's interesting.
What did you learn from Tyreek Hill?
Yeah, that'd be
on the field. On the field.
Even if you just said, "What did you learn from Tyreek Hill?" Period, or question mark.
That's what I want to know.
Mine is, what do you see your role in Denver?
How do you think he answers that, though?
That's why I'm asking the question. I want to hear from his mouth how he views the wide receiver room in Denver, because these guys all study other teams, they study other receivers, and then just, does he see himself as an outside receiver? Does he see himself working more in the slot than he did a year ago? I did see a stat. Did you realize that if you look at the first half of football games during the 2025 NFL season, just the first half, so you take out any possible blowouts, you take out halftime adjustments because of maybe something extreme that the defense is doing, and you just look at play selection, the Denver Broncos were the second pass-happy team, most pass-happy team in the National Football League last season.
It doesn't shock me. Doesn't shock me.
66% of their play selection in first halves of the season were passes.
Do you know where Miami was?
29th.
You know what? I changed my question. How excited are you to play in an offense that likes to throw the football?
A lot, with frequency. What do you know about Davis Webb? What are your thoughts about playing under a new offensive play caller? And I'd love to know what his thoughts are on Bo Nix. Have you had a chance to watch the game, study the game of Bo Nix? Because they have not. Broncos and Dolphins have not played in the Bo Nix era, correct? I don't even think in preseason.
I think the last time they played was the
debacle.
Blowout. Was that 2023?
And that was pre-Bo. Pre-Darren McKee, McKeeing on himself.
Oh, Joe, no, don't make it a verb.
He just McKeed on himself.
No!
Yes.
Oh, my God.
I'm so upset with you right now.
No.
So gross. No. You didn't have to do that. You chose to do that. You didn't have to do that.
It's more the reason why I think I'm a pretty good hang, to be honest. I think I'm going to go top 3 hang.
I agree. I think you're a top 4 seed. I completely agree with you.
See, I think that there are too many of our listeners that think that only hockey bros would like hanging with you. I mean, I went to Army Navy with you. You were a fun hang, and there was no hockey within 100 miles.
Nowhere near us.
There's no hockey in Baltimore. None. You like America? You like the U.S. military? You like football?
The funniest thing that happened in the Nuggets game last night, and it was just a complete blowout. Did you see Nikola Jokic basically bear hugging Andre Drummond and then getting called for a foul and putting his hands up to the referees going this is what the little guys do to me. They just bear hug me and I have to move around. the funniest thing wasn't Nikola Jokic putting his hands up to the referees going like, hey, I'm just trying to show you what happens. It was other big man veteran Andre Drummond just being part of it and going, yeah, I'll be your prop. Because I think it's crap what's happening to you as well.
So we created a one word, and is that you can McKee all over yourself at times. The other one is that there's the yoke splain.
Yeah.
That was it. That was the quintessential yoke splain, which I get it. I think it's a good exhibit A to enter into the court of law. But also for some of these pretty impactful games down the stretch here, and certainly when you get to the playoffs, we just go beat Nikola Jokic, the best basketball player on planet Earth, not Nikola Jokic, the Perry Mason of the NBA.
Yeah, but he's got time to state his case before the games like really matter.
Do you think they all care that much?
The referees, they've started refereeing Oklahoma City a little bit differently. Also, the other funny thing that happened in the NBA, Alex Caruso blocked a shot with his shoe yesterday and got double-teched for it.
Did he throw it?
No, didn't have a shoe, so he was carrying it, got beat to the basket, and had it in his right hand and used it as like a paddle to swat the basketball.
Go-Go Gadget arm extender?
Yes.
Do you remember, are you a Go-Go Gadget era guy or no?
Yeah.
What a great
good TV show.
Oh.
And then they made a movie about it, right? Like a live action movie about it.
I think
I was an Inspector Gadget guy.
Was Jim Carrey Go-Go Gadget, Inspector Gadget?
I don't remember who Inspector Gadget
Yeah,
was.
I might need to go back and watch that with the kiddos. That'd be a fun one.
The live action Inspector Gadget movie, who was the guy? I don't believe it was Jim Carrey, although Jim Carrey feels like a pretty safe bet for you to make there. Matthew Broderick. It was Matthew Broderick.
Gosh, that was in 1999, Raj. That was 25 years ago.
It was like golden era Disney movies. I'm sure you got that on DVD somewhere.
Probably just
out in a Sanford household.
Oh, man. It's probably in one of the storage units. We've collected some over the years, man.
Congratulations to Jeff D. from Littleton and Thomas S. from Aurora. Love our listeners out there in Aurora. You guys have won $50 gift cards to Bojo's just for entering Not Another Bracket. If you didn't win with us and you have not entered Not Another Bracket Challenge, you can win those same gift cards with PhD, with Kreckman and Lindahl in the afternoon, as well as tomorrow morning with Moser, Lombardi, and Kane before those first games tip off right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Jeff D's teams, Duke, Michigan, 1 seeds, Michigan State, a 3 seed, Kansas, the 4 seed, and VCU, an 11 seed.
I like what he did there.
Thomas S. has Duke, Arizona, and Florida, all 1 seeds. St. John's, who won the Big East, as a 5 seed, in Miami as the 7 seed.
Raj, I did this last night.
Who are your teams, Coach?
That was going to be my question. I did it in the middle of St. Patrick's Day festivities.
Oh, you have no idea who your teams are?
I don't have as much recollection as
you lost that in a Guinness pint.
No, I just you're doing things. I essentially helped fill out 5 brackets for the entire family last night. It's a lot of data, man.
That's too many brackets. You get 1 bracket.
No, like they all did it, but like I had to get my 9-year-old and 11-year-old son to pay attention to the screen for them to choose between Michigan and Howard. And they all just picked. I was so disappointed in my kids last night. They all picked the highest seed. The entire, have some fun. It's a freaking NCAA tournament.
Pick Siena.
Come on.
Jerry McNamara is coaching them.
I'll tell you who's I like High Point. Kind of a High Point guy. And I'm high on University of South Florida.
Okay.
Just putting it out there.
Go Bulls.
Go Bulls.
AltitudeSportsRadio.com/not a bracket. Get to it right now. Also, our winner for the Nuggets and Utah Jazz tickets that are coming up next Wednesday, Zach Khalil. Congratulations to Zach Khalil, but that's going to do it for us today. For Coach Mike Sanford and for KJ Granderson behind the glass, I'm Alex Ryanemi. PhD is coming up next with reaction to Jaylen Waddle's Zoom press conference.
Is it the weekend for us, Raj?
It's the weekend for us. Let's go.
It's NCAA tournament. See you at the Buffalo Rose.
Tomorrow morning, starts at 10, ends at 6 p.m. Be there or, I don't know, what do the kids say?
Be there or be square. There you go.
We go. All right. See you guys tomorrow.
Be rizzing them up.
PhD's next.
Gorgeous day here in Denver, Colorado, Memphis, Tennessee. Walking on Beale Street with my feet 10 feet off the ground, something like that.
Keep going.
Scott Hastings is there after another crazy travel night for the Nuggets. Like, I don't know, man. It is so weird how they get from point A to point B sometimes.
But we do know that he got there at 4:30.
we do know he got not only
4:30 your time.
Right. So where are we in, Matt? We're in Central
Hotel.
Time zone.
Yeah, we're in the Central Time
So
zone.
you got it. It's 1 o'clock, 1:02 your time. So
yes, it is.
So you got
right here. We're spinning wax for you live on.
What was the plane? What was the plane problem this time around?
Couldn't get the engine started. You know they usually jump start them with those big machines and boxes.
Couldn't get the engine started. Couldn't get the engine started.
The big box that jumps the engine to get it started decided to break down at about 12:15 in the morning when you start the plane.
That is amazing to me. Couldn't get. I picture a guy out there with like a prop propeller. You know what I'm saying? Like old-fashioned, old-timey, just like
contact.
Pulling it down. Couldn't get the engine started.
Or maybe they go back a little old-fashioned and they get those little cranks. Remember they used to have those cranks?
Crank it up.
Just crank it.
Maybe it's got those.
So they couldn't.
It's got those wings got that flap up and down. You know what I'm saying?
Down, right?
Yeah.
So they couldn't get it started. The jumper box went dead, I guess. So they had to bring another one. Well, it's 12 o'clock at night, 12:15, when they decided, well, we better get another one.
Wow.
Well, the other one was on the other side of the airport, and they got to find somebody who's willing to go into somebody's shed, grab the generator.
Are you kidding me?
Bring it over.
Jeez.
No. So we end up. I think we took off 1:56.
Holy cow!
Your time, something like that.
Crazy.
You know?
Insane.
Like
Insane.
It's not fun.
All right.
They've had some crazy. I will say this, and I've been doing this a long time. They have had maybe some of the crazy. I mean, and it was coming to Memphis again, where you're not even supposed to be coming to Memphis. We should be having off days today and tomorrow. But remember, the last time they were in Memphis, they had 10 inches of snow and shut Memphis down, so we were stuck in a hotel for 4 days. So that's where we're living at right now.
Yeah, man. I mean, listen, Memphis sucks, okay? They're way out of it. They've lost 8 in a row. But I'm not sure the circumstances could be against you more than this one. Adelman from last night.
At this point in the season, obviously winning like this helps you on a back-to-back. This particular back-to-back, I don't know what actually helps you. I don't know what time we'll get there. It's tough. It's a tough one, just with the lack of sleep. But all these wins right now, you're just trying to accumulate wins. You're just trying to stay in the race. And I don't know who won or lost tonight yet. I'll go back and check. But
there you go. But what he's saying is it's a ridiculous situation. Pretty ambiguous about Aaron Gordon playing. Your pal Chris Marlowe, who apparently needs more attention from us, by the way. So we should make that happen.
You during the broadcast.
Holy cow. My God.
I mean, he wasn't as hard on you as the morning show was. But
Yeah. Those guys. The Crimea River boys. Did you catch any of that this morning, Tyler?
Not really. Heard through the grapevine. I mean, what do I need to know? Catch me up to speed.
Nothing. This is the guys that are profiled prominently on TV every day, that are on the dasher boards consistently on Altitude TV, and
get their names in the ring and the banner and the
everything. You can't go anywhere without hearing about these dudes, and they're crying about nothing ever good happens to us. we don't get breaking news. We don't get the breaking news. Oh, and breaking.
Poor guys.
Moser started throwing in. Oh, you tell me that tomorrow when you guys are off. Because we got the. I'm like, you know what? I'd rather do the radio show than do what I've got to do tomorrow. To be real honest with you, if I have my druthers, I'd rather Mose be sitting in on doing the radio show. But then Nelly, the board op producer,
Nelly's throwing in his 2 cents.
starts weighing in, and I'm like, I'm taking lip from a guy that if Kevin took a hard left real fast, he'd break his nose. I'm listening to. I'm taking crap from that guy. Come on, man.
Well, there you go. And then it was then they did have a fun if you're doing a bracket of like hanging out with guys here at the station, who would be the best hangs, who would be the worst hangs? If you did like a hangout
I did
bracket.
hear the have the beer conversation, right?
Yeah, well, I actually didn't catch that. I didn't hear.
Yeah,
that,
they were doing
but,
the best and worst guys to have a beer with at the station.
Yeah,
I've had beers with every one of them except for what's that ball guy's name from?
You know what?
Kane.
You know what
Red
I learned
Kane.
last night, Scotty, watching the Nuggets
He has
pregame,
great
which
hair,
I was being an avid watcher, like I always am.
There
you know,
you go.
I learned last night Brett Kane has hair. I never knew that Brett Kane has got a full set of luscious hair. That he actually he did up right because he was going on TV with the boys.
He's on
I had
TV?
no idea he had that much hair.
Yeah.
I told him the same thing. I saw Brett about 5 or 6 weeks ago. Well, no, it's when we were doing those mashup things. And so Brett and I did a mashup.
Yeah.
And he comes in, took his head out, and go, "You got hair." And he said he'd cut it real short, just kept it that way for a long time, and then decided to grow it out when he had a kid. And he's got luscious locks now.
Yeah, the whole like who's good to hang out with. It so depends on the context. It's so different. It depends on where we're literally like what's going on and what the hang is. So it all depends. It all depends. Some guys are good some places and bad other places, and it's no
that's
different.
true. Yeah.
It all depends where you're hanging out.
You're a good dive bar guy. I'm not gonna lie.
I'm a good dive bar
I've
guy.
done the dive bar thing with you. You're a good dive bar guy.
Yeah, I'm good on that, but like I'm not a good.
In a former life, I could have been a decent dive bar guy.
I'm not a good foo-foo she hangout guy.
You and I had some good fun in the dive bars, but that life is over for me.
Yeah, so like if we're just doing dive bars and you don't drink, you're not going to be much fun. Like you ain't going to be anything.
Oh, no. Now you're saying you can't have fun if you don't unless you drink.
Well, in a dive bar context is pretty rough, but there's plenty of other things like just like having dinner. Like you don't need to drink to be a good hang at dinner. Not at all. You just have to be a fun person to talk with and have good stories. So who's got the best stories? And that's where, being pro athletes kind of chimes in. And, the foo-foo she hangs, you guys would dominate because your stories are just way better. You know what I'm saying? But if we're just going to the, I got my, phony T-shirt. If we're going
Divebars.com.
Yeah, Voodoo Lounge.
If you're going to go to a foo-foo shishi place, you got to go with Raj because he actually knows which fork to use on what entree.
Yeah, I mean, it's different. Like if we're going to a game, that's a different. There's no context there. That Moser was just saying I'm the best guy to hang out with. But I'll give you this.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
I think Moser would be a very solid guy to hang out with.
Moser's pretty solid. I'll give him that.
Yeah.
I've had beers with Moser. Moser's good till about beer 4, and then he's a slob.
Well,
the
thing with Moser is he's fun until you're over him being the center of attention, right?
Yeah.
But as long as you're willing to let him be that,
Yeah.
it's a good time, and then at some point that wears thin.
Yeah, like Brett Kane would be a good hang in any situation, a solid. Like Brett's like a solid like number 3 sort of hang. Oh yeah, Brett's cool. He can talk about.
He's the guy that I think if you're sitting on the deck and everybody's just popping up a cold beer.
Yeah.
He'd ask the guy, "Do you have a frosted iced tea?"
All right. Well, I don't know. It was a funny conversation. So.
Vic,
here's Connor McGahey.
Vic's
Hold
a
on.
good
Sorry to interrupt, Scott. Connor McGahey wants in on this conversation. Moser is exhausting to hang out with.
That's what I thought. Thank you, Connor.
That's what I mean, though. Like he actually is funny if you let him be him for a quick minute there, and then at some point it becomes exhausting.
Something tells me Nate Kreckman would attend and then quietly just slip away.
Yeah.
I think Andy would be a fun hang. I think Andy would be a good time in almost any situation, Dan's a good hang. We actually have great guys to hang out with. I don't know if there's anybody here at the station that's a bad hang.
Why don't you settle down for a second there, pork chop? I got stuff to do.
But the concept that the morning show is overlooked or subjugated or woe is me, that was the funniest thing today. People feeling sorry for the morning show.
I thought they went real hard at you. We got lumped in the PhD crew, but they kind of went real hard at you, I thought.
Yeah, well, it's okay. It ain't the first time, ain't the last time. I'll be fine. I'm a big boy on that sort of stuff, but I'm glad that we're here for whatever breaking news happens, because it tends to happen during our show. So we'll take it for what it is.
Which may or may not happen.
Which may or may not happen today, right?
All I know is I thought it was good banner to get after each other's show. I think that's always fun. But then all of a sudden, seriously,
yeah,
I did take a little offense when Reek started going after people.
Reek? You're calling Steve Nelson Reek?
That is so accurate, Scott.
Wow. Dan's really liking that one.
I never thought of it. But once you said it, I'm like, oh my God, that's perfect.
How many people understand that reference? It's so good, though. Steve Nelson is Reek. Are you listening right now, Steve? Oh, he is. He's right there. He's listening. Do you understand that reference? Oh, he gets it. All right. He's laughing. All right. That's pretty
God,
funny,
I'm looking at a photo of him right now. I mean, they literally look like just a little bit more buggy eyes. Grow out the hair a little bit further. Don't take a shower.
Reek.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, he does look like
But he'll get back to being a Greyjoy soon enough.
You got to look at your screen real fast.
Oh, my God. What is that? What are we looking at? It's an airport.
An airport.
Oh, that's a warden.
The Oslo Airport.
Yeah.
The warden and junior warden.
Yeah, Scott's family is in Norway for soccer. Okay. So
Scott got one of those from the coaches. Hey, we really think that your daughter would be really well served for this.
So for
in other words, if you could just afford $10,000,
right?
We think she'd make the cut.
For all of you soccer moms and dads, hockey moms and dads, baseball moms, for all of you that think you're going too far because you're going to a baseball tournament in Vegas, Scott's got his wife and kid in Norway right now. Like, you're putting all the parents to shame in terms of, like, we got to go to Kansas for a soccer tournament. Norway! They're in Norway.
Going there to train?
Wait, they're not even playing? She's just practicing?
She was training.
Your daughter's going to Norway to practice?
Yeah.
Wow.
No, we train. They're training on the pitch.
Okay. All right.
And you know what? What we're spending on this would be less than when she was with a club team that went to Phoenix, Arizona for a tournament. Cheap.
Okay.
And the training's free, by the way.
On that note, we love everybody.
And Warren's a flight attendant.
To certain degrees. It's we'll have our special ticket Wednesday because we aren't working Thursday and Friday. 90 Boo Boo morning show. And so we're doing those tickets today. A reminder, the Not Another Bracket Challenge is at altitudesportsradio.com. Not a bracket right now. You can win dinner for two tickets to a catered suite to the first Nuggets home playoff game. An autographed Nikola Jokic jersey. Pick 5 teams and you're entered. Is presented by Groove Toyota. Start here, go anywhere on Broadway and Englewood or online at groovetoyota.com. Go to altitudesportsradio.com/not a bracket to enter now. Yeah, we'll give you that keyword, and we'll get into Jaden Waddle as Jeff Legwald is scheduled to join us coming up. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. I hope you're looking forward to a spectacular time in the next few days as the weather gets warm and it's great to be outside and be active and have some fun. And if that just doesn't feel like something you're into or you used to be and you're not, perhaps it's just a matter of low T. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic can help you. These signs are symptoms of low testosterone, just terrible workouts, not sleeping well, no progress in the gym. Maybe the love life ain't what it should be or used to be. Well, the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic is helping men go further. They've been great for the better part of a decade, helping thousands of men with low T in these issues. Now, go further. 4 targeted body composition plans featuring GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1, PDA, and more. It's designed to boost energy, support metabolism, enhance recovery, and accelerate fat loss. There you go. Love it. It's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Give them a holler today, 720-440-7900. Hit them up at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Featured therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
It is a special Ticket Wednesday. Got your chance to win tickets to Utah when they come to town on Friday night to face Denver. That's coming up in a little bit. I think that's like on the 27th or so. Text the keyword Duke right now, 303-504-0925 with your first and last name, and you're entered. The Wilhite Law Firm gives you the chance to win big on and off the court. Visit them at wilhitewins.com. Again, this hour's keyword is Duke. We'll announce our winner at 2:55. We'll get Jeff Legwald on to give us his reaction to the Jaylen Waddle trade and how that all went down. Jared Bednar supporting Nate McKinnon, who we thought was being critical of the coaches. We'll get to that in a little bit. Plus, Jesse Montano was down at morning skate today. There's an interesting situation at goaltender. We'll have that as it's arguably the biggest Avs game of the year tonight against Dallas, which is exciting. And Scott, this is definitely not the biggest game of the year for the Nuggets. It's just one.
It might be one of the hardest mentally, but it's not. It's
right.
Well, every game is big.
I got you, but you know what I'm talking about. We're not breaking. We're not breaking ties with the Lakers.
This ain't the Avalanche Dallas Stars.
No, it is definitely not. Yeah. But you do got 13 games left. Hey, listen, I was proud of the team last night, guys. Like, it's a bad Sixers team. They were missing a million dudes. They got a 15-point lead. The Nuggets did after the first, and then
it was over.
They put their foot on the throat, and that's that. It's like, hey, that's great.
Did you think Joker was going to get kicked out in the first quarter when he got that tee?
Did he try to get himself kicked out?
He had enough.
Well,
who?
He got a tee, but he was coming out of the game anyway. Like do you want to break that down, Scott? Why he did what he did last night?
Well, he got the 2 fouls, and it was right after he got raked on a shot. They didn't.
Well, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about when he got taken out and he, mugged that dude from the Sixers to draw an intentional technical foul to draw attention to everybody giving him a hard time. That's what happened yesterday.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
What do you mean you don't know are you being, what? You know what I'm talking about.
Who mugged who for a technical?
Holy cow. Do you remember when Joker got a technical last night?
Yeah. From Kevin Scott, because Kevin Scott made a bad call, and bad officials double up on their bad calls by being sensitive for being questioned, so they tee people out.
Are you guys talking about Scott's talking about when Joker went over and started yapping to him, right?
Well, all right.
What are you talking about?
What happened was Joker goes, and I don't know who the big guy was. I'm forgetting his name off the top of my head. But Joker goes, what's that?
Bono
right.
Bono or something.
You know what? You're right with me. And he goes over and bear hugs the dude, right? Because that's what's happening to him.
Oh, that was when Drummond was in the game. Yeah, that was with Drummond. Yeah,
that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Like Joker's trying to make he got a technical on that.
Well, he was trying to make a point on both of them, I guess. Because the first one, he definitely knew he was going to walk away with technical, and he was okay with that.
Yeah. Listen, Joker's it sucks what's going on with Joker, Scott. And he was frustrated. I thought Joker. What did I think about Joker? Well, I mean, he was great last night. You know what's crazy? He had 14 assists and 35 plus points, 35 points off his assists. Dan Hyatt pointed out this stat. The Nuggets are like 35-1 when he has a night like that. And he didn't even score 10 points. And you got CB going for 22. You got 18 from Cam Johnson.
Can you imagine how refreshing that is for Joker? I mean, he's involved. He's doing his deal. But can you imagine how refreshing it is when he's got a game like that where you could just take a step back and let the guys do their deal?
Well, I think the only frustration is he's still getting mugged. He's still getting mugged every 5 seconds.
He still played 20 minutes and didn't get to the free throw line. Well, no, he actually did. He got one time. They called one late.
But you know what I'm saying. I think last night was great, top to bottom. I think Joker is frustrated. He has vowed to stop chirping the referees. He kind of melted down on that one last night a little bit. But the game was really, I'd say the game was over in the second quarter, Scott, when they proved they were going to sustain any run that the Sixers were going to go on and build their lead.
You know when they proved it, Darren? Last night, and listen, I mean, they got 3 or 4 good pieces I wouldn't mind having, but that collection ain't going to win you games, very many anyway. When the guys that we've been chirping on over the last 2 weeks, all of a sudden their games rose to another level. CB's game rose to another level. Cam Johnson's game rose to a level. Heck, Valanciunas' game rose to another level. And I just think, and I'm, this too much. And I didn't think Aaron Gordon played great, but he had 12 points. I think he's showing his impact. And I know David said something about it last night too, but it's just now instead of Tyler, you maybe can equate this somehow to the NFL. But in the NBA, you kind of need 3 guys that are your guys. Your 1 or 2 guys are fine. And listen, Murray's got a tough shoulder right now, and he's struggling shooting the basketball. But those are your 1, 2 guys most nights. They've been missing a number 3 for over half the season. Your third guy. Well, sometimes, guess what? Maybe Cam Johnson ain't a third guy. Maybe Christian Brown ain't a third guy. They're supposed to be the supplemental guys. They're supposed to be the 4. Now all of a sudden Aaron Gordon comes back. Well, Cam Johnson's playing a lot better, isn't he? The Christian Brown playing as good as he's played in a while. And I really do equate that to just the presence of what Aaron Gordon brings you.
We'll get back to the Nuggets in just a little bit. We bring on Jeff Legwald. Jeff Legwald is brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career. Okay, Leggy, talk to us about this Waddle deal, man. Like how it came to be and what the upsides, any downsides, the whole thing in total. What's your take?
No, I mean, they, obviously they tinkered with this, not nearly as much as they did, obviously this year, but they tinkered with it a little bit right before the deadline last season. It didn't get too serious, but they at least took a look at this. So this is a player that interests them, a high-end route runner with quickness, speed, all of those things in the short area. I mean, he was a great returner in college. So he's got all those attributes as a player, but they picked it up at the combine again, as people do when everybody's at the combine. So since then, basically the Broncos didn't have the price high enough. And, I think I said on one of the shows the other day that if the price point and the desire met on a player, they'd already be here, as far as who got signed and traded for and all that. So the price point finally got to where the Dolphins said yes. So again, you got a team that's offloading its players, and the Broncos were able to take advantage. In terms of the general value, if you're playing the draft value chart game, the Broncos probably gave up slightly too much, but we've learned in our 3 years with Sean Payton, if he wants a player, they're not going to worry about trading up and around. They're not going to worry about moving around to get him. They're not going to worry about surrendering draft picks, and they didn't. But this is a good fit, and I think it's again, you probably could have had 3, at least 2 potential developmental rookie starters among those 3 picks, a tight end, inside linebacker, and maybe a receiver in there. But this is a player, you know what you're getting. And he's a good fit in a Sean Payton offense, and they wanted him before.
Well, what'd you think about the value once you saw it? Did you think it was a lot, or did you think it was about right?
No, it's a lot. I mean, every GM, again, 2 things can be true. You can think this is an awesome player for the Broncos to get, but they had to go a little higher than the picks dictate. By now there's a million draft charts out there, that you can do this math with, but most people I've talked to about around the league that have just talked to a little bit about the trade think the Broncos gave up a little too much in the value world, but this is a player they want. And if he catches 80 balls, no one's going to care much that it's, the 25th pick value and not the 30th or whatever.
Yeah, all the trades, right? Especially right now when we're still 4 months, 5 months away from real football. 6 months, I don't even except August. We're still time away from the real games. He goes out this year and has, as you said, 80 catches, which you probably, if he does that, he's going to have 1,300 yards, and he's probably going to have a handful of touchdowns, if not more. There ain't nobody going to question the value of that, making that deal. Now, if he falls flat on his face and they can't use him in the middle or anywhere else that they deem, a necessity, then you really got to question it, right?
Yeah, and again, Scotty, I mean, my only question, I've studied the draft a long time, and it's been part of my job, so I'm in tune with that. Potentially you could have had 2 or 3 players in the lineup. They wouldn't be as refined or as finished as this guy is as a receiver, but you're talking about multiple fill as opposed to one very luxury fill. Tight end is still a much bigger need to me than wide receiver, but this is a really good fit for a team that played as much or more 3 wide receiver sets last year than anybody else in the league, and they're certainly going to play it more in the season to come because that's the strength of their deal now. And this is a tough cover. I mean, this is in a Sean Payton offense. This player is a tough cover. It pulls people away from Courtland Sutton. It gives Bo Nix, a guy who runs 2 routes in particular that Bo Nix loves to throw. He might be the best crossing route receiver in the league or one of the top 5. He's in the short conversation, and that's Bo Nix's money ball right now, and at this state in his career. And again, this is a guy who can turn an 8-yard catch into a 40-yard play because he's a really good runner with the ball. I mean, at Alabama, he was probably the best returner on the board, in as well as being one of the best receivers.
Jeff, obviously the Waddle trade goes a long ways, but I do wonder if there could be one more in the works here. And I guess if there's one position left, it would make sense it'd be tight end. Are there any tight ends out there that are available for trade right now?
Not that I've heard, Tyler, but you know how this goes. I mean, sometimes this stuff is bubbling under the surface and nobody wants to say anything because they don't want the value to get warped. But I have not heard anybody, being tossed around in a trade. For the Broncos, one of the reasons this was a little more expensive is nobody in the league, including the Broncos, wants to give up 2027 picks. And the Broncos have a lot of picks in that draft. The board projects to be one of the best drafts in a long time. So they had to give a little more to avoid giving up a 2027 pick, too. So I think that's part of this. I mean, right now their cap is okay. They don't have a lot of room to be messing around. I mean, they could certainly do what they did with Meinertz and take base salary and turn it into signing bonus and create room and all of those things. But they may not want to spend that cash right now. And I'm not sure there's a player that would entice them to do that right now available, at least that I've heard.
With the stuff they've done, first-time offensive play caller, we're assuming Bo will get back and be as healthy as he was last year before the injury. You had a high use and unbelievable wide receiver. Is this team on paper right now better than it was last year?
I think so, Scotty. I mean, we'll see. I mean, they still have, Greenlaw only played half a season and all those things, but there's still a little bit of a hole in the middle of the defense. But offensively, certainly they have more potential. Now, the big caveat in all of this is always the thing in the NFL. If everybody stays healthy, that's an enormous caveat. Waddle's been a healthy player through most of his career, but they still don't have much impact at tight end. Dobbins hasn't played more than 13 games, since he was a rookie. There's still things out there that you'd want to hedge against. And I think that's why if they see the right running back and the right tight end in the draft, they're certainly going to dive into that to sort of buffer against that. But if healthy on paper, they're better on offense right now. Much.
Well, fun deal, Jeff, and the Broncos make it interesting eventually, and really interesting. So we'll see what the next step is, and hopefully.
You're just happy they did something, DMac.
Yeah, I'm the only one. Trust me.
No, you're the only one.
Yeah, I'm the only one.
You're an outlier. I know. You're excited they did something.
Yeah. Well, here's what
all right. Million other Oompa Loompas.
Here's what I like. The Broncos admitted by this deal it wasn't good enough, which is what we were all saying. And so, we're like, really, are you that arrogant? You think it was good enough? Like you've got it all solved? And they're saying, no, we didn't have it all solved. And here we go. We're going to do something about it. And this is what we think. We all wanted a high-impact offensive player. I thought that was going to come at running back. But if they're telling us, like, hey, we know the team and this is where we think we need to go, Jeff, I'm fine with that. That sounds good. But, it's acknowledgement that it wasn't all good enough, Jeff. Come on, man. I mean, they had to do something to show that they could get better, and they did. They did. So, yeah, I'm good.
Yeah.
I'm good. I can grumble along the way, though,
Hey, let me ask you,
as I want to do.
You mentioned your draft boards and all that stuff like that, and I read an interesting article on Taylor Green. Obviously, I was from Arkansas. I was upset because they lost some games and stuff like that. I thought they threw too many picks and blah, blah, blah. Where do you project him?
Okay, now we're having fun.
That's a tough call because, that's, the Richardson comp is lingering over, Anthony Richardson was the workout explosion at the combine, goes, early in the first round. And obviously we all know what happened in Indy. It's not gone very well for him. So athletically gifted Scotty, I think on this quarterback board, most people see him as a day 3.
Great.
I think some people will dive in or at least think about it. If they've got the quarterback coach sitting in the draft room saying, I can do it, some team may take a look at him on day 2.
Let's go, Logan Kilgore. All right, Jeff, we play Star Wars music for mock drafts. I just want to point out, Scott Hastings brought up a mock draft question.
Thank you, Scott. We all appreciate it very much.
Hastings that brought that up, not us. So,
a closet huge mock draft fan.
Get it going.
Hey, all right,
Let's do it.
Since you're living there, how about my running back in Arkansas?
Sure, Mike Washington. Let's go.
Washington Jr.
You're going you got a lot of Razorback news. That's a day 2 guy. I think you're going to see him on day 2.
Well, the 62nd pick, the Broncos pick. At 62 is a day 2 pick, Jeff. And I mean,
you could do a lot worse than that on day 2.
Oh, Woo Peak Suey. Let's go.
Come on now.
All right. We got Scott's interest finally, Tyler. As long as we talk about guys from Arkansas.
That's the key to life.
There aren't many guys on the board, 220 pounds, that run 4.3.
Hey, Scott, why don't you ask him for a Drew Sanders update while we're at it? Go ahead.
Yeah. No, I got no more Razorback updates.
Okay. Thank you, Jeff. For
they got a linebacker or two that's not a bad. That'll be picked up somewhere.
This update brought to you by.
Suddenly, I'm the correspondent for
Hold on. Quick breaking news before Jeff gets out of here.
What do we got?
Trade is now official. He's passed the physical. Jaylen Waddle is now a Denver Bronco. Adam Schefter just tweeted it out. It's official. We're not pulling a Ravens. No buyer's remorse over here in Denver.
He's not flying and then having to drive 3 hours to get to the facility.
No. We probably flew him in first class. Definitely not on a private jet, but maybe first class.
Oh, come on.
We're getting them in 3 minutes, fellas. So I'm gonna bail.
All right, we'll talk to you later.
I'm out.
Oh, we will. Oh gosh, what should we do here, Dan? Thank you, Jeff.
That's why they couldn't figure it out, because they had to wait for it to be official.
Yes. It's starting in 3 minutes. What do you want to do, Dan? Oh. Well, all right, we'll break really quick, but we'll be back for it next.
Any of you out there going through a tough situation as far as a divorce goes, or possibly something happened, you got carried away, you found yourself in some sort of DUI mess? Let me tell you about a new group that I've got to know over here the last week or so, and just fantastic people. It's the Reputation Law Group. They specialize in divorce and DUI matters, and if you know someone, whether it's yourself or a friend or a family member facing tough times, going through that divorce or a DUI, you need the Reputation Law Group on your side. They're easy to get a hold of. You can schedule a free consultation with these just powerhouse attorneys. Go to thereputationlawgroup.com. That's thereputationlawgroup.com. They can help you get through these tough times. Don't try going through this by yourself. You're in a lose-lose situation anyway. Get an advocate for you. Get the Reputation Law Group on your side today.
All right, Jaylen Waddle is doing a Zoom call. He has signed his deal. He's officially a Denver Bronco, passed his physical and all that. I'm in the Zoom meeting right now. I got my hand raised up, as are, it's just Mugglepalooza, Tyler and Scott. There's Luca. There's Zach Stevens. There's the Hammer, Parker Gabriel, Nick Kosminer, all of our friends, all sitting there patiently with their hands raised.
You going to try to ask one live on air?
Yeah,
you
sure.
can do that.
Yeah,
that'd be actually fantastic.
Yeah, you guys
raise your hand on the Zoom call right now.
It's raised.
Oh, that would be fantastic.
It's raised.
Hey, Coach, I'm live on there right now.
Well, Coach, we're calling Jaylen Waddle, Coach.
I don't know. You're not getting Coach in this either.
Hold on. Oh, okay. All right.
I figured Coach would go as well.
You got a question? You guys got a question? What do you want to throw Jaylen Waddle's way? What do you want to ask him?
When are you going to punch Pat Surtain in the face?
All right, the Surtain punch thing. See, usually I just get passed over. It doesn't really happen for me, but somebody else is probably going to throw that one in there. But yeah, the punching Pat Surtain thing, that seems to make sense, right? Scott, you got anything? What are you going to throw anything towards Jason Waddle's way? Jaylen Waddle's way?
Inside or outside, which receiver position do you prefer?
Okay. Yeah, I heard the boys in the morning when they weren't crying about us. We're talking about who's a number one. Like, what's a number one receiver in this? Oh, you can hear that? All right, okay. All right, Dan, can we fire it up here? We're going here in a second.
Yeah, I'll let you know when they start talking.
All right. Does it matter who the number one guy is? I mean, as long as him and Sutton are out there at the same time, does it really matter?
To those guys, it matters.
But all right, so how would you define like a number one receiver? Like if they're out there at the same amount of snaps, the same amount of time, who's your number one receiver? And does it
your
even
number
matter?
one receiver probably gets 400 to 500 yards minimum more by the time the season's all said and done.
Why? Because he's better or because he gets more attention?
Well, because you have plays that are designed for him. You have a relationship with the quarterback. The system is all built around the number one guy.
So if you're out there in 12 personnel and there's 2 wide receivers, that doesn't necessarily mean it's equal. That means there could be something going to another guy in that situation, or in 13 or 11 personnel with 3 guys out there.
I mean, everything.
Well, let me ask you this then, Tyler, and I go back to a handful of years back in the old days when the Broncos won their first couple Super Bowls. You had both Ed McCaffrey and Rod Smith both over 1,000 yards. Is that 1A, 1B? Is that just an offense that's just crushing it and the guy spreading it around?
There was a clear number one in that scenario.
There was between Ed and Rod?
Yeah.
I guess you'd say Rod, I suppose.
I wouldn't say I guess. I mean, there's a clear-cut number one.
But to Scott's point, like there were 2 years in a row, they both had over 100 catches.
Right, and then I'd be curious to know the stat line at the end of the year, because like I said just a minute ago, I bet the number one, I bet Rod had at least 400 or 500 yards more.
All right, here we go. We got the presser. Zach's leading us off.
Check 1 2 3. Check 1 2 3.
Awesome. Do you mind leading us off when Jaylen joins the call?
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you so much.
All right. Well, all right. Not quite there, Dan. But Zach, this is how it. Boy, you guys get to see how the sausage is made with the exciting Zoom calls. So they get everybody in a queue.
What, are we going to listen to it on your phone? Is that what we're doing here?
No, I don't think we will have to. Because I think once it starts, I can just talk through the microphone, but it's on my phone as well. I think it'll be fine like that. I think. I don't know. We've never really done this before. This is what happens when you have breaking news on your show.
Why don't you have Dan log into the Zoom from the computer?
Well, he is, but I have to, I can pot it down, but I won't know when it kind of starts.
Okay.
As soon as it starts, I'll pot it down no matter what. So, yeah, we'll figure it out. All right, so Surtain punch, yep, that's up there. Inside or outside? Okay, fine. What else? What else are we curious about with this guy?
How many yards would you have had if Tua wasn't your quarterback?
Wow. That's hard.
I'm just being a turd.
How about how productive do you think you would have been if it wasn't for Tyreek Hill? Like he was his rookie year.
Yeah, that's fair.
Something like that.
I mean, you could give him a trap question that is not like, are you the number one? By simply saying, do you view yourself as number one?
Okay. All right, that's fair. Okay. Does that matter? I mean, we could definitely
they're all gonna say I view myself as number one. I'd say I view myself as number one. We got the best show on the station, right?
Well, there's opinion and then there's numbers, Tyler. So,
We'll see. Now you got personal.
I'm not getting personal.
Now you just went personal. I was just having a little fun, and then you went personal.
Sky, got anything else there for Jaylen? Just killing a little time before he's going to step up here any second. Quarterback relationship is always an interesting thing. Like, how important is that? Like, to what degree does that matter?
What's your relationship with Nick Saban as a player and now as a pro?
Oh, that's kind of fun. Why are you curious about that?
Oh, no, I think Nick does a good job on the college game day stuff, but, someone said something, was it Derrick Henry was saying was getting on the NIL stuff, and he goes, I don't know what he's complaining about. And he gave me $25,000 to sign and $35,000 a year I was there or something,
Yeah, I'm gonna assume he's gonna be pretty upbeat that, he's excited about this deal. I mean, because the Dolphins are just going nowhere. You see they HN, they're holding on to HN for some reason. They're running back. The Dolphins are.
Yeah, I was wondering if the Broncos could have got a twofer.
I agree. I was still wondering that. Even today, like before that news popped up, I was like, let's just keep going with the Dolphins. Like, who else they got there? And he's a pretty... Oh, all right, here we go. Go ahead, Dan. Bought it up.
Thank you, Patrick,
There
and
we go.
good afternoon, Jaylen. We'll begin with Zach Stevens of DNVR. Go ahead, Zach.
Hey, Jaylen. First off, welcome to Denver. This is Zach Stevens from DNVR. Can you just take us through what these past 24 hours have been like, how you found out about the trade and what it means to be a Bronco?
Yeah, it's been exciting. Definitely something new. It was yesterday morning they gave me the news. It came out here, and then it's been great.
Parker Gabriel, the Denver Post.
Hey, Jaylen, welcome to Denver. I'm curious what, if you had any inclination that is possible you would be traded, and then also just what your initial impressions are of the Broncos. Obviously, Sean and Davis and Bo Nix as a quarterback.
Yeah, I mean, you never know. It's the NFL, so you never know what's for sure and what could happen. But it's part of the business, and it's been great. My time here has been great. It feels like home, feels like family. Everyone's been welcoming, so it's been great.
Nick Kosmider, The Athletic.
Hi, Jaylen. We obviously know you're close with Pat Surtain. What was that just like between the two of you getting to kind of experience that yesterday?
It was special. He was one of the first calls that I made. We talked about this early in our career. We wanted to get together and play with each other. So just seeing it happen, and it's special.
Jeff Legwold, ESPN.
Jaylen, did Pat give you any inkling of what it's like to play here or what it's like to play for Sean? Did you get into any of that with him?
Not too many details. We kept in contact through the years when Coach Payton's been here. So he's been keeping me in the loop without even knowing.
Eric Dalala, DenverBroncos.com.
Hey, Jaylen, welcome to Denver. Just curious kind of what attributes you feel like you bring to this wide receiver room and how you would describe your game.
I think I'm just bringing another playmaker to the team, someone that can help out and, try to make plays the best of my ability.
Mike Kliss, 9 News.
Yeah, Jaylen, were you aware of coming up in trade rumors during the trade deadline in the middle of the year with the Broncos?
Yeah, a little bit. It was hearsay, so you never know what's true and what's not true. So you can say I was.
Andrew Mason, The Fan.
Hey, Jaylen, as you come to Denver, what are your personal and team-wide goals that you want to accomplish now that you're here?
I wouldn't say nothing personal. I would say for the team, just take it week by week, and try to go out there and play a good brand of football, and try to stack some wins together.
Troy Rank, The Denver Post.
Jaylen, welcome to Denver. Jaylen, where does your humility come from? Sometimes at that position, we don't necessarily see that. And secondly, there's so much talk about the chemistry of this group. How do you think you and your personality will fit into that type of environment, that type of locker room? But where does that humility come from, Jaylen?
I honestly think it's just the way I was brought up. My mom and dad obviously try to do a good job as best they can with keeping me not too high but not too low. So just staying at a good headspace, and I think it's gonna be a fun group. They got a lot of talent: Court, Marv, Troy, Pat, Lil Jordan. I'm here to help in every fashion, making plays. And learning. I'm excited to learn from them and them to learn from me. So it should be fun. It should be great.
Kyle Fredrickson, The Gazette.
Hey there, Jaylen. I'm curious, just what do you consider your strengths in terms of versatility, in terms of being able to play multiple positions at receiver?
Yeah, I think over my time, I got a chance to play, all over the place. So I think that helps just knowing the offense inside and out, being able to put me in different spots. So I think that's always helpful, just being able to go around and play different positions.
Arnie Stapleton, The Associated Press.
Hey, Jaylen, welcome to Denver. I was wondering about your connection with Rocco, the cancer fighter, the young kid that you developed a friendship with.
Yeah.
Can you just speak to that a little bit? And do you plan to be, involved charity-wise in Denver?
I'm definitely gonna get in the community, do something. I know PS2 gonna help me find different things to get into. I know we do a lot of good things out here, and Rocco is definitely someone that's special. We got a special bond, and I think that's just gonna continue even where I play at. He got family and me on this side, so it's honestly great.
Darren McKee, Altitude.
Hey, Jaylen, welcome to town. Curious, what do you think your role changes as the number one receiver? And everybody wants to know. You and Sertan, come on, man. What's going to be in the ring? What's going to be in the ring?
Yeah, man. I don't think it's no number ones. I think everyone's just here to make plays and try to win. And that's ultimately the goal for the team and for the organization. And yeah, I still stand on what I said about Pat.
We have two final questions here. We'll start with Luca Evans of the Denver Post, followed by Parker. Go ahead, Luca.
Yeah, Jaylen, welcome to Denver. Just curious, for you, just tracking your career. I mean, 3,000-yard seasons, with Miami to start off, and then circumstances last couple of years, obviously organizationally, injuries, et cetera, numbers dipped a bit. Like for you, looking at yourself, where you are, do you feel like this sort of trade presents kind of a new chance, a chance at a new chapter for you, or at least, return to the guy that you've been, Miami, Bama, et cetera?
It's definitely new beginnings. I don't look at it as that standpoint of getting back to where I was. I just look at it as a new opportunity to go out there with a new team that, in a great place and, play along great talent and, try to help out as best I can.
Go ahead, Parker.
Yeah, Jaylen, I was just curious. Obviously, Denver in the AFC Championship game last year, that close to a Super Bowl. You've played in a couple playoff games in your career, but how exciting or invigorating is it to be coming to a team that has been there and that maybe feels like, you're one of the pieces that can help them get to a championship?
It's exciting, just playing, like I said before, just playing with great players. Everyone's been talking about how great and close the team is, so I'm excited to be around the guys, get to know them, and they get to know me, and, go from there.
Jaylen, that appears to be all the questions we have for you today. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us.
All right, there you go. There you go.
I stand by on what DMac's book.
Stand by it. That was great. It's KKSC FM HD1, Broomfield, Denver, Boulder. So, yeah, I wasn't going to just go with the number one thing because I figured that's just a yes or no question, but he gave a generic answer to that anyways. I'm just here to make plays. Like, what am I going to do, right? Which you're not surprised by. And then he goes, I'll stand by what I said about Pat.
I like it.
That's fun, right?
Let's wait for training camp, man. Let's go.
Yeah, I like that, man. Scott, what are your impressions there, brother?
We got to get Pat Sertan on. We got to say, come on now.
I liked him a lot there, man. He seems like a good dude. He's got a sense of humor about things. He's
but you know what?
You can see why he's a good teammate.
Do you remember the interview we had from that Jeff guy from Miami yesterday? He said, "Listen, when you get him in a press interview situation, he'll be short. He'll be he's going to say the right things and and his personality really won't show out." That's what I thought when I heard that. So, that dude we had on yesterday knew exactly what he was talking about. Just very short, concise, be professional, get it done with, get out of the way.
Yeah, but he just a little when he had a chance, like he's not backing down from the. You know what I'm saying? Like there's a little something there. You know who that reminds me of? Like Christian Brown's a lot like that, isn't he? CB's a lot like that. He's very generic. But then, just very quietly, he'll have something to say like that.
He's got good digs, and he's funny as heck in the locker room. But you put a mic in front of him, it's going to be.
That's a great teammate. That's a great teammate.
Yeah, I like the personality. I mean, there's a calm confidence there. He's not over the top. Doesn't sound like over the moon excited to be here. That's not a bad thing. I don't mean it like he's not excited to be here. I just mean like he's not screaming off the rooftop about everything, how amazing everything is, right? No, and I think that fits well with the personalities that are already in that room because I think Cortland Sutton is a bit like that as well. And those guys should jive pretty well together.
I think they'll. I'm getting more excited.
I love the pairing. See, there's been a lot of speculation on the whole interwebs of the last couple days if the Broncos should trade either Cortland Sutton or Troy Franklin. And I think that's an insane idea. I love the trio as it stands right now.
What about Mims?
Mims is a very valuable member of this team as well for other reasons. But I love the trio as it stands right now because they're all complementary pieces. Cortland Sutton's your possession guy. Jaylen Waddle's your utility knife and your yak guy. Troy Franklin can do a little bit of both. They've all got different skill sets. They've all got different reasons to be on the field, and they're all going to bring a different deal to the team.
But doesn't Mims and Waddle's skill set, size, everything isn't that just kind of the same thing?
That's okay.
Yeah.
What's wrong with that? What's wrong with having two of those guys?
It's fine. I think Mims is just going to have to take a pretty large backseat. That's all.
He may have to take a back seat, but listen, Waddle's not going to play every single snap, and now you can bring a guy in that's his backup, if you will, that can run the exact same.
Hold on. Are you sure he's not going to take? You sure he's not going to take every snap? You sure about that?
No, he ain't going.
What scenarios is he? When's he coming off the field?
Go catch a 60-yard pass and get knocked out of bounds. You ain't running back to the huddle.
Fair enough if that's the case, but I think in the vast majority of situations for the Broncos, him and Court are going to both be out there. I think. I mean, I got you if you get knocked down or
even
whatever.
Even Cortland came out. Now you got a guy, going into the second year if he can get the concussion thing handled right, then back him up for the play or two he's down. I used to go back to Tyler's Super Bowl year. You had Ware and Von Miller, pretty good outside rushes, but even they came out once in a while. But guess what? You had two backup guys that had a hell of a year that year. It might be, a comparison of 50 snaps to 18, but them 18 snaps, them two guys are pretty dang good, and there's nothing wrong with having those two guys behind the main guys that can play a little bit.
Of course you want depth at every position. Of course that happens. I'm just pointing out in the vast majority, I think, of whatever the Broncos do offensively, the plan will be Waddle and Sutton out there, and we'll see how everybody else fits in. So, I mean, that's all where I was going towards. And before that, I think Mims was in consideration for that sort of role, and I just don't think that exists now. I think Mims has a significant role to play in terms of special teams, and, maybe that gets further defined. But if I'm Marvin Mims, I'm not feeling great today, are you?
I'm not fired up. But you know what? I'm on the team. I think if anything, you might just think that hopefully your coach gets a little bit more creative now that you've got Waddle. And when Waddle's off the field, that creativity overflows to you. You've got somebody else that can do something similar. It's not ideal for Mims. I'm not fired up about it, but he's still going to be a part of this thing. I think we're all talking about Mims like he's not going to be playing.
The only thing I'm saying, my only heat check on that is Mims valuable as a trade piece if you need something else for this team, if they're not quite done yet? Because they just don't have a lot of the draft capital, they're not going to want to give away that second round pick. There's no way.
He's valuable in terms of whatever a Pro Bowl punt returner is worth. You tell me. If Marvin Mims had 322 yards last year, that seemed valuable?
Fifth rounder, maybe?
No.
Too much of a stretch? Sixth rounder?
Nobody's giving up a fifth rounder for that. Now, maybe when you factor in what he could do as a punt returner, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
But very unlikely. I mean, Marvin Mims, maybe a sixth, maybe a seventh, something like that.
So you just don't think there's value there in the first place?
Well, I would say the value is not enough to overweigh the importance of having him on this team.
Do you guys think they're done?
In terms of big moves, probably. Yeah.
Scott, you think they're done?
Yeah, as far as big moves, you may see a little piece here or there added, but I don't think there'll be a lot of stuff done. I love what Leggy said about the draft. You got this guy, and they say, well, you may have overpaid, and that third may just be a little too high, but you're like, well, okay, but it didn't cost you any of your 27 drafts.
What'd you guys think of these? Go ahead, Scott. Sorry.
Your 27 draft picks, which all the pundits now are saying that's going to be a monster draft.
What do you think about the Zoom process for press conferences?
Stupid. It's absolutely the dumbest thing in the world.
That's how it goes.
The dumbest thing in the world.
Be ready for that 16th question if they get to you. But they got to everybody.
Scott, did you ever want to come back into the office after COVID?
Some things ain't going back, are they? Some things are here to stay.
I was just playing by their rules, Tyler. That's all I was doing.
All right, we'll take a break, and when we come back, we will have another keyword. And a reminder, we want you to join the Altitude Sports Radio crew at the Buffalo Rose in Golden tomorrow to watch the tournament, win some great prizes, play Pop-A-Shot, and have a great time at the oldest bar in Colorado. We're excited to be there tomorrow starting at 10 a.m. Let's go. Keyword coming up next.
Hey, if you're in the market for a new or pre-owned vehicle, go to the best dealership in Colorado, Phil Long Ford. Phil Long Ford's got the best prices, the best customer service, and the best inventory. I think relationships matter. That's why I've been going to Phil Long Ford for a very long time. Send all my family and friends there. They're going to take care of you. They're going to respect you. They're going to give you the best price. They're going to get you in and out, and you're going to find the vehicle of your dreams because there's over 8,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. So whether you're looking for a new vehicle or a pre-owned vehicle, the vehicle of your dreams is already on the lot at Phil Long Ford, and they've already got the best prices at Phil Long Ford. They also have an award-winning service department, so once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced over at Phil Long Ford, and you're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let them know that your friend Tyler sent you on over. Check them out online at phillongford.com.
All right, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Sex, intimacy, love, essential to fulfilling a relationship. If you're lacking in that because of erectile dysfunction, I don't know. Maybe it happened once. You're like, oh boy. Twice, 3 times. Happens after a while. You probably just kind of give up. And, maybe the pills just aren't working great. Could be better. Listen, to get your love life and the intimacy with your partner going the right way, it's an easy call to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. 720-440-7900. If ED is affecting you, time to get back to the sex, intimacy, and love that brought you closer together in the first place. 720-440-7900. That initial visit's it's only $99. You get a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and a PSA test. If advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. They've got an expert staff like a lot of men. You could be having sex the day after your appointment. Again, 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. It's a special Ticket Wednesday with the chance to win tickets to see Utah when they come to town on Friday the 27th to face Denver. Text the keyword MILES right now to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name, and you're entered. The Wilhite Law Firm gives you the chance to win big on and off the court. Visit them at wilhitewins.com. Again, this hour's keyword is MILES. We'll announce our winner at 2:55. Joining us on the Ramos Law Hotline, Jesse Montana from Guerrilla Sports, who was at the morning skate. Ramos Law, car accident, you need Ramos Law. Medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. Jesse, health of skaters and who's the goaltender in what arguably is the biggest regular season game for the Avs this year, which is tonight against the Stars, that you can hear right here on Altitude. Yes, Jesse, what's what?
Yes, so none of the guys returning from injury quite yet, but they're hoping that they'll get pretty much all those guys back on this upcoming road trip. Saw a couple of them again on the ice this morning, but it is Scott Wedgwood in net tonight, and Jared Bednar told us after the team got off the ice that Wedgwood is the guy to go with right now, in his opinion. So we talked about it last time I was on here, that it's the first time we kind of heard Jared be a little non-committal on who the guy was. And he said today that right now it is Scott Wedgwood.
How long is today going to last?
We'll see how he plays tonight. You know, that was a tough last game for both goaltenders. The Avs weren't great defensively either. That contributed to it. But, you know, I thought that last game was a chance for McKenzie to come in and, you know, kind of do what we've seen Scott Wedgwood do at times this season, where, you know, help the team get back into it, play a big game, and earn some earn a start here. But they're going with Wedgwood.
Both outcomes in their last game, the Avs and the Stars, were both of them involved in kind of trap game situations. And should we look at this as they both understand the importance and how big this game is tonight?
Yeah, and you know, like both Dallas played against Utah in their last game, who's a team that's, you know, on the playoff bubble fighting to get in, and the Avs playing Pittsburgh, kind of the same thing. But yeah, I do think that, you know, both teams lost big, and I think they're both looking to bounce back. And I mean, like, just the standings implications on this game are huge because both teams lost in regulation, you know, last game. So yeah, I think both teams are going to be fired up, and you could just feel a different level of intensity in that Avs room today when the guys got off the ice. It felt like a playoff locker room. Like, you guys know, you know, probably better than I do, that tone around the building just changes when the level ramps up. You know, for whatever sport, and it was palpable today in the room.
All right. Well, on that note, and I gave you all the credit in the world because Nate McKinnon can be a little intimidating sometimes, depends.
Yep.
But you saw him sitting around, and it was interesting seeing him sit around, Jesse, wasn't it? Because usually Nate, you know, he kind of goes off and, you know, doesn't always engage. But he wanted to get something off his chest, don't you think?
I think so, and you're totally right. You have to pick your moments with him, and when he's sitting there, that's usually a sign, exactly what you said, he maybe has something to say, and he had a lot to say the other night after that game. And, you know, it was one of those moments where, like, you see the leader of Nathan McKinnon that maybe we don't always get our glimpses at, because, you know, he made a couple, like, kind of lighthearted comments, and they're like, it wasn't all bad, but he was also very direct and said, we didn't play well tonight. Our flow is off. Our chemistry isn't there yet. We're dealing with injuries. We've got new guys. And, I mean, he straight up said, like, I don't like playing with 11 forwards and 7 defensemen. And the Avs are not doing that tonight. They are calling up a player from the Colorado Eagles to be able to play with 12 forwards, 6 defensemen. So Nate's got a lot to say in how things go around there.
Interesting.
And, yeah, he made his feelings known for sure.
Yeah, that is interesting because I was about to ask you, how do you think the comments went over with the coaching staff? Because he was calling him out. Sounds like they went over pretty well.
Yeah, you know, Nate's king of the castle in there. You know, you got captains, you got coaches and all that stuff, but Nate's the guy. And I think when he's recognizing stuff like that, and I actually spoke to Sam Malinsky, defenseman, this morning about, you know, playing with 7D, and he kind of echoed the same sentiment of like, look, it's not ideal. You got a different D partner every other shift. Your minutes are a little bit all over the place, especially if you get special team stuff going. Guys can end up sitting on the bench for several shifts in a row, kind of getting skipped. So, look, they didn't like the way they played. Nate said in Seattle, Winnipeg, or Pittsburgh, and that was going to 11-7. So they're going to change some things up tonight and see if getting those, consistent lines and D pairings back, can maybe help them get a little bit more of a jump tonight.
So which blue liner sits out tonight? Who's not playing tonight?
Yeah, it'll be Blankenberg.
It will be? Okay. All right.
I would be surprised.
They already traded Sammy Gerard.
right. If it was someone else, but no, there were none of the guys staying on late. But I feel very confident saying it'll be Nick Blankenberg.
Okay.
Jesse last year. Let me get this in. Jesse last year, they Dan looked up. Their power play percentage was 24 point something. They fired their special teams coach. This year it is, what was it, Dan? 15?
15, 5, 16.
15, 16% success rate on the power play. Worse than last year. What does that mean? What if they don't turn this thing around quickly, what's the outcome of that? And what do you think they need to do different on the power play?
So the power play percentage last year versus this year, what really got Ray Bennett in hot water and eventually led to him being fired, power play coach last year, was the fact that the power play just completely dried up in that first round series against the Stars. And from folks I've talked to, there was frustration over how little adjustment was made over the course of those 7 games when the power play was clearly struggling. Dallas had them kind of figured out and they couldn't break through. So that was a little bit of what added to it as well. Look, I thought Nate actually the other night after the game kind of hit the nail on the head. They are way too passive. You have guys that are playing around the perimeter, not moving their feet. When the puck's hitting their stick, they're standing stationary, waiting for a passing lane to kind of just like magically open up. And, when you're getting into the playoffs, you're playing against top teams. That's just not going to happen. They need to be more aggressive to the net. You hear the term, you got to play north-south. That means you got to head towards the net. You got to get pucks there. You got to get bodies there. And you got to make life difficult for defenders and opposing goaltenders. The Avs have just made it way too easy, way too predictable for penalty kills that they've played against this year. So I hope what Nate was saying the other day after the game, they kind of take and run with of, hey, we have to just put more pucks towards the net. You've got elite shooters in McKinnon, Netchis, Makar, and yet all of these guys are looking for one extra pass. You got to put pucks towards the net. You got to follow them there, and you got to give yourself some options. They've just made it way too easy for teams this year, and I think they've gotten themselves frustrated, which I think leads to more, bad, dumb decisions. So exactly what Nate was saying the other night. You can't be as passive as they have been and expect to get the results you want, especially against teams like Dallas, like Minnesota, that you're going to have to go through if you want to get to where you're trying to go.
All right, great job, Jesse. We'll see you down at the rink tonight. We'll follow you at Gorilla Sports for the best in Avalanche hockey coverage. Thank you, brother.
You guys are the best. We'll talk to you later.
All right.
Thanks, Jess.
Wedgwood. Yeah, Blackwood's been terrible against the Stars in regular season. Biggest game of the year. We're going with Wedgwood. Okay.
Going with the guy who's playing the best.
Yeah, you got to respect that, man. I mean, you got to respect a coach that's willing to pay attention to what his eyeballs are telling him.
It'll be interesting tonight. All right, let me play the McKinnon thing and Bednar's response during the morning show today. So here's what McKinnon said.
Lines and D pairs need to sit down and go through clips and figure out what our system is right now. Like too much passing around the perimeter. Like the only good shift of the game we had was when Burzy took 4 shots from the strong side and then they took 1 in the net. So that's how we have to play. We're too perimeter. We don't shoot enough. We haven't had 30 shots in 4 games now, which is very, very rare for us. Usually we work off that D1 shot. And obviously our tracking, forward tracking, need to help our D more. Even like the Seattle game wasn't great either. Sometimes winning can mask some stuff. Winnipeg were good defensively. We just didn't shoot the puck at all. No one's at the net, so we need to get guys in the paint.
You can see that and like and subscribe to our YouTube page, and there's all sorts of stuff from inside the locker room, but that was the tone of things. So this morning, Jared Bednar, again, like and subscribe to our YouTube page. You can hear and watch the entire Bednar interview from earlier today with Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. They asked him about those comments because we said we thought that was a criticism of the coaches.
Mm-hmm.
Here's what Bedsy said.
Say something else. Like McKinnon's comment, I totally agree with all of them.
Yeah.
But to me, like, it's frustration after a game where you were horrible. Like, I totally agree with them. It looked like nobody knew what they're doing. It looked like nobody was on the same page. It looked like, but the game before they did, and the game before that they did, right? Like, it's a frustration thing when if you're not playing the right way, it can look badly quickly. And so, like I said, that is now my job, like every game, that whether we play good or bad, to get them refocused for the next one and focused on the right things and playing the right way and making sure everyone looks exactly like they're on the same page and doing that right. And you're not sitting where we are in the standings without that being possible with our team, right? So I'm confident that we'll come out and do the right things tonight. And like I said, it doesn't guarantee you victory, but it's certainly going to give you the best chance for success.
Just a little bit of drama going on right now. Just a little bit, not a lot of bit of drama, but a little bit of drama going on right now.
Yeah, but it quickly gets dispelled. I don't know that I even agree, actually, because it quickly gets dispelled when a coach is like, he's right. Yeah, everything he said, I'm with him.
All right. I mean,
why do you say it like that?
Because we know who the king of the castle is, and that's Nathan McKinnon.
Yeah, but that's okay.
As it is Nikola Jokic,
as he deserves to be, as almost every superstar is.
Okay, and I don't know. Maybe capitulate is too strong of a word, but hey, yeah, Nate, you got it. You're right. Okay.
Well, hold on. Hold on. Do you not want David Adelman to listen when Nikola Jokic speaks?
Oh, no, I do. I think we see the power of the premier player. The premier players. This is the power that they have. They are the E.F. Hutton. When Nathan speaks, everybody listens. When Nikola speaks, Scott, everybody listens. And sometimes they do have impacts on how you don't like 11-7, we're not doing it anymore. You don't like the system, we are going to have some meetings. Nate's not rushing off to go take a shower and get out of here like he does a lot of times. He does want to sit around and get things off of his chest. You know what I'm saying? Like,
he wanted to prove a point. He had a point. He wanted it made.
Do you guys like when players use their power through the media to affect change?
If it can be in a positive way, yes. The issue is now you got to look at the response from the head coach, and there's certain head coaches through history would have fought that tooth and nail. If Dan Reeves, somebody would have said that. In fact, John Elway was saying stuff like that in the locker room all the time. And what Dan Reeves did was get his hair in a hackle and bow up a little bit even more and make it even worse on the situation. And it doesn't look like you've got two coaches coaching two really quality teams. That you got an issue there? Okay, cool. Let's talk about that. And I you don't always want dirty laundry out in the press, but sometimes, listen, it's okay. It's okay to say that Nathan McKinnon has poop stains in his tidy whities just like everybody else does.
Like I said, it's a little drama, not a lot. But the proof is in the pudding tonight. Everybody acknowledges how big this game is. Everybody knows that they haven't been playing how they need to play over the past couple of games. So tonight is awesome. Tonight is amazing, and we'll have it for you with the pregame starting at 7 o'clock. They're not dropping the puck, though, till about 7:50. It's one of them games, so get an extra cup of coffee and stay up late. Meanwhile, the Nuggets going against the Grizz, 6 o'clock pregame for that. That's on AM 950. We do have some Nuggets news, Scott. Aaron Gordon has been listed as out, so they're not taking chances with him on a back-to-back. Are you okay with that?
Yeah, it's not surprising. And I'll ask David today in the pregame presser. And listen, it is what it is. I'm sitting in a nice hotel room. I had a nice 4 hours of sleep and blah, blah, blah. But I wonder if the travel last night even made the situation more so that he wasn't playing.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if they'd have got in here at 1:32, you know, you have your meeting at noon. That's plenty of sleep. You still have time to take an hour and a half nap in the afternoon. But I'm telling you, you know, I got in bed 5:15. Probably, you know, put the phone away and everything about 5:40. And I'm sure I wasn't a whole lot different than a lot of the other cats. So, you know, I think the lack of sleep and now fatigue, because now fatigue will play a major part in this game tonight. And if you got a guy that's been having soft tissue injury issues in his hamstring and calf and stuff like that, and now you're playing him fatigued anyway, I don't think you risk it.
Well, Nuggets fans, blood donations, they're needed every day if you're tired or not. Scott Vitalant is making this happen, correct?
Vitalant spells like, looks like, what I always call it, Vitalant.
Vitalant?
It's Vitalant, Vitalant.
Yes.
.org, and if you put one of those little backslash or / marks and put Nuggets in there, and set an appointment to give a blood donation during this month, the month of March. We're already halfway through it. You can be in the drawing to win a autographed Nuggets jersey. It's vitalant.org / Nuggets. Community needs it. Blood donation always good. Simple, easy process to do. 3 different types of procedures you can kind of go through. All are needed. So vitalant.org / Nuggets.
And a reminder on the Nuggets, the keyword this hour is Miles, 303-504-0925. Best of luck. We'll announce our winner at 2:55. No Dumb Questions is next.
Hey, did you know that leaving an old 401k with the previous employer can create higher investment costs? If you have an old 401k and you aren't sure what to do with it, call my friends over at Trajan Wealth today at 303-900-1189 and discuss how to optimize those funds and get that money working for you again. Choosing the right financial advisor is one of the best investments you can make for your financial future. Let Trajan Wealth's fiduciary advisors help you craft an income and plan that is going to meet your goals so you can focus on what matters most. Call Trajan Wealth today to learn more. Trajan Wealth's going to help you plan smarter and dream bigger. They're going to come up with a customized game plan for your family, for your needs, for your finances, and you're going to walk away calm and confident about your future, knowing that there is a plan in place. So call Trajan Wealth at 303-900-1189 or visit them online at trajanwealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement, additional disclosures at trajanwealth.com.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
Safe place.
I'm leaning into the segment.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
All right, we want to thank our good friends at Trajan Wealth. When it comes to your relationships, retirement, when it comes to your retirement, there are no dumb questions. Call Trajan Wealth today at 303-900-1189. Open for business for no dumb questions, if anything coursing through your brains. I will give you some breaking NFL news. This is the Panthers are trading Andy Dalton to the Eagles for a 2027 7th-round pick.
Isn't it unbelievable how long these guys, they can stick around forever. Forever. How old is Andy Dalton?
I don't know, man.
It feels like 3 lifetimes ago that Andy Dalton got like a $100 million contract from the Bengals, and he was on top of the world. Does that not feel like 3 lifetimes ago?
It does, but at the same time, it feels like I didn't realize he was still in the league. And they got a 2027 7th rounder? Okay, cool. But that happened. I guess I don't got a question with that, but that is kind of wild. So there you go. No dumb question.
Well, they said the 27 draft's supposed to be the good one, so maybe you're getting it for a backup quarterback.
Yeah,
it's
I
like
don't know.
42 years old, isn't he?
No dumb question. Did you hear the Max Crosby? I flew into Dulles and then I had to drive 2 hours to the Ravens facility.
Yeah.
I am laughing about that because you do realize, and I don't know how Jaylen Waddle got here, but do you think the Broncos would skimp on somebody of his value, getting him a private jet to fly into Centennial and literally drive 2 minutes to the facility?
Oh, I'd be extremely surprised if they got him a private jet, but I'm sure they got him first class.
You would be surprised by a private jet. Why? Is that cost just ridiculous?
That's
Not
something
really.
that's something that you do for just the like Peyton Manning's, for
Jaylen Waddle's not in that conversation?
No.
Really?
Jaylen Waddle's never been a Pro Bowler.
Jaylen Waddle's just first class ticket on United?
I think so.
And we'll pick you up at the airport?
Let's find out. I'd love to know. I'm sure you can figure that out. Call Greg.
I wonder with the last few days and what's the name with the Raiders being PO'd, he had to fly commercial. I wonder if other organizations say, hey, for an extra $700, let's don't go chintzy here. Let's take
but Max is like that one. I probably would have put in the private jet category. You give up multiple first rounders.
Two first rounders?
Yeah, you give up multiple first
jets?
rounders. 2 first rounders equals private jet. That's just simple math.
Then you got to load in the car and drive your ass yourself on the Beltway from D.C. to Baltimore?
Yeah, they you know what that tells you? It tells you Baltimore got cold feet before Max Crosby even got to the facility.
Yep. They were trying to get as much time in between to see if something was salvageable.
Okay, I'm not going to reach out to Greg, but I'm going to throw this out to somebody else.
That means he's really texting Greg right now.
I am definitely not. I can prove that.
Definitely texting Greg.
Yeah, I'm proving that I'm not. Okay. Well, we'll see.
It says Greg Penner right there.
Yeah. All right. Anything else on your brains there, Scotty? Memphis tonight? No dumb question. No dumb question. If you're sitting AG, why not just sit out Jamal too?
Well, do we know 100% that that's not going to happen?
I don't know it 100%. I just know about AG, but I'm throwing it at you. Listen, I want to win this game. I think the Nuggets can go 10-3 in their final 13 games, Scott, which would give them 52 wins, which is more and a better record than last year. I think that is very achievable. When you look at the rest of the schedule, dude, it's like, oh, we got some easy ones here because teams are just going to lay down. I mean, you got Utah twice. You got Portland a couple times. This game against Memphis, they've lost 8 in a row, Scott.
And we know because we got a message from Scott. They didn't get home until 4:45 in the morning.
Well, Scott was good to tell us that. So, I don't know, man. I think I'd take it easy on Jamal, too. That doesn't mean they will, but, I wouldn't blame them if they did.
Yeah, I think it'll be up to him. I think in his last 2 games, he's like 5 of 21.
Yeah, you know what? I mean,
something like that.
Hey, no dumb question. Do you know who was on the flight or not?
I didn't really pay attention, but I think almost everybody.
All right. My point is, not only would I not play AG or Jamal, I would have told them to stay back in Denver. Like, this is a dumb trip. And just give my guys that I really need down this stretch, give them a break if you can.
But because of what transpired, a month ago, you've almost in a position. There's no way you can lose this game.
I think you can. All right. Well, I think they can go 10-3 and be okay. What do you think their record needs to be in these last 13 games?
Well, I think if they go 9-4, they'll be good.
Okay, cool. So this can't be one of the losses?
Not when it's a game that it should be an automatic win.
Yeah, but
I mean, it's kind of
an
scheduled loss is what it is. But you fought yourself into a playoff hunt, and there's a game separating 3 and 6.
All right, I don't know, man. If they win tonight, good on them if they can figure out how to win tonight. I think it's ridiculous. I think they're going to win the vast majority of the games down the stretch here.
Hey, no dumb question here, but I have a story to tell you.
All right.
I have a story to tell you that involves you.
Okay.
It does. I'm at the neighborhood 7-Eleven yesterday.
Yeah.
Okay. Pumping gas because that might be in my next career sometime.
Second job.
Yep.
Yeah.
You never know. You never know where you're gonna have to pump gas.
Never know.
Pumping my own gas.
Yeah.
Minding my own business.
Yeah.
There's a guy pumping gas just right on the other side.
Yeah.
His wife was driving the car, so she's like one window over, if you're picturing the full scenario here, right?
Okay. Yeah.
She rolls down the window and she just yells out, "DMac's wrong." And I go, "Oh,
wow.
yeah?"
Wow.
I go, "Oh, yeah? DMac's wrong? About what?" She goes, "He's wrong."
Just in general?
Is there something specific that he's wrong about? She goes, "He's just wrong." I'm like, you know what? I've never met a person in 2 minutes that I understood more than this lady. And the guy looks at me and he goes, "She's crazy. She listens to you guys all day, every day." I said, "Well, listen, thank you for listening. And you are right. DMac is wrong."
Well, I can't help it if the guy's got a stupid wife. It's PhD here on 92.5.
Hey, if you're in the market for a new or pre-owned vehicle, go to the best dealership in Colorado, Phil Long Ford. Phil Long Ford's got the best prices, the best customer service, and the best inventory. I think relationships matter. That's why I've been going to Phil Long Ford for a very long time. Send all my family and friends there. They're going to take care of you. They're going to respect you. They're going to give you the best price. They're going to get you in and out, and you're going to find the vehicle of your dreams because there's over 8,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. So whether you're looking for a new vehicle or a pre-owned vehicle, the vehicle of your dreams is already on the lot at Phil Long Ford, and they've already got the best prices at Phil Long Ford. They also have an award-winning service department, so once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced over at Phil Long Ford, and you're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let them know that your friend Tyler sent you on over. Check them out online at phillongford.com.
Hey, any of you out there going through a tough situation as far as a divorce goes, or possibly something happened, you got carried away, you found yourself in some sort of DUI mess? Let me tell you about a new group that I've got to know over here the last week or so, and just fantastic people. It's the Reputation Law Group. They specialize in divorce and DUI matters, and if you know someone, whether it's yourself or a friend or a family member facing tough times, going through that divorce or a DUI, you need the Reputation Law Group on your side. They're easy to get a hold of. You can schedule a free consultation with these just powerhouse attorneys. Go to thereputationlawgroup.com. That's thereputationlawgroup.com. They can help you get through these tough times. Don't try going through this by yourself. You're in a lose-lose situation anyway. Get an advocate for you. Get the Reputation Law Group on your side today.
If you missed it, you can go back on YouTube, and it's like a DVR, audio DVR. But we did talk or have the Jaylen Waddle press conference on. And he said in a fun way he would stands by his claim that he would still beat the shizzle out of Pat Surtain. But it was obviously with a nod and a wink. Fun moment. What were your biggest takeaways from hearing from Jaylen Waddle earlier today?
You know, here's my thought on Jaylen Waddle. He feels like the anti-diva, and I love it. Cortland Sutton's already an anti-diva wide receiver. We've got one of those on our football team right now. I was big on the A.J. Brown trade. If we got A.J. Brown, we were getting a diva. You know, and Jaylen Waddle doesn't appear to have an ounce of diva in him. You know, even when asked about the number one thing, he quickly dodges it. There's no reason for me to answer that question, right?
Yep.
I like his guardedness. I like that he's not like overly boisterous, all those sorts of things. He's calm and confident and feels like an anti-diva.
Scott?
When he says he still stands by being able to whip Surtain, that's either diva or just a really super funny guy inside. So I'll go with Tyler and say he's more like that. But he's a talent. I asked Tyler, and we've kind of all played with that guy. You can even use Jamal Murray as an example. Jamal Murray made an all-star team this year. We felt like maybe the last few years Jamal Murray was an all-star. But he didn't have that slash on his resume, did he? I feel like Waddle, the way he plays, especially with the team where it's been, that guy's a Pro Bowl player. But guess what he ain't got? He ain't got a chevron on the sleeve that says Pro Bowl. So I don't think he's a diva, but I tell you what, I think you probably got in pure talent a more clear-cut number one, and a guy that you were hoping Jerry Jeudy would have turned out to be for you 7 years ago.
You know, by the way, nice reference to chevron on the sleeve. You got a gold. You got like a Band of Brothers gold star for that one, my friend. That was good.
Well,
that
that's
was
next.
good.
That's next right there.
I'll tell you this. You could just listen to Jerry Jeudy a little bit, and you could sort of be like, something's going on here. Like, all right. You sort of shrug your shoulders. You kind of roll your eyes because at the end of the day, who cares? It depends what you can do on the field. Now, in Judy's case, when things were going wrong because he had rabbit ears, it was a distraction. It wasn't great. And boy, oh boy, did they want to get rid of him if they could. And they had to be careful around him. And it just messed with things. You know what I'm saying? Now, he's had some good times there with the Browns. He certainly tore the Broncos up, right? But it just wasn't happening. Cortland Sutton, if anybody's been lucky enough to be around Cortland Sutton, he's like the greatest guy in the world. And you certainly understand why he's been a captain and such a leader in that in the locker room. Russell Wilson was weird, man. He was divisive in that locker room. Yeah, I mean, there were some guys that stood by him and swore by him, whatever, but he didn't connect with everybody. And what you want right now, you want to keep the vibes of that locker room going. The last thing in the world, because you've introduced so few new guys, nobody really, except for him at this point. That seems to be, as well as the talent, critically important. That was my impression, that this is going to be a good fit. That was my biggest takeaway.
I agree with that. And Sean Payton made a decision this year that culture and continuity is more important than talent. That's really the decision that they made this offseason. You know, they feel like the guys that they've got are good enough. Are there guys in the NFL that could have been better than Jaleel McLaughlin? Yeah, of course there are, you know, but what our guys are telling us, they're choosing culture, they're choosing continuity, and it really is a fairly new concept in the NFL where you've got roster turnover that is not comparable to any other league.
I like it. I like it a lot, man. So anyways, we'll revisit more with Jaylen Waddle in the interview with Let's Football Go with Dan in about 10 minutes or so. Just a reminder, tune in all day tomorrow and Friday for the NCAA tournament from Westwood One, presented by the Reputation Law Group, specializing in divorce and DUI matters. To schedule a consultation with these attorneys, go to the reputationlawgroup.com. That's the reputationlawgroup.com. We will have another keyword also coming up in 10 minutes as we have a special Nuggets Ticket Wednesday. Guys, did you catch the final of the WBC? Did you see any highlights? Did you see any vibes from it? Did you catch anything from the WBC?
I just saw the guys getting their silver medal on their neck and taking it off before they get to the dugout.
What did you think of that moment? What did you think of that?
Good for you.
Good for you? That's what you thought? Like, good for you guys?
Yeah, that was Big Butt from Seattle, right?
There's a couple guys that took the medal off before they got to the dugout. I thought that was a little... Listen, I understand you're not thrilled by it, but I could have done without that moment from Team USA.
Why?
Do you know what Bryce Harper did after the game? He went over, he hung on the field, and he hugged and shook hands with the guys from Venezuela.
Yep.
I think there's moments of sportsmanship that you don't have to do, but I think are cool to do. And, like, I get it. You didn't like the consolation award. I gotcha. But you know what? Be gracious. Be gracious in your losses as well as your victories. You know, this was an exhibition tournament after all. It wasn't the Olympics or whatever. And even Nate McKinnon, although he looked at that stuffy like it was the worst thing in the world, he didn't take it and throw it in a garbage can in front of cameras.
Pretty much did. What are you talking about?
He looked at it. He looked at it poorly, but he just didn't dispose of it. It wasn't my favorite moment, and I think Team USA got caught up a little bit. I was blown away how the country of Venezuela reacted, and I felt so good, Scott, for Tovar from the Rockies. This is a guy who's going to go through the prime of his career, you realize, losing 100 games a season. He's going to be the centerpiece of one of the worst teams in MLB history, and it's certainly not his fault. And for a moment, he got to be on top of the world. I'm rooting for Team USA, but when I saw moments like that and saw the reaction from the fans of Venezuela, to me, I was like, all right, that's cool. I'm fine with the USA losing because look how much more it meant to those guys and their fans than it did to Team USA.
The world, when it comes to international competition, at least from the men, it seems like gets it better than we do here. I mean, on one hand, you're the second best team in the world at something, which is pretty high mighty. I mean, go back and look at the Olympics we just watched and how many people are in tears to get a bronze, let alone a silver. But to the Americans, I feel like, and especially those guys, and one of the reasons you have pro athletes, I think it diminishes it a little bit. Bryce Harper's going to go back to Washington or Philly, wherever he's at now. Is he Philly or Washington?
Philly.
Where's he at?
Philly,
and cash in his $65 million a year check and be awful happy. I just don't think we get it here like they do. And you call it an exhibition, and I guarantee you that's what some people call it, but I promise you the Italian team, the Venezuelan team, the Dominican Republic team,
sure.
they ain't looking at it as an exhibition.
And then DeRosa, the manager, I told you he should have been fired. He doesn't use his best pitcher in the ninth inning with the game tied because he wanted to honor the Padres. But he said, if we had the lead, I would have used him. What's the difference?
Wait, I don't know. What do you mean? He wanted to honor the Padres?
Mason Miller, who was unreal. I mean, he was incredible in this tournament, throwing at 102 miles an hour almost every single pitch. I think he faced 50 batters. He struck out 39. Nobody got a hit off him. I mean, he was incredible. So instead of pitching him in a tie game in the ninth inning, DeRosa, who's an idiot, put in another dude who gave up a run. And he was asked about it afterwards and said, well, I want to do right by the Padres, so I didn't want to use him unless we had the lead.
Meaning overutilize him?
Yeah. Yeah, and I'm
if that's not the definition of exhibition, I don't know what is.
Well,
if we're worried about being respectful of the guy's clubs and not winning a ball game, that's the definition of exhibition.
He's a closer. He wouldn't have pitched to more than one inning, 3 batters, 4 batters, one way or the other. What's the difference? I mean, the logic there is so dumb. And this is DeRosa, who didn't know the rules of the tournament going into it as well. And then, I don't know, man, like, I'm not rooting against Team USA, okay? Not at all. But boy, do they make it hard for me to feel passionate for them on a variety of different ways in this tournament. So, but Bryce Harper did it a 2-run homer in the bottom of the 8th to tie the game. I mean, that is electric what he did. It was awesome. I'm up for great competition at the highest level, guys. And that's what I think we saw internationally for baseball. I thought we saw Venezuela beat Japan. They beat Italy, which is an American team, and they beat Team USA. And they lost to the Dominican Republic. But it didn't matter because they got through the pool and they got through the rest of it. It's just awesome. And I don't know why we don't embrace more international play, Scott. Has that always been the case here? Is that always? Why do you think that is here in the United States?
For a million years, it was like the Olympics, and we come around, once every 4 years in the winter and once every 4 years in the summer back in the day, and that was our scope of international play. And then as you grow up, and for me, even growing up, and middle of the college, all of a sudden you realize, wait a minute, they have these world championship games, and they have these this, and basketball and soccer and all these other events around the world. I mean, they have world championships in almost every single sport, and you never hear about those in the United States, do you?
Well, it's a wrap on that, and then we get to baseball. Good for Tovar because he's going to suffer playing short for another 100-loss season, but he's got that moment, and that's damn cool. All right, hey, congratulations to Kobe Cross of Arvada. He picked 5 teams, and just for entering the Not Another Bracket contest, he gets himself a $50 gift card to Bojo's, which is a fantastic place for pizza and more. So way to go, Kobe. When we come back, let's football go. Yeah, we heard from Jaylen Waddle. Let's see what he's got to say coming up next.
Hey, if you're looking for a simple one-day solution to reverse your bald spot, receding hairline, or thinning hair, call my friends over at Advanced Hair Restoration today at 720-459-HAIR. Call and ask about their Advanced FUE. Nobody can offer anything like the Advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair Restoration. They've already changed tens of thousands of lives, and that includes mine, by the way, and you deserve to be the next one. When you go to Advanced Hair, you're going to be in a calm and relaxed environment with the best of the best. Dr. Tanya Pauls is legendary. The entire staff at Advanced Hair, fantastic at what they do. And they believe in what they do to the degree that they're going to guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. Lifetime guarantee with your own natural hair starting to regrow the very next day. So don't waste time. Call Advanced Hair Restoration at 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off. Or check out the before and after photos at advancedhair.com.
Here we go, a special ticket Wednesday. We have your chance to win tickets to go see Utah when they come to town on the 27th to take on Denver. Text the keyword Lewis. Think about that for a second. Is it Louis or Lewis? You know what I'm saying. Louis. I guess that could be Louis as well. Right now to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name, and you're entered. Louis, whatever you want to say it. Louis. The Wilhite Law Firm gives you the chance to win big on and off the court. Visit them at wilhitewins.com. Again, this hour's keyword, Louis. We'll announce our winner coming up here in 30 minutes. Best of luck. Thank you to Mountain High Appliance. I'm glad that Jaylen Waddle still has confidence that he could beat up Pat Surtain. Find them at mountainhighappliance.com. Dan, Bud, Squints, Tanner, let's football go.
All right, yeah, let's hear some cuts from Jaylen Waddle's introductory presser this morning. He passed his physical. The trade is official. He is officially a Denver Bronco. First cut from Jaylen. Short but sweet answers here, guys. Jaylen, on what type of skill set does he add to the Broncos wide receiver room?
I think I'm just bringing another playmaker to the team, someone that can help out and, try to make plays the best of my ability.
So let me ask you guys this. Is there a specific skill set that you would like to see Jaylen Waddle add to the Broncos offense?
Yak! Yeah. A dude that actually converts yards after the catch. We got possession, guys. We got that. Troy Franklin's like a tweener. He's got the potential to be a yak guy, but he's really not. Marvin Mims was supposed to be a yak guy. He's not. He got 322 yards last year. We don't have anybody like this. This is the only dude that's got the ability to take an 8-yard slant route to the house.
They're all fast, but I'm going to guess causing separation initially gives you a better chance at yak.
Sure.
What is it that, because these guys all look athletically like they're kind of the same, talented. So what is it that separates guys who can do it and guys that struggle with it?
Well, it's probably what you just said right there. I mean, 2 feet, the ability to create 2 feet of separation in a 6-yard route. If you can do that, that's probably the difference of getting an extra 6 yards versus getting tackled on the spot.
What you don't see Tuesday through Sunday.
I guess not. You think that's what it is, Scott? The preparation?
That's the difference in guys. The great ones are never satisfied with their skill set. They're always working on it. They're always improving on it. They're always fine-tuning it. They're breaking down film. Every great player I've known, and I didn't know this when I played, and I wish I would have paid more attention. But every great player that I've heard talk, they talk about film, learning your opponent, learning and being critical of you. You can have a game in basketball, for example, and have 27, 5, and 2 and play a very average game. And those are great numbers by society standards. You can have a great game and have 8 catches and 74 yards or 84 yards, and everybody go, oh, man, what a great game. He was that. And you go back, if you're really honest, and look at yourself and say, dude, I broke that route off. That's of 84. I should have had 94. And so great players, it's the work we don't see that makes them great.
Okay. I think it's fascinating because on the surface, it's like, what's the difference? You're 5'11", you're 185, you run a 4.4, he runs a 4.4.
Yeah.
I mean, like, you're all great athletes, so why? Why this guy, not that guy?
That's why evaluation is so hard.
Yeah.
That's why when you go to the combine, you don't overly emphasize what happens at the combine on a 40-yard dash. Marvin Mims is fast.
Yeah.
Marvin Mims, in theory, should be able to do the things that Jaylen Waddle does. But when you fall in love with numbers and you skip the tape, you make bad evaluations.
Yeah, Scott.
If you were to evaluate Rod Smith and Marvin Mims, for example, on a 40-yard dash, and that's how you're going to draft, pick a guy, and I don't even think Rod was drafted anyway.
He wasn't. I'm going to say he's going to lose athletically. Like, Rod Smith is amazing. Like, there's nothing with Rod is overly athletic, in all honesty. But boy, could he play!
But if you look at what he did from in between Sunday and Sunday, his work ethic was just bar none. I mean, it was phenomenal, and that's why, still how many years retired now, Tyler? Probably nearly 20 years since he last played, 15 to 20, somewhere in there, 18. He's still the leading receiver in Broncos history, and still the league's leading receiver for non-drafted players. It's the work you don't see that can take an average athletic build guy and take them to new levels.
Next up, Dan.
Guys, here is Jaylen Waddle on what personal and team goals he would like to achieve here in Denver.
I wouldn't say nothing personal. I would say for the team, just take it week by week, and try to go out there and play a good brand of football, and try to stack some wins together.
Okay, so he said nothing personal, but if you guys were to say what would be a successful first season with the Broncos in your guys' mind for Jaylen Waddle, what would constitute a successful year one in Denver?
I'll go 85 catches, some minimums here, 1,000 yards receiving, and give me 6 touchdowns, and I'll call it a day on that one.
It's not bad. Give me an average of 16 yards every time you touch the ball.
That'd be good.
Because that's what he should do, right?
Yeah.
Whether that's on a 6-yard route or whether that's on a 20-yard bomb, right? Give me an average of about 16 yards. I'm gonna up the touchdowns a little bit, 8.
Okay.
And 1,000 yards sounds about right.
How about a Pro Bowl too? He makes his first Pro Bowl with the Broncos.
Cool.
Scott?
I think there's a great chance. I think there's a very good chance.
I mean, there's something else that's the bigger thing. We're on a fire truck in February. That's the big thing. Fire trucks in February is
all right.
Is
I want you on the first truck.
I'm gonna put him on the first truck. Save his.
I want you to earn a spot on the first truck.
Let's all be waddling in the parade. Wouldn't that be great if we're all waddling? If waddling becomes a thing here in Denver, and you're on the first truck. Yeah, how about that?
How many penguin suits are we going to be seeing at Broncos games this year?
We'll have a couple. That'll be fun. They could work as insulation as well.
Tyler, would you rock a penguin suit at in the Broncos suite? That
No.
you get free tickets to?
Absolutely not.
That Tyler's getting paid to be at.
That sounds really hot and sweaty. Why would I do that?
No.
Let's go to a game in December. It'll warm you up.
Yeah, that'd be great.
No, I'm good.
Wear your penguin suit in the VIP suite.
I'll wear a fake sumo suit. I'll do that. Go back to my roots.
Scott, I feel like I shut you off there. What else would you say would be a good season there for Waddle?
70+ catches, 1,000 yards, and 6 touchdowns or above.
Okay. All right, we're all kind of in the same ballpark then, and I think that's fair expectations. I guess the next question would be, what do you want to see from Courtland Sutton? I think you get less yards. You get less yards. You're going to get a little less.
Well, let's define something.
Go ahead, Scott. I want to see the ham and egg era of McCaffrey and Smith.
Like matching.
I want to say, where are you double teaming? Are you going to play zone now on this side? How are we going to do this? If so, listen, we're going to zone up. We're going to do this. Maybe also we have now, because of the threats on the outside, we have an emergence of Evan Ingram. Listen, in fact, I think they had 1,000 yards between McCaffrey, Smith, and then Shannon Sharp led in touchdowns.
Oh, that's very possible.
Give me something like that. Let me see the ham and egg of the McCaffrey Smith era with Sutton and Waddle.
Does
and then let Evan Ingram sneak in there now?
Let me throw in a question here as we go through questions from Dan. Is this an indication that Sean Payton is not really going to be committed to running the ball?
Sean Payton making that decision?
I think he's setting up the offense.
Really?
I think he's giving a first-time caller a little bit more options talent-wise, and now, here's the interesting thing, and I was going to ask this earlier. If you can get 13 games out of Dobbin, you happy?
I think I am now, yeah.
Wait, hold on.
Well, when am I getting
exactly,
them?
exactly.
All right, fair enough.
Yeah.
It's a yes and no. If
you give me the final 13,
yeah,
sure,
exactly. How about you give me the first 5? He can sit out the middle 4, and I get the rest of the season. I'd be fine. Like, how about
first 7, misses some in the middle, and
like
then finishes the last.
That's
6.
what Surtain had last year. It was a Surtain injury, right? Happened in the middle of the month, in middle of the year. He missed 4 games. You won them all, and he was back for the playoffs and the end of the season. I'll take that. I'll be fine with that. But if it's week 13 and he's out for the year, Scott, I mean, that's gonna suck.
Mm-hmm.
That's different. So I guess that sort of depends.
I think you need a big bump year from R.J. Harvey so you can surely have a 2-back system.
Oh my God! You know what they need, Scott? They need to draft Mike Washington Jr. and have
good luck.
Good luck on that.
Oh, I'm sorry. What's our Notre Dame guy?
Jadarius Price.
Yeah, you're talking about Arkansas.
I'm talking about Price is a first-round guy. We don't have a first-round pick. I mean, Jeremiah Love is going to be the highest Notre Dame back, and then Price is going to be the second one. If he gets out of the first round, I mean, he's going to go early in the second round, and the Broncos just aren't sniffing that. That ain't going to be the case. So that ain't happening. Mike Washington Jr., Arkansas. You don't have a third-round pick right now, so you got to fire away at the second round if you want a running back like that. And that might be even shooting a little too high. You probably could get him maybe in the third round, but you don't have a third-round pick. So, I don't know, man. That's who I'm looking at. I still want an impact offensive player in the second round at pick 62. Tell me who it is. And I won't be upset if Eli Stowers falls that far, but I don't think he will. But it's going to be that's the conversation for the rest of the time. Hey, Scott, you got a good year here, man. And you're asking about Jaylen Green. Jaylen Green in God, the 5th round. I don't know. Not the 5th round. No. But you know what? Guys like that fall. Like guys like that are available like in the 7th round. That does happen. Everybody gets all excited about them, but teams, there's too many still good players out there, for a guy that's a hope and a dream. But 7th round? Let's go. Next one, Dan.
All right, guys, last one here from new Broncos wide receiver Jaylen Waddle. Here he is talking about his ability to play at different spots on the field at wideout.
I think over my my time, I got a chance to play, all over the place. So I think that helps just knowing the offense inside and out, being able to put me in different spots. So I think that's always helpful, just being able to go around and play different positions.
Tyler, what kind of advantage or extra advantage will this give the Broncos offense with Jaylen Waddle's ability to play in the slot or on the outside?
Yeah, Mike Sanford did a little bit of research, and I was surprised by it. Mike told me that Waddle was primarily an outside wide receiver. His body type just screams slot. Based off the personnel that we've got on this team, I think his primary role should be in the slot. But that's what makes him great, man. He is a utility knife that, the word jokers, God, I think we're all sick of that word, right?
It doesn't mean anything.
But for lack of a better word, you can put him in different spots. You can put him outside. You can put him inside. You can put him in the backfield. You can do some creative things with him.
You going to hand the ball off to him?
Maybe.
You tried that with
Mims.
Mims.
You did that with Mims.
All right. Maybe. We'll see how creative they get. All right. Hey, want to congratulate our guy, Justin Forsythe from Lafayette. His 5 teams are Duke, Arizona, Michigan, Houston, and Illinois. He gets $50 to Bojo. That's just entering the contest. How about that? So you still got time to get into Not Another Bracket contest. Give it a shot. It's simple. And join us at the Buffalo Rose in Golden tomorrow to watch the tournament with some great prizes. Play Pop-A-Shot. Have a great time at the oldest bar in Colorado. It's an awesome place. Vic likes to have dinner once a week in the summer with the Queen of Chicken with a glass of wine at the Buffalo Rose. So he said today. I don't know. He has to work the next couple days. We'll see you out at the Buffalo Rose starting tomorrow at 10 o'clock. Scott, I know you got to get on your high horse to get off to the gym for the game tonight. What are your thoughts? Aaron Gordon out. Everybody else is expected to play from what I'm reading. Travel problems for the Nuggets last night again. So quick turnaround after a blowout win last night. What are your thoughts going into tonight against Memphis?
You got to survive the first half, take command of the game the entire second half, go home, get a little rest tomorrow, and then get right back to another big game you need to win on Friday and then an early game Sunday.
Are you guys just chilling and spending the night in Memphis, or are you getting right back?
Well,
are you coming right back?
I'll be back about 1.
Oh, my God. Wow. Okay, well, safe travels. That is exhausting. Can I ask a dumb question? Why not just stay the night and leave tomorrow at like 1:30 in the afternoon?
Because I got an appearance I have to be at, at some Buffalo Rose place.
They got to get Scotty home.
That's the reason.
Scotty's got to go.
Scott's got to go.
Yeah, I catch the opening of March Madness at the Buffalo Rose, and we got to hang out there.
All right. Well, your level of commitment is outrageous. We expect to have a text to let us know you arrived safely.
I will.
We would appreciate it.
I will.
Tonight,
See you, boys.
Nuggets and the Grizz. Thank you, Scott. AM 950, 6 o'clock pregame for that. 7 o'clock pregame on 92.5. Avs and the Stars. We'll preview that coming up next. Avs and Stars tonight. Nice interview with Bedsy with the morning show where they did ask him the tough questions, and that included how do you feel about what Nathan McKinnon said, which could be looked at as criticism towards the coach. And Bedsy was like, no, I agree with him. Wasn't our best, and we got to be better and all that sort of stuff. And okay, all right, here we go. Like tonight's the night. I think they were looking past the Penguins, but I think the Stars were looking past the Utah Mammoth, and they both lost in kind of convincing ways, 7-2 and 6-3 respectively. And so tonight, there you go. Hey, Dan, because I'm not sure about this. I guess I should have done some more digging. And I think he's still out, but I'm asking about Mikko.
He's out.
He's definitely out? Okay.
That's what I read. He's out with lower body.
Yeah, he's still out.
Okay. All right. Well, then I'll say hi to him up in the press box later tonight.
By the way, did you see Sid up there?
I did. Oh, okay. Sidney Crosby?
Yeah. I thought they showed him on television. It looked like he was sitting in the press box.
You know, he probably was, but I just didn't take notice of it. Saw Sammy G, though. Classic hockey look, the suit with the wool cap. And I'm looking at him with the suit and the wool cap, and with the wool cap in particular, and I'm in the same place he is. And I just didn't feel like I needed a wool cap.
But would it have been nice?
Not really. It would have been itchy.
But was it a good-looking wool cap?
They all look the same. They really, it's like I got to wear a suit to be outside if it's 15 degrees out. Because, no dumb question here. When was the last time you wore a wool cap? Skiing?
I mean, what are you describing as a wool cap?
I'm
like,
talking
are you
about
just
a
saying?
toque.
Are you just
a
saying?
Wool
are you
hat.
just saying any beanie? Are you calling any beanie a wool hat?
Sure.
Huh?
Oh, why? Do you have different beanies for different occasions?
Well, I don't think all beanies are wool.
Get over the wool. We'll just call it a beanie. But it's a warm beanie.
Wool to me is the really itchy one.
Holy cow, are you guys getting caught? Whatever.
If you would use proper English,
whatever
we
you
wouldn't
want to
get
call
hung
it.
up.
Do you not know what I'm talking about?
I know what a beanie is.
You're wearing the beanie.
Yeah.
Last time you wore a beanie.
When I went skiing?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Actually, I didn't even wear it then because I wore a helmet.
You wear a helmet, but, theoretically, if after even skiing, when I'm done skiing, I can walk from one place to another without a beanie on.
Yeah.
I'm gonna live.
In a minute.
I'm gonna be in the car in a second.
Hockey rinks are cold.
Then how are we all surviving? All right, whatever. It's the hockey look. It's just weird. I'll say hi to Mikko.
By the way, Stars without Mikko, 14-1-1 since he's been out.
Is that right?
How about that?
Well, that's interesting.
Without Mikko.
So what are you trying to say, Dan?
Yeah,
I'm just
say what you're trying to say.
I'm just telling you what the record is.
Yeah.
Well, they are coming off a loss, but they've been unbelievably hot before then. I think they had won like 13 in a row or something crazy like that. Actually, the only loss they had was the overtime loss to the Avs.
And then Utah the other night.
Utah the other night.
Yeah.
All right. Well, tonight's a big night. Tonight's as big as it gets. And they do face Dallas one more time before the end of the season, too. So, wow, that's kind of fun. I cannot believe the Avalanche at this point are sweating it out. They're up.
It feels fun to have a really big game, doesn't it? I am fired up to watch this one.
I got to admit, man, I was at that Penguins game, and there were a lot of Pittsburgh fans there. There were tons of fans there, and I was just like, okay. But there was nothing about that game that got your juices going. And the players obviously felt the same way. They played like it. So it wasn't really exciting going into the game. Crosby wasn't playing. Gerard wasn't playing.
So here's the question. How will we tangibly feel the changes that Nathan McKinnon put into place?
Well, as we found out.
And I did say Nathan McKinnon put into place.
Do we know who they brought up for their
12th?
Their extra forward?
I will check.
All right. Doesn't Taylor McCarr play forward? Couldn't you?
Dude, he scored a sick goal the other night for the Eagles.
Is he hurt or something?
He was playing the other night.
Did you guys see that goal that was going everywhere on Twitter on the shootout from I don't even know what league that was.
KHL.
That was the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen in my entire life.
That was unreal.
Behind the back, backhanded.
It wasn't backhanded.
It wasn't?
No.
Hold on.
Because the guy was able to take the blade of the stick
behind his back and flip it up. It wasn't backhanded, but
Really?
he did it behind his back with the blade of his stick. It was unbelievable.
Okay. Well, regardless, he literally did like a NBA behind the back.
It was
boom,
insane.
Shot.
It was unbelievable.
I've never seen anything like that in my life.
In competition.
I thought that was AI. I thought there was no
crazy.
way that this is a real life goal.
It was a real life. It was unbelievable.
Somebody bring that man to the NHL.
Oh. Yeah. See,
There we
watch.
go.
Go ahead, Dan. Play it. We'll do the little play-by-play. Yeah, he got it's so fast, but he draws it behind his back. But he he flips it with the blade of his stick.
Yeah, yeah.
Isn't
you're
that
right.
insane?
Nuts.
Bam! That is one of the sickest shots you'd ever see. It's a shootout in the KHL.
How
Must be
the
an
hell
overtime
do you
thing.
know where you're putting that puck?
I mean, I think every goal in the NHL is luck. So, who knows if he knows where it's going or not. But
I mean, that dude just turned and one into a hockey goal.
that was pretty special. So, yeah, it's a super meaningful game tonight. It's huge. Congratulations to Aaron Espinoza, our winner for the Nuggets and the Jazz coming up on the 27th. Way to go. Nate and Andy will have more tickets to give away, or more keywords for tickets to give away for that. So way to go, Aaron Espinoza. Nate and Andy will also be joining us out at a variety of places as we get off of work, and the morning show does have to work, and they'll be crying about it for the next couple of days. But we'll see you at the Buffalo Rose tomorrow, and then at Stoney's on Friday. But that'll be fun to get the tournament going. Do you consider the games that happened yesterday the tournament?
Yes.
That's the tournament?
It's first four.
Okay, so that's the tournament. The tournament has started.
You were in the field of 68. You played a game to advance. That is the tournament. Yes. So big shout out to Texas.
Did you
clutch victory?
Did you watch it all?
I did. Yes. I was honestly, guys.
Well, you had a lot going on if you watched that too.
No, I was I
dig that Grateful Dead Nugget shirt.
Thank
by
you.
The way.
I DVR'd the Nuggets game last night because I was hooked on the baseball game.
Okay.
The drama was fantastic.
So baseball was number one priority.
Baseball was number one. Yeah. Texas NC State was, and then I started watching that, and then by the time I started looking over at the Nuggets game, I was like,
it was out of
holy
control.
crap. So I went back and I rewatched the first half this morning.
Well, that's all you needed.
And that's it. And a great win last night. But here's the thing. Like I told you guys, I'm Nuggets Zen. I will continue to be. I don't know what they're going to do tonight.
Tonight I have no idea.
Second night of a back-to-back against the Grizzlies C squad. I have no idea what they're going to do.
Grizzlies have lost 8 in a row, but we've talked to Scott 2.5 hours on the tarmac because of travel delays again, which is unbelievable. Scott said his head hit the pillow at about 5:17 a.m.
Travel delays to get to a rescheduled game. Thank you, NBA.
Jeez.
Couldn't we have just banged this one? Couldn't we have just said, look, the Grizzlies aren't trying.
Go and play 81 games?
Yes, just
well done baseball. You know what? There should have been an auto simulate
Baseball
rule.
does do that.
Baseball does do that sometimes.
For the back-to-backs that don't make sense,
right?
They're scheduled losses. Do an auto simulate. Every now and then you might get a surprise.
This sucks because this was supposed to be like an easygoing homestand for the Nuggets when the schedule was first released, and now you have to go to Memphis and play these guys like on the second night of a back-to-back.
Here's what's crazy. It's happened to the Nuggets and the Avalanche.
Yeah.
Where they were there. It wasn't their fault. Like, it wasn't, we couldn't get there because of weather. We're already here.
We're here.
You can't play the game. And the Avs had to do it, which was a huge pain in the ass going back to Nashville.
Why can't we just do the empty arena thing? They do it sometimes. It's been done. They did it in Italian soccer because of the betting scandal. You're allowed to.
I mean, we did it for COVID.
We did it for COVID.
We did it a million times.
Garrett Bowles says thank you. Turned around his career.
Yeah.
Seriously, here's what we got. Who's the coach of the Grizzlies?
Is it Taylor Jenkins?
Then
still?
Taylor Jenkins plays David Adelman in NBA 2K26.
Yeah,
just
buddy.
call it good. Everybody sits in their office.
Good call.
You know what I mean? Just however it works out, it works out.
I have to
I could see Adelman low-key being a gamer.
Yeah,
He's a big binger. He's
It
a
is.
big
He
binge
told
watcher.
you guys on one of your interviews he watched Stranger Things. He's hip. He
Yeah,
knows.
Yeah.
It's KKSE FM HD1 Broomfield,
Oh,
Denver,
no, it's
Boulder.
that Finnish dude now. Yeah.
Well, then all the more reason he probably sucks. Let's do it.
Boy, there was not many pushback there on Nate. You could have gone with Taylor, and we would have all rolled with you on that.
Thomas Yasalo, that Finnish dude. I don't know, man. Aren't the Scandinavians really good at video games because it's really cold up there, so they're just inside playing video games all the time?
I thought they were just doing EDM and Molly.
Okay.
Yeah.
They're
death metal and hockey goalies.
Their constitution to get outside is
Burning
kind of
churches
ridiculous.
down with death metal people killing each other in the band.
Right, exactly.
So the WBC, were you happy for Venezuela?
I was, absolutely.
I ended up being happy for them too.
Very much so. It
Because
mattered.
they cared so much more, right?
So why would we watch if we're like, oh, we're happy there for them? Good for you.
Well, because we didn't realize the degree that we didn't care as much as they
Yes,
cared.
you did. You knew that a long time ago when they went out and got drunk.
Because Team USA's
What do you mean you didn't
manager
know?
had his head lodged completely
What
up
an
his
idiot.
rear end. What is he doing?
He's a moron.
okay,
Gunnar
Also,
Henderson
hey-
is hitting .429 in the tournament. I don't think we should start him at third base. Let's throw Alex Bregman in there. Then he's got Mason Miller available in the
Unbelievable.
ninth. Doesn't put him in there. Goes with Whitlock and Rogers. He deserved to lose.
So he didn't put Mason in there because he wanted to respect the Padres, right?
Yes.
That's what he said. If we're worried about respecting other organizations, it's exhibition at its finest. There's no point of playing this.
Yeah, but DeRosa didn't have to do that. He's making
He
up
didn't.
weak-ass excuses. Listen, the Padres weren't going to push
Oh, do you
back.
think he just used that because
Yes.
Omar
I think
Lopez
so. I
got
think so.
got a call from the Cubs about Daniel Palencia, and he negotiated with them. Did you see this? He negotiated it down to, if it's a one-run save situation, I'm allowed to use him, and the Cubs relented, and it was. And Palencia pitched the ninth last night and got the save for Venezuela.
Yeah, he was unbelievable.
That's better
He's been
managerial
unbelievable.
negotiation with the organizations, which is a key part of the skill set of managing a team in the World Baseball Classic, is you have to be able to smooth these things over with the organizations. He was better at it than Mark DeRosa.
Yeah, DeRosa
Doesn't
was
DeRosa work for the
For MLB Network.
Yeah, he's not even a real manager.
No.
Yeah,
Not
so he's
really.
afraid to even.
And he went on
you don't wanna
MLB
upset any of these
Network,
people.
and he showed his
Are you-
ass
are you doing
that he
Chubby
didn't
Bunny?
know the rules
Doesn't know the rules.
of the tournament.
Doesn't know the rules of the tournament.
Yeah. It just
Doesn't know
absolute
the rules.
clown show.
Doesn't use Mason Miller, who was unhittable.
Unhittable.
It's just
Moronic.
If it goes 10 innings and you lose, then
Also,
I mean, okay, whatever.
And look, I know it's squirrely baseball. Starters only go 4 innings. The environment was freaking electric in Miami last night.
It was unbelievable.
It was a tight game, and people were nervous, and it felt like big time baseball.
And when Bryce hit the 2-run homer,
it was massive. It was massive. And Team USA was all, pumping their fists and everything like that. That was great. And then, hey, Gino got him in the end.
how do you like the guys taking their medals off and throw them in a trash can before they get to the? Are you pro taking off the second place medal? Or
Yes,
anti?
it's a loser medal.
How big
yeah.
a medal was it though? Was
You
it
know.
like
medal?
I know, but is it like a real medal? Like the
Oh,
Olympic
yeah.
medals are like real medals.
Oh,
You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
Yeah, the
Like,
WBC.
this is-
what do they
I
give
got
them?
a feeling they haven't invested the same
Do you
kind
think-
of
you
money
think
in
you-
the WBC medal.
Do you think you could have unwrapped the medal to get to the chocolate?
It's a candy.
Well, do you remember what Spring got for the Taco Bell 50K?
Yeah.
What did you get?
He got a packet of,
bucket?
of
Sauce.
fire sauce
He got nothing.
with a piece of ribbon.
You know he got heartburn.
Yes, he did.
And maybe a little hey, he got to go trotting after the trot, if you know what I mean.
I had a moment last night, by the way, and it's ninth inning, and they're showing the rail on the USA dugout, and there's Bryce Harper next to Aaron Judge, next to Clayton Kershaw. And I just looked at my wife, and I was like, yeah, those 3 guys are worth about $1.5 billion put together right there.
About that.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
But
yeah.
they couldn't hit.
Hey,
You know what?
congratulations.
They weren't a team. They were not a team, and that's exactly how they played. Like not a team. In this entire tournament.
And
They
they
play
just
like guys that get ready to get back to spring training and start real stuff.
and they
next
had
week.
weird, angry energy the whole time.
They really did.
just-
They had old white angry man energy for some reason.
Just calm down,
Like
guys.
my grandpa. Grandpa, what are you upset about? I don't know. It's too hot.
I couldn't believe a team I
50.
was so excited about in the beginning was so unlikable by the end.
You're millionaire baseball players. You're not army guys. Like, stop cosplaying as soldiers, you dorks. My
Well, you know why
God.
they're mad? All their golf was ruined. All that easy spring training life got taken away from them. They had to do real interviews.
Which,
and
like,
real
Bryce
media.
Harper is all for. He's like, cool, I get to go be a
he's
red
never-
ass
well,
sooner.
He's never not angry. He's the
Exactly.
angriest dude going.
By the
Yeah.
way, Tovar, at least something good happened to that guy.
He had a good tournament.
Because he's painfully going to have to spend his 20s here in Colorado losing.
Did Sensatella pitch? Wasn't he
No,
available?
Senza did not pitch.
That's why they won.
That's why they won.
Right.
Yeah.
He pitched earlier in the tournament and sucked.
They used one of
And
the
that's why they lost.
They used one of the Oryx Buffaloes last night. That was the guy that Harper homered off last night rather than put Senza in the game. That tells you what they thought of him.
Well, because he's terrible.
Yeah. That's why Venezuela won.
But he's still a major leaguer.
Look,
he's on a major league
beat Japan. They beat Team USA.
They beat Italy.
They beat Italy. Their fans were excited about it. They cared. It turned into a good viewing experience. I thought the Classic was great. I was very entertained by every inning of it that I watched. So that was fun. Darren McKee, everybody, PhD, weekdays, noon to 3, right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, except for tomorrow.
What are you tomorrow?
Buffalo Rose.
You're not with me.
Well, metaphorically, we're all together.
Yeah, we're all together.
As the most important thing
But
is...
if people want to see you, you're 10 to noon. Or
10
to 2,
10
right?
to 2, and then 4 to 6. But it doesn't... Yeah, whatever. But the most important thing is we're not on the air
Go
like
watch
the
Hoops.
unbelievable
Hold
morning
on.
show.
Are you on 4 to 6 too?
I was told that things got moved.
Go watch Hoops.
Yeah,
Yeah,
gonna
go out to
watch
Buffalo Rose in Golden
Am
tomorrow.
I not?
I don't know.
All right, good.
Is there a new email? Well, I'll be out at the Buffalo Rose.
Just go watch basketball and hang out with somebody.
You're not there
Somebody's
till
going to be
Friday,
there.
right?
No,
you're there tomorrow.
No, I'm not there tomorrow.
Well, la-di-da.
That's what the email told me.
Are we sure? After what he said, I don't know if I know anything.
I signed up for both days. I put my name on.
Look at that.
Look at me. I signed up.
Someone's got a new truck to pay for, so he took your shift.
Yeah, I'll hang out and watch basketball all day. That's fine by me. Yes, it is the Kreckman and Lindahl show. We got a lot to do today. Obviously, massive Avalanche Stars game coming up this evening. Important Nuggets Grizzlies game, although it doesn't necessarily match that game in scope. Jeff Legwald coming up at 4:20. We have got Jaylen Waddle introductory Zoom press conference quotes from today. Did you realize the Broncos have not had a press conference for a new acquisition since Sean's been here? That's a thing.
I did know that.
Yeah, he
but
doesn't.
only because Leggy is not thrilled about it, thus a complaint I hear often.
Yeah, Mike McGlinchey, like Ben Powers. It started with those guys. None of them got press conferences. The guys get the new contracts. They don't get press
Hold
conferences.
the jersey up.
Unless it's like during OTAs and they can like slap them up at the podium or whatever. But like they don't do the pomp and circumstance of the new guy and your moment and all of that.
I think that's what gets Leggy. He'd like them to have their moment.
Yeah.
For some, it's the only moment they have. Whether Andy Gregory would have been the only moment that he had.
Yes.
Who was the old Chiefs pass rusher that we were talking about the other day? Oh, I think I was talking with Leggy about it. Remember him? Showed up. Frank Clark.
Frank
would have been the
Clark.
only moment he had, too. Because he had no moment once he got here. He was not interested in helping the Broncos win.
Andy, I didn't even remember he was on the Broncos until you said his name.
Oh,
And then I was
know.
like, oh, yeah, that rings a bell.
Remember, they were going to be teammates, and then they really weren't. I don't think either were healthy at the same time to even attempt to play together. They might have, but
There
who
is
knows?
a bell that has been mildly rung for me. Frank Clark was once on the Broncos. Remember some guys that barely did anything on the Broncos? Actually, don't. We could do that for the entire show today.
Yeah. Maurice Claret. What?
There's an air check happening then. All right, Andy. So the Nuggets kicked the ever-living crap out of the Sixers last night.
Loved it.
So
in theory.
Let me tell you where they won the game last night. They won the game in the second quarter. That's where they won the game because the starting unit went out last night and bludgeoned the talentless Sixers.
Yes.
As well they should.
But we all kept waiting for the give back.
Right.
we all kept waiting for the tax refund.
There was no give back. Second quarter last night, Valanciunas was a +8. Bruce Brown, who was great last night, was a +11. Spencer Jones was +8. Tim Hardaway was +6. There was no give back last night. The Nuggets never got generous. Their second unit went out, maintained the energy, put the distance between it, and made it a laugher. That's where they won the game. Like, yes, they got the lead in the first quarter, but then they didn't screw around. And so they just beat the ever-living hell out of a terrible team that just happened to be coming to town with none of their guys.
Yeah, but that's one of those where that's what you want.
That's
right?
what you should do.
That's what you're hoping to see. That was good to see this time of year.
It's what they haven't done enough of.
No, frankly, no, they haven't.
Yeah.
So, I liked it. Now, again, see, Spring and I got into this last week. That was a terrible game.
Yeah, it was not a
everybody
good
looks
game.
tired. Everyone's hurt. Is everybody
Well, the
hurt?
Nuggets didn't look tired. Nuggets looked great.
Nuggets looked like they were just fine.
Yeah,
They
they
were
looked
like
great.
I think even they had that thing in mind. Hey, how funny was Jokic with Drummond when he got the technical where he just kind of hugged him? And he didn't get rough with him, but he just wouldn't let him go anywhere. And he was begging for the technical. That I know that's kind of the things we don't want him to do right now. I had to laugh at that.
Was that his first technical of the year?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think there's been more than one other, but
he hasn't had many this year.
Yeah. No, he's been good about that. But last night, that was pretty funny.
And what's funny about it is, I mean, we've been talking about it. He's been griping a lot.
Yeah.
And yet he's not getting himself teed up. So he's clearly he's picking his spots. He's carefully
He knows
choosing
when
his
to
words.
just kind of call it off and let it go.
Yeah.
But-
It's all turn around and run back up the floor, and that will just be that.
But the hug last night was funny to me. Did you also catch the point? I almost wanted to have Spring get this. It sounded like a Kreckman and Lindahl conversation at one point. Do you remember who's doing play-by-play? I know Derek Fisher was doing the analyst.
Because, and I love this guy, Terry Gannon.
Okay.
TG, because he's the figure skating guy.
Okay.
Andy, I swear to God, if there was a broadcaster that I would trade careers with in a second, it would be him. He does figure skating in the NBA. Figure skating because it's so dramatic, and also it seems like the easiest broadcasting gig in the world.
You should just shut up.
I know it's not, because that guy is so effortless, and he sits there with Tara and Johnny and just kind of lets them do their thing, and he interjects where he needs to. He's so smooth. And then last night he's doing NBA. He didn't have a great NBA voice. Like, he's clearly there because he's a higher up at NBC, and he gets that gig, but he's not a bad broadcaster.
No. I thought they had a funny moment though. I give him kudos for artfully working it in. Derek Fisher, I can't remember the point he was trying to make, but he was trying to make a point about how the playoffs are this or that or something like that. So Terry made his point for him, just trying to be a good partner and help him out.
It happens
and
sometimes.
Then Fisher, when he gets done, Fisher goes, "I agree," and Terry goes, "Yeah, it was your point."
Those dudes, second half was some heavy lifting for the broadcast
there's a lot
crew.
of talking going on.
There
At
really
one point,
was.
Fisher's like, "Well, I don't want to make too much of it." He goes, "Go ahead. We got another quarter of this.
Fill the time."
It was so bad. If you were not a Nuggets fan, there's no way there was anything in that game for you.
And it's it's on NBC. It's a nationally televised coast-to-coast game.
And Channel 9, that was big Channel 9 last
Yeah.
night. That was not, you didn't have to have the
Snooze
peacock.
fest.
You could have got it on KUSA.
What?
The peacock.
Okay.
That's how Moser calls it. And I find it kind of funny, so I'm going to follow suit until we get told to make sure you say peacock.
Is that P' cock?
I don't know. The PUH peacock. It's a Moser thing.
Krecker. I had not heard that.
Yeah. You said it again this morning.
I don't.
But it does make me kind of giggle.
I don't get up early.
We can get up early now.
I may.
Just to see.
I may. I may need to hear that. Thank you.
Yeah, you don't need any of the streaming services to catch that snooze fest last night. That thing was on network television.
Yeah. But hey, good on the Nuggets for making it the snooze fest that it needed to be. Christian Braun was good.
Christian Braun was good.
Cam Johnson is he's starting to figure it out. And it isn't simply a he's being more aggressive thing. I think the Aaron Gordon effect on him is massive. Like, he just knows his role. He just fits into it so well. Like, think of Cam Johnson, like everything that he did in training camp with this team. You know, everything that he's doing October, November to get ready for the season, it's all role dependent on this team has a very clear delineation, a pecking order, and a power forward that takes up this spot on the floor and does every little thing extremely well. And Cam Johnson lost some of that, and I think he lost a part of his season as a result of it. I don't think it's a coincidence that Aaron Gordon has returned and Cam Johnson is playing his best basketball of the season.
I agree. I think also, again, it's a more defined role. Look, it's hard enough to come in here. You and I have talked about it because Aaron Gordon went through the transition period. All the new guys go through. It's Nikola Jokic, okay? You don't want to be screwing that up. It's Nikola and Jamal. What am I supposed to do?
Yeah.
And he's got a rougher time of it because he was trying to fill the MPJ role. Well, I'm not really just a stand in the corner, shoot three guy. I like to do a little bit more. How do I make my skill set meet yours? But when Gordon's out there, to your point, the role is more defined. By the way, from the great Tom Green.
Hold on. He's attacking the basket a lot more right now. Like he's shooting better, and he was 3 for 3 from 3 again last night. But he's attacking the basket in a way that actually makes sense. He's in the rhythm of the game.
What game was that? A couple weeks. They had a game last week where he actually got going because he went to the hoop. He went to the hoop, like you said. He went to the hoop, got it going in, started feeling better, and, of course, then the three-point shot followed.
I think the AG thing is massive. It's Kreckman and Lindahl.
No, Tom Green texted us. I have to tell you this.
Okay, we'll do it on the other side. We have got a keyword for you.
I don't want one.
No keywords for you?
Had enough.
It's a Ticket Wednesday. We've got a keyword for you. We'll do that coming back on the other side. Plus, we got Jaylen Waddle quotes that you want to hear. How does he fit into the Broncos? He tells us next.
Guys, Andy Lindahl for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. How's the old sex life been lately? If it's not been great, then it's time to head on over to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. If you're suffering from erectile dysfunction, that's a drag. That's what DMac likes to say. That's a drag. Well, don't let it be a drag. Go ahead and get it fixed. Get it fixed now over at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. You know, they've got a lot of options for you. It's not just a one-size-fits-all kind of situation for them. They've got treatments that work when the pills and herbals fail and treatments with success rates well over 90%. Some treatments will have you lasting an hour or more if that's what you're after, and they've served the front range at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic for nearly a decade. They've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. So if you're dealing with ED, time to get back into the swing of things, time to get that old feeling back, time to be winking at everybody like, you know, the Big Hurt does. So get on into the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Tell them what's going on with you. Schedule that consult. They'll let you talk to a Colorado licensed medical provider at the first visit. You'll have a T and a PSA test, and if medically advised, you'll get a test dose. This is all $99. However, if the test dose isn't working in the office, then it's free, so nothing to lose there. They have an expert staff, and if you're like a lot of men, you could be ready for action the day after your appointment. 5 locations to serve you, all up and down I-25 in Fort Collins and the Springs. Also find them in Castle Rock in a great revamped location, 720-440-7900, or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Oh, we promised a keyword. We have a keyword as we get the let out here on a Wednesday afternoon. Nate Kreckman, Andy Lindahl. It's a Ticket Wednesday. We have your chance to win tickets to see Utah when they come to town next Friday night to face Denver. You want to text the keyword swing. Swing. Right now to 303-504-0925. That's swing. Along with your first and last name, and you are entered. The Will Hite Law Firm gives you the chance to win big on and off the court. Visit them at willhitewins.com. Again, this hour's keyword swing, S-W-I-N-G. We will announce our winner at 5:55. Good luck. Or if this was referencing Team USA last night, swing and a miss.
Hey-o! 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 And the nation mourns. Oh, no, wait, it doesn't.
Kyle Freeland, by the way.
Kevin Freeland
got the nod. He will be the opening day starter again for the Rocks. Fifth
No
time.
way.
Stuck up the joint for the Rockies?
Even though he's been gone? How did that happen?
Kyle Freeland is...
Name me one other Rockies pitcher.
Right now?
Yes.
Michael Lorenzen.
Right, that doesn't count.
Ryan Feltner.
Is he still here?
He is.
Because the Gambarino, El Gambarino's off to other pastures.
Yes. Chase Dolander. Can I interest you in a Chase Dolander? Chase Dolander, he needs to start showing that he's a real major league pitcher and that he's not Eddie Butler. We're going to need that out of Chase Dolander.
Why you got to go there? Boy, you really called it up,
but
didn't you?
We're in that world, though, with him, right? Because, he's a high draft pick, has the promise, and the odor of Butler and Gray is all over Chase Dolander right now. And can this club develop a real-life frontline starting pitcher from their minor league system? They did with John Gray. I don't know if he was an ace, but he was.
We're just calling up all the stuff in the back of his sound drop closet.
But he was. he was a guy that started a playoff game for you.
Yeah,
it was a wild card game, but it was a playoff game nonetheless.
Sure.
Kyle Freeland once started a wild card game for you.
Didn't he win? Was that the one against the Cubs?
He did. Yes.
Hell yeah.
He didn't technically get the win because they didn't win that game till like the 14th inning or whatever, but he was good.
Wasn't that the 1-0 game?
Yeah, Tony Walters.
That's right. I was going to go Michael McHenry.
Yeah,
wrong rando catcher.
Tony Walters was the hero that day at Wrigley Field. Yes. Merciful end to that Cubs postseason. But we might as well call it up. It's time to bring back K&L's, I would argue, easily a top 37 bid.
I was going to say, this one's popular. People like it.
Yeah, this is an upper...
I don't care for it.
Upper half. I don't know if any of us do. But the audience seems to enjoy it. And you know what? Sometimes
what matters.
We actually do listen to you people every now and then. Sometimes. So then we have to ask, is John Gray an ace, Spring?
Would you say he's emerged as an ace this season?
He's been the ace so far.
Well, look, he's very good, but to be an ace...
That's an ace pitch for him.
I think he's on his way to being an ace.
When I think John Gray, I think ace. That's a guy that can anchor a rotation.
That John Gray is one piece of ace.
So now the question is Chase an ace?
I'd just take Chase as a third. Kidding me?
Do I have to update it? Should I update it?
Is Chase an ace?
But to what?
One fine piece
of...
The
Chase-o-meter?
Do we even think he's near ace? But to be an ace, I mean...
Does he got ace stuff? Should we get Ted Leitner on? What's Uncle Teddy doing right now?
What is he up to?
He's retired. He didn't even do San Diego State basketball this year, so he's fully retired. He doesn't do Padres anymore. He doesn't do San Diego State. He's just... he's living his best life.
He's just living in San Diego, like... Ron Burgundy.
Pretty much. By the way, don't forget Jose Quintana is on this team now.
Okay, good. Glad you remembered. Who else you got?
You know what Jose Quintana is? Do you remember that part in Major League where they're looking over the roster and they're like, wish we had him 3 years ago. We did. 5 years ago then.
That's the Rockies.
Wish you had Jose Quintana 5 years ago.
We're going to dial up Cal Quantrill again. Is he still looking for a team?
What team is Cal Quantrill?
Let him come on back. They open up whatnot. So we open up the Major League season a week from
9
today.
days. Tomo Sagano is on this club too. He gives up a lot of home runs. He should probably have a great time at Coors Field.
Yeah,
it's gonna
that
go
ought
awesome.
to go well.
Yeah. Hey, but you know what? Tovar had a good classic. Let's hear from Jaylen Waddle. Okay, he actually will win. here in Denver. He is an ace. I believe he is an ace wide receiver. Jaylen Waddle today, interesting answer that he gave here. He was asked where his humility comes from, how his personality will fit into the Broncos wide receiver room. I thought this was a great answer today from Jaylen Waddle.
I honestly think it's just the way I was brought up. My mom and dad obviously try to do a good job as best they can with keeping me not too high but not too low. So just staying, at a good headspace. And I think it's gonna be a fun group. They got a lot of talent: Court, Marv, Troy, Pat, Lil Jordan. I'm here to help in every fashion, making plays and learning. I'm excited to learn from them and them to learn from me. So it should be fun. It should be great.
Now hold on, you and I caught different names there. He was going through. He kind of pulled a little Russ Wilson / Von Miller.
He listed all his teammates.
Naming all the teammates in the room, which in this case it fits because he was asked about the room.
Well done. He remembered everybody. He got everybody in there. Shout out to Court.
Yep.
Marv. See, I caught Marv.
We got a Marv in
Good
there.
old Marv.
Oh, I love that
Not
name.
a lot of rooms have a Marv.
This one does.
The last Marv I remember was Levy.
My grandfather was a Marvin.
Marvin.
Who also went by Marv. But he went by, all Marvs are Marvins.
I don't think, not if you don't go by it.
No, it's your name.
I got it, but how many guys walk up and go Marv?
You're an Andrew. You are.
Do you ever call me Andrew?
No, but
You're
that's
darn right you don't.
But,
Skippy.
But what's on your driver's license?
Bob.
Old Bobberino. Yeah, all your documents say
what's on my driver's license is none of your affair.
Is it one of those weird things? Do you have one of those?
No.
Is it actually that Andrew's your middle name and your first name is like
now you feel
Hortense
you know nothing about me?
The proprietor of our fine radio station, E. Stanley Kroenke.
Yeah.
Do you know what the E stands for?
Iminiquous.
It's Enos.
Really?
Yes, he was named after Cardinals legend Enos Slaughter.
Okay, good.
Yes.
This feels like a dangerous topic.
That's the thing
Hats
that I know.
off to Enos.
Mm-hmm.
Done talking about
I believe you were trying to get to Equiminius.
Yeah, I couldn't. That didn't. What I say, Spring? Call that back up. I can't remember what I said.
I think you said Lil Jordan.
And Troy, Pat, Lil Jordan.
No. What? I tried to say equanimous. What did I say? Inequimous? I don't even remember.
Inquantankerous. Let's play the next. Let's play the next Jaylen Waddle.
Yeah,
quote
let's get to that
before the next air check on being able to play at different spots on the field as a wide receiver. We talked about it yesterday. 33% of his career snaps in the slot. Quick math that would tell me the other 2/3 were on the outside. Here we go. Jaylen Waddle being able to play different spots on the field.
Yeah, I think over my my time, I got a chance to play, all over the place. So I think that helps just knowing the offense inside and out, being able to put me in different spots. So I think that's always helpful, just being able to go around and play different positions.
Isn't that almost a requirement from Sean's offense? Haven't we heard that sometimes one of the reasons why some receivers don't get in a little bit quicker is he expects you to know more than one position? He doesn't let you just specialize one position with him?
You know what's funny about that? I remember asking Gary Kubiak about this years ago. NFL wide receiver has gotten much more difficult in the jump from college to pro. I think in a lot of ways, tight end has almost been simplified, and that always used to be the tougher one. But with wide receiver, the amount of different options and hots and trees that you have to know when you get to the league and things are based upon checks at the line of scrimmage, and it is incumbent upon you as a receiver to know exactly what route you're supposed to run, and you and your quarterback have to be on the same page, and not every guy does it well. Jaylen Waddle has done it great. I mean, literally, as we're having this conversation, I'm looking up at NFL Live is on the television, and they're showing him running slants out of the slot, running posts out of the outside, and just Andy, I mean, catching the ball and instantly making safeties miss and turning what was going to be a 12-yard gain into a 40-yard gain, which is like it's what this offense has craved so badly. Like this just gives Davis Webb such a better crack at it.
It does, and it's something that you've desperately needed for a while.
Yeah.
You've not had that special play. Again, this to me would be the Joker, but he's the guy. He's the guy that can play multiple positions, that can do different things for you, and hopefully will be the one that how many times we talked last year about not having the guy that if you miss one tackle, your 5-yard gain is a 50-yard gain. So, by the way, what's the key word again? Everybody thought it was Marv. It's not Marv.
No, it's
Marv is what he called Marvin Mims.
It's swing.
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 Swing, bada, swing.
Swing. SWING.
Swing.
Swing. Maybe you and the missus are a little bored this weekend. Why don't you go swing?
At a playground. Don't break the swing set.
Don't do that on a swing set. Or maybe you do. I don't know.
Hey, hold on a second. You need to hear this. You ready?
Okay.
Iminiquious. Yeah, I told you. Iminiquious. What was I trying to say now? Equanimous.
Imika Egbegbo.
That was very Gronk. That's good on you there, Spring.
Speaking of swinging, I think the first thing you said was in a nip.
I don't even know. In a nip? Yeah. Iminiquious. You gave me, hey, what's the E in E. Stanley Kroenke stand for? And that was the biggest thing I could think of.
Enos.
Yeah.
Jaylen Waddle. Does he feel like this is an opportunity to get back to his old self?
It's definitely new beginnings. I don't look at it as that standpoint of getting back to where I was. I just look at it as a new opportunity to go out there with a new team that, in a great place and, play along great talent and, try to help out as best I can.
Okay, so I have no reason to make excuses for Jaylen Waddle. He's really good and really well compensated, but he's, 2 back-to-back seasons sub 1,000 yards receiving. But like, if you go into it and look at it, like, okay, 2024, he dealt with some of his own injuries, and Tua was in and out of the lineup the entire year, and the Dolphins just weren't able to get their legs under themselves offensively that year. Last year, once Tyreek went out, he was putting up massive numbers. Then he suffered a rib injury. He gutted it out. He played 16 games last year, 64 catches, 910 yards, and 6 touchdowns. Like, those don't look like the numbers early on in his career, but like the effects of being on the Miami Dolphins and then dealing with his own injuries, like a rib contusion, that's not something that's going to linger. It's not like, you have to worry about what that injury is going to do to him going forward. I don't think there's been fall off in his game. I think he's just had a couple of tough years because he was on a crappy team and he got hurt.
Yeah, and I'm sure you lose a little of your passion for the game when you're dealing with that. I mean,
how hard do you want to fight back your way off of the injured list when you're just like, cool, thanks. Dead men walking all over the place here in Miami.
And they put a little something together at the end, but the rumors are constantly swirling.
Right.
It feels like a circus in Miami. It just felt like it's been a circus.
Yeah.
Like, McDaniel had a good first couple of years, but then after that, just weird stuff. Stephen Ross, the quarterback, constantly hurt, like you said. Who knows?
That team, like, honestly, what they're doing right now, I know it sucks for Malik Willis, but like, they're doing exactly what they need to do. They needed to blow everything up and get as many picks as they possibly could. It's smart.
Yeah. Malik Willis gets to be the bridge to nowhere.
Yes.
But I think it's funny about Malik Willis. Go back and look at his numbers. This is the one thing. This is apropos of nothing. And I know Bronco fans probably don't care. One less team to worry about in the AFC, especially the team that put 70 on you one time a few years ago. But seriously, Malik Willis, go look at his passing numbers, man. Some of them are not great. He had weird games, too. He did plenty of running.
No, he had very bad games.
Yeah.
Again, Green Bay, LaFleur and a good offense and a good system, like he was all set up right there. I hope Miami can provide that for him.
Sure.
Seems like a nice enough guy, I'd like his career to be able to have something to it. But they're just betting on something. But
he's your Taysom Hill type, quite honestly.
Honestly, Andy, like worst case scenario, they just keep losing and get a better draft pick.
Sure.
Which is what they should do anyway. Jared Bednar was on the morning show today, and he explained away the Penguins game. You want to hear that answer? Coming up next. Going to hear from Jared Bednar here in just a moment. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl show here on a Wednesday afternoon. Tune in all day, Thursday, Friday this week. NCAA tournament from Westwood 1 right here on Altitude Sports Radio, presented by Reputation Law Group, specializing in divorce and DUI matters. To schedule a consultation with these attorneys, go to thereputationlawgroup.com. Jared Bednar, Andy, he's got a reputation as a straight shooter. Today he went on the morning show here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. I believe that show features Mark Moser and Vic Lombardi and Brett Kane. Yeah, I think that's right.
Is it like Bones?
So they have in-depth conversations about Bones Highland all the time on that show. So Jared Bednar was asked about the Penguins game. They lost 7-2.
Yeah, and also Nathan McKinnon's comments afterwards, which stirred some things up.
It was not good. And McKinnon called out too many defensemen. He doesn't like 7 defensemen.
Doesn't want to go 11-7, wants to go 12-6.
Too much passing, and just a general lack of cohesion that this team has sort of played with of late. Jared Bednar on why they played that way against the Pens.
That was the wrong way. That was in almost every aspect of the game for us. Playing slow, decisions, execution, turnovers within the structure of the game and the game plan. All of it was. It was bad. That might have been our worst of the season. We've had some stretches where, like some small stretches, like periods or less than periods, 5-minute stretches, 10-minute stretches, where we're like, whoa, let's get this thing back on track here in a hurry. But that one lasted too long. Like, I really liked our first period, but the chances that we gave up were horrible. I think we gave up 5 and got scored on 4 times, and that was no fault of the goaltending. And then our offense and our skating disappeared, and we were slow and methodical and working through 5 guys the whole night. So this was way too far off our identity for too long in that game.
Yeah.
Can't really disagree with anything that he said. They had no identity in that game.
To the point where Nathan said after the game, I'm pretty sure sarcastically, he talks in the same tone all the time.
Yeah.
But he basically said, I guess we've got to get together with the defensemen and figure out what our system is so that we all know.
They've lost 3 of their last 4 games. Offensively, in those 3 losses, they scored 3, 1, and 2 goals. You sandwich in there a blowout over the Kraken on the road in Seattle. But McKinnon, here's the other question about this. We're going to talk to John Michael Lyles today at 5:20, previewing Av Stars tonight. Is this indicative of a bigger systemic problem with the team, or are they just playing like crap for a week?
Well, Nate, again, it just this happens around this time every year. And where I get my look, if I got the Avs fan nervousness, of course I do. We laugh about that all the time. But
fan angst or fanks.
But let's be real serious about this.
Mm-hmm.
This team doesn't like to play ugly hockey quite often.
You don't want to be serious about fanks?
Not about fanks and not about inanimous or whatever I try to say. But seriously, inaniquous. Yeah. And equanimous is what I was looking for. Look, man, this team, there's the way you got to play this time of year. And it starts with defensemen have got to get their shots at least to the net. The other problem they've had of late is, Makar blasts one into Gabe, poor Gabe, but too many of these shots are not even finding their way to the net. They're getting blocked before they get anywhere near the net. It doesn't matter. I cry all the time about please get more people in front of the net and traffic in front. Well, if you can't get the shot all the way to the net, then what does it matter?
Yeah.
The other day, they were getting the shots deflected anywhere, going left and right, halfway through the offensive zone, not even finding it to the net. And when Nate talks about him passing around the perimeter, this is why everyone's got it. We talked about roles with the Nuggets. We got to know your role with this team too. Certain guys are going to have to just go to the ugly, dirty area and make some ugly, dirty goals happen. And it just is... hopefully when Leggy and Landeskog and everybody gets back, that'll start happening more. But you know what? You don't have time to wait for that right now.
Tonight, They play the second best team in the NHL, which also happens to be the second best team in their division in the Dallas Stars. They're old rivals. We don't have to hype this game up. We all know exactly what it is. Mark Moser asked a question as only Mark Moser can of Jared Bednar this morning.
That's a big one tonight. I'll be sitting on the sidelines again because it's been taken away. That's another story. But I'm going to be pumped. Are you pumped for this? I mean, do you allow yourself to get pumped? Do the guys get pumped knowing what's at stake here with Dallas in town?
Yeah, I think there's nervous energy, right? Like we understand the importance of the game and like there's some nerves there. I'm excited because like we're going to have this meeting this morning when the guys get in, and I want to see how our team responds. You know, I want to see what we're made of and what we look like and how individuals respond, how our team responds, and can we like jolt ourselves back to doing all the right things on a short turnaround, because that's what you have to have a little bit of a short-term memory when it comes to some of that stuff. Like I'm not blowing that game out of proportion, but it was a little concerning to me just the way the whole game played out. Now it is just one game and it's a long season, but I expect our team to respond the right way and play the right way tonight. Doesn't guarantee a victory, but you know, you're going to try and give yourself the best chance to win tonight by doing the right things.
Bedsy pumped for the meeting.
Yeah, I guess you're right. That kind of went over my head.
Pumped.
Yeah, you're right. I'm pumped for the meeting.
I'm pumped. Are you pumped? Do you get pumped? Are you allowed to be pumped?
Are you pumped for this?
I think Jared Bednar's pumped for this. This is one of those games, Andy, like they play 84 now, right? They play 84 of these things.
Is it 84? I thought that was a year or two away.
It's next year.
Next year? Okay,
Yeah.
They play 82 of these things.
Yeah.
Okay.
Then 84.
80-something.
It only feels like 84. So they play 82 of these things. You can only get up for so many of them, right?
Oh, yeah.
This is one.
This is one.
This is one.
Time to send your message.
Yes, and especially in the context of you were awful the other night against the Penguins.
But you did win the last one against them, albeit in overtime. Now, you got down early. You didn't want that to happen. But, you know, look, I think if I am Jared Bednar, you know why I'm pumped? I get a read on how you're going to play against these guys. Because chances are you're going to see them one way or another.
Well, the other thing Bednar said right there, and this is the, like, yes, clearly he wants to win the game. But he's more worried about the process of how they play. Okay? He's going to be far more concerned with how they play rather than the end result of this game. Now, with this team, when they play the way they're fully capable of and play decisive, cohesive hockey, they win almost all the time. So if they do that, they should be successful. But I like what he said right there of this just needs to be about cleaning up the crap that we saw the other night.
Yeah, but let's go back to the classic phrase of styles make fights. You got to show us you got a style that you can win a fight their style
Slug
if
it
they
out
force
with these
you into
guys,
it. Because that's what they do in the playoffs, and too often you don't get it done.
Jeff Legwold coming up at 20 minutes after 4 o'clock. Dan Hyatt at 4:45. 2 Nugget stats you need to know and one you don't ahead of tonight's second night of a back-to-back on the road in Memphis after they destroyed the Sixers last night. Plus, it is a special ticket Wednesday, so make sure you are listening at 20 minutes past the hour right here to get your next keyword to win tickets for Nuggets and Jazz. Andy, as we know, the Western Conference is better than the Eastern Conference in the NBA. I have a point to illustrate, to drive home that reality that when I saw it today, absolutely blew my mind. I'll share that with you next. All right, you got roughly half a day or so to get to Roller Auctions website. That's roller.bid, and check out this surplus winter sports inventory auction that they have available for you to be able to bid right now. Snowboards, skis, boots, helmets, goggles, bindings. You can pick it all up new and used. Inventory from Burton, Solomon, Rossignol, Icelandic, Rome, and so many more. Go to roller.bid right now and check this stuff out. You know, end of season, that's when you get great deals on ski and snowboard equipment. This is a great time to do it. So go to Roller Auction and check it all out and make sure you are signed up to bid at roller.bid/altitude. Our next giveaway, Avs Flames in April. Catered suite tickets. How do you get entered to win? You just sign up at roller.bid/altitude. That's roller.bid/altitude. Get there now. All right, let's keep this thing going. Nuggets Grizzlies tonight, second night of a back-to-back. Andy, I'm staying in the Zen place. I loved last night.
You should. There's no reason to not be in the Zen place.
You destroyed the Sixers. Your starters played well. Your bench played great. You did everything you were supposed to do against a team with nobody.
You know what you look like? A serious team.
You
know,
did.
I've talked about how you not look serious at points this year. You look serious last night.
Well put. Very, very serious. I don't know what they're going to do tonight.
I don't either because it's a super weird game. This one got – for those that didn't – because I didn't really figure this out till later, this is the makeup game from when they got snowed in, 2 months ago when they were in Memphis. They thought they were going to play. They couldn't get the buses there. They finally flew the team back because of the ice storm.
Yeah.
So that must have been January or something.
It was in January. They were stranded.
Yeah.
It was a whole thing. So yeah, the Nuggets were supposed to be on a chill homestand,
right?
Getting time off, and instead they got to fly to Memphis and play this game, and then come back and play on Friday. No Peyton Watson tonight for the Nuggets.
Even Kaz was kind of questioning, when are you going to get back, bro? Last night when I heard some of his call on the radio.
Again, Andy, like last week when it was like, what do you think the playoff rotation is going to look like? I didn't include him. I need to see him play basketball. End of the weekend. I mean, I'm hopeful. I don't think the Nuggets are just straight up lying to our faces about his status, but
well, even Kaz didn't seem to know. He said, I hope Friday.
It's not back
he
yet.
Didn't think that he would play, and he's not playing tonight.
Right.
So he's hoping maybe Friday, but then made it sound like maybe Sunday is more realistic.
We'll
not see.
Not back yet.
But again, this is a guy that's a pending free agent, so if he's taking a little time to make sure he's ultimate, and maybe it's the Nuggets that are saying, dude, we need you so bad for the playoffs because we're seeing they're not as deep without the full crew. You know what I mean? We thought they were a pretty deep team, which they're deeper than they've been in years. You still need the full complement of your first 6 guys.
By the way, it feels like they're trying to kick the tires on Tyus Jones to see if there's a fit there, if he can kind of work a little bit.
Well, you got to know you have another trustworthy ball handler for the playoffs.
And isn't there also like you know exactly what you have in Jaylen?
You do.
In Pickett, What do you have in Tyus Jones? I think they're kind of trying to figure that out a little bit, and he saw a lot of time in the fourth quarter last night.
Scotty told me they legit like KJ Simpson's speed,
the
way he gets the ball up court, the way he attacks a defense before they can get settled at times. So maybe they're trying to see, is Tyus really worth keeping KJ out of the mix? I don't know.
I saw this today, and John Hollinger, who invented player efficiency rating, He now, covers the NBA for The Athletic, and Hollinger pointed something out today. Player efficiency rating. I want to give you the top 5 in the NBA right now, Andy. Nikola Jokic, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Victor Wembanyama, Kawhi Leonard, Luka Doncic. And then a substantial drop to Jalen Duren at number 6. Your top 5, again, Jokic, Shai, Wemby, Kawhi, Luka. What do those 5 guys have in common?
They're all international players. Luka, Shai, Nikola, Wemby.
Kawhi's American.
Okay, all right.
Kawhi's the
all
one
right.
American in there. You close. Also, they have all not ever been together in your kitchen.
Well, you don't know that. I live an exciting life with equanimous.
Andy, they're all in the Western Conference.
Yeah, Imeniquious.
If you're doing justice by the vote, first team All NBA this year should be 5 guys from the West.
Yeah. Trying to think who you even try to argue for the East. There's no Jason Tatum. He just got back.
Right. Like Jaylen Brown's had a great year.
Sure.
I'll make an argument for
but not
Jaylen
better than
Brown.
The guys you mentioned.
Like Donovan Mitchell's had a good year. Tyrese Maxey's had a good year. I mean, there's also the 65-game limit, which is where it gets a little bit sticky, by the way. So I did look into this. Kawhi can only miss 2 more, Wemby 3, Luka 6, Shai 5, and Jokic 2. But the 5 best players in the NBA this year are all in the Western Conference. And the Nuggets have one of them, but
so do 4 other teams in the West.
Exactly. And by the way, this is still a West that this is LeBron and Kevin Durant and Steph Curry. They've aged out of the top 5 in the NBA, and Jokic will in the next couple of years or so. We hope it's not for a while. But he will. He and Kawhi will age out of it. But like right now, that's the 5 best players in the league, and they are all in your damn conference.
Yeah, it kind of sucks.
It does.
Wemby especially.
Oh, and by the way, you can make an argument that Ant's number 6, and he's also in the West.
Yeah. Oh.
Although he's banged up right now.
The West is ridiculous.
It's
you
just
saw it last night,
It's
frankly.
so deep. It is so deep. It is so tough. It is so good.
By the way, how about Minnesota beating Phoenix without Ant?
Yep. How about the Thunder last night defeating the Orlando Magic? And Alex Caruso was teed up for trying to actually successfully, I should add successfully,
blocked a shot.
Blocking a shot with a shoe.
Wasn't that Tristan Da Silva?
Yeah.
The old buff. Can you put it up on behind him? What
Swatted
he
it
does?
out of his hand.
Well, you know what's kind of
with
funny?
a shoe.
They showed it on NBC, and I've seen it on Twitter a million times.
And the shoe got all ball.
So, yes. So, for those that haven't seen it, we'll put it up for those that are watching on Twitch and YouTube. But he does have it in his hand. And it's like it looks like a rolled up paper you try to swat a fly with, all right? And as Da Silva leads with the left hand, Caruso just, with shoe in hand, just reaches out and whacks it. And it's
Andy,
not allowed.
We've all been there where it's like you just see the giant spider.
Yeah.
And you're just like, what do I got? Shoe. And that was Caruso.
Part of me was like, is that allowed? I mean,
turns out it's not.
It's not a foul, technically.
Actually, it was a technical foul.
Yeah.
So it
Yeah.
is a foul technically.
Oh, it's such a good look. It's so funny. I almost wanted them to just let it stand.
Let it go.
Just let it stand.
He lost his shoe.
It was so, he's smiling as he talks to the
know.
ref. The ref is like, you can't do that. But it
Who
just
throws
is
a
so.
shoe? Honestly.
I didn't throw the shoe. He held the shoe in his hand.
I love how he just makes sense.
Well,
I don't know.
And he did the thing like he put his arms down at his sides afterwards to like show the refs like I didn't foul him.
No. He's like, what?
All ball.
All ball,
With the
partly
shoe.
shoe.
All ball mostly. Yes. With the shoe.
The shoe affected the shot.
Andy, who as you're power ranking it, who's at the top of your list of beneficiaries of the Jaylen Waddle acquisition by the Broncos?
Well, tops Bo Nix. Are we talking about in the skill group other than the QB?
It can be anybody.
Bo Nix, number one, because this is the type of weapon. This is the skill set he's not had available to him in the receiver room.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know whether to put Bo Nix number one or maybe Davis Webb. I don't know.
I will make an argument for my number one, which is Davis Webb.
Okay.
And the reason why is because Davis Webb is getting this opportunity from Sean Payton. Okay?
If it doesn't go well, we'll see how long it lasts.
Air quotes from Sean Payton.
Right.
Okay? Yes. I started talking about it midway through the year that I was going to pass up play calling duties. Okay, guy. So Davis Webb has taken over play calling duties. If you give Davis Webb the exact complement of weapons that the Broncos had last year, they're a playoff team. Absolutely.
Which currently that's what he's got.
But is the offense taking a big step forward? Not really. And for all of the teams that have looked at Davis Webb and said, oh, a hot head coaching candidate, well, if the Denver offense remains stagnant, that's a ding on him.
That's a lukewarm head coaching candidate.
Exactly. Like you're not Ben Johnson anymore. You're a guy that's been through the cycle and he's doing an okay job. But now you have Jaylen Waddle. If they go from 23.6 points scored per game to 26, 27, top 6, top 8 scoring offense in the NFL, well, now Davis Webb, you're potentially a head coach and you're potentially, making yacht money.
Sure.
That's pretty massive. I think Bo is well on his way to his second NFL contract. I know it's probably unfair. I always frame this stuff in terms of how much money they can make, but ultimately, I also know that's all they're trying to do in the NFL.
Yeah.
So I have Davis Webb at number one because of what it could mean for the Bronco offense and what it could mean for his coaching future. But I got Bo right there at number two, and it's not a distance.
We both have
number
the top two. How about that?
Yeah.
I'd put Bo ahead because if Bo and Jaylen are the thing, Bo's a $65 million a year quarterback, whatever the going rate is by the time he signs an extension.
Dak Prescott money.
Yeah. All of a sudden, you're setting the market.
Yeah.
If Jaylen Waddle doesn't help you improve the per yardage or whatever the air yardage numbers that we always quote here, then maybe you're not. Look, is he getting a second contract? Absolutely. He's not going anywhere. But are you set the market guy? Is what this becomes a conversation about.
Bo does a lot of good things. Bo's greatest weakness is he leaves too many plays on the table.
He does. And Chase Daniel is, for those that want to, because I know the texts are coming, for those that want to push back, just, again, Chase Daniel, who's a Sean Payton supporter, has shown us, and Dan Orlovsky broke it down, and some of the quarterbacks have shown, here's
Nate
plays
Kreckman
they could have had.
discussed it as well.
I know, but
Quite a
you
bit.
and I are haters. Let's talk to the analysts. So, but the
Haters
analysts
with
have
a
put
Z.
it out there, okay? That's just all I'm saying is reality. But again, you go out there, and Bo didn't even have to go win the Super Bowl. Your numbers improve, and you're not, what did you say was bottom fifth of the league?
Air
in
yards?
Air yards?
Yep.
You get that changed again. Bo's setting the market with that contract.
Yes.
He is the new quarterback that jumps ahead of Joe Burrow.
You're game managing check down Charlie.
Right.
Okay. There is another step there. And we know you have it. We saw the throw to Marv in the playoff game, Andy. We know he has it. Are you going to stand in the pocket, let those routes develop, and boom, hit them? And hit them when they are there.
And like we talked about yesterday, I think Bo just simply knowing and assuming, we're just assuming this goes well because we've seen no other evidence otherwise. I think him knowing I got a guy on the left and on the right, in both Sutton and Waddle, that will both make a play for me, even if I'm not perfect with the ball, is going to help Bo maybe be a little more calmer in the pocket.
I think Cortland Sutton's a big
I
beneficiary.
think he's
of
number
this.
3, quite honestly. I'd like to say the tight end. I don't even know who the hell the tight end is going to be right now.
Well, no, you know exactly who they are way too well.
No, I'm praying that he isn't. I'm praying there's a draft pick that actually steps in.
Cortland Sutton, though, I think again it's twofold. I think with Cortland Sutton, it is he's going to see number 2 corners.
Yep.
And I think this has a possibility to maybe prolong his career.
Well, I also think for the entire offense, because this is where we talked about it benefiting the run game with Cameron Wolfe, it's going to back the defense back a little bit.
That helps too.
Because they're going to respect the speed of Waddle.
Yep.
Especially if Bo starts hitting him. Could be fun.
You want to enter the Not Another Bracket Challenge at altitudesportsradio.com/notabracket right now. Win dinner for 2. 2 tickets in a catered suite to the first Nuggets home playoff game and an autographed Nikola Jokic jersey. This is a sick prize. You pick 5 teams and you are entered. It's presented by Groove Toyota. Start there, go anywhere on Broadway in Englewood or online at groovetoyota.com. Again, go to altitudesportsradio.com/not a bracket to enter now. By the way, my 5 teams, I went Louisville out of the East, obviously eventual national champion Illinois out of the South, Arizona out of the West, and I'm going chalky in the Midwest with Michigan and Iowa State. Those are my 5 teams. If you would like to go to that first Nuggets home playoff game and get that Jokic jersey, well, there's the free advice. I just lobbed it up to you. Jeff Legwald coming up next.
Guys, Andy Lindahl for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Well, it's springtime. That means yard work and maybe getting out there and joining a softball league or getting out there, and if you're like Mark Stout, little slow pitch baseball league, maybe old man lacrosse, whatever you want to do, but you need energy for any of this stuff. Maybe you got a flag league going on. I don't know, playing some golf. It all takes energy, good sleep, and feeling like getting out there and doing it. If you've got low testosterone, this could be an issue. Could be causing you brain fog, low energy, poor sleep, poor sex drive, and not the same gains in the gym. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic is here to help. And it's not just about your low T or your testosterone number. They can help you lose weight, support metabolism, improve gains in the gym, and more with 4 targeted body composition plans featuring GH peptides and NAD+, GLP-1, and PDA. I'm on the GLP-1, down 40 pounds, looking to get rid of 10 more. Matter of fact, I'm a couple more down as we speak right now, and it's really, really helped me. Get on in there to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They'll test your low T level or your testosterone levels, and they'll let you know if you need to get on testosterone at all. You'll talk to a Colorado licensed medical provider, and they'll tell you what those levels are. They'll draw your blood, and it takes 30 minutes for them to have your results, and they can talk to you about the other programs as well. So get everything back. Get back the energy levels, the sex drive, all of it. 5 locations to serve you in Fort Collins and the Springs. A great new location in Castle Rock, 720-440-7900 or RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
It is a special ticket Wednesday. We have your chance to win tickets to see Utah when they come to town next Friday night to face Denver. You want to text the keyword COOL, COOL. Cool, Carl. No, it's just cool.
Cool, Carl.
Right now to 303-504-0925. Cool, COOL. To 303-504-0925 with your first and last name, and you are entered. The Wilhite Law Firm gives you the chance to win big on and off the court. Visit them at wilhitewins.com. Again, this hour's keyword is cool. We will announce our winner at 5:55. Best of luck. When I think cool, I think Jeff Legwold. He joins us right now on a Wednesday afternoon. Leggy, another Zoom introduction to a Denver Bronco. Sorry, no press conferences here. What did you learn about Jaylen Waddle today in his brief 12 to 15 second answers?
I didn't learn anything I didn't already know.
Well, la-di-da, Jeff. Look who's got the big brain.
No, I just.
Did you hear those answers?
I talked to him longer at the combine in 2021 than I did today.
So, he takes it week by week. He's excited to be on a new team, thinks this is a good fit, that's life in the NFL, et cetera, et cetera.
Well, and he's right about all of it. Yep. But, he didn't throw down with the I'm the missing piece for a Super Bowl or anything. So
is that a good move?
Yeah, I mean, that's not his way anyway. I mean, this is legit the way he was. That's him. That's not.
There is a real humility to him, Jeff.
Yeah, he's not faking this. Everybody I know who's been associated with the guy says the same thing. So this wasn't some, hey, I'm gonna pretend to be this really humble guy who's really good at something. No, that's kind of his way about him, and I think that's frankly why they wanted him here. They want that kind of player. They want a guy who puts up the numbers but doesn't get too enthralled with it.
All right. What are they getting in this guy? The Broncos,
yeah. I mean, I looked at him a ton when he came out into the draft, and the last day and a half I've looked at a lot of Dolphins. I looked at multiple games from every one of his seasons today so far. This is a prime route runner. He can play multiple spots. His routes are clean. There's nothing fuzzy about it. He knows where to be. A zone buster. I think teams have succeeded playing zone against the Broncos a bit. This is going to make that a lot harder. He's really good at creating space in those and finding the space in the zones. And once he has the ball, I thought he was the best returner on the board when he came out. I didn't think anybody was really going to let him be a returner because he was going to be a wide receiver so much. But he has those kind of elusive skills when he runs that good returners have. He's comfortable in traffic. He doesn't take big hits. There's a lot to like about him. And, I think it's interesting that, nobody was too enthralled with his year last year. It wasn't like, oh man, Jaylen Waddle's having a huge year because the Dolphins benched the quarterback and the rest of it. But his yards per catch would have led the Broncos last season, which is a very telling stat in a year when he wasn't, at his best, or their offense wasn't at his best. He would have led the Broncos in yards per catch.
Jeff Legwold is brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW, Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career. Jeff, you use that term zone buster, which it's, again, like as you watch clips of him, like those shallow cross routes, the slants, the posts when he's lined up on the outside, and his ability to make those catches over the middle, but not even just make the catches. Like I believe he's a top 5 yak guy since he has been in the NFL. When you're scouting a player, what do you define as that skill set of, oh, you caught that ball in traffic, but you also instantly made somebody miss and then got up the field and tacked 20, 30 yards onto the play? Like, what is the scouting term for that? Besides just being really good.
Yeah, super good.
Yeah.
No, a scouting guy would call that a blue. That's a blue player.
Okay.
But, when on offensive players, it's why I often work back from the best returners on the board. The best returners who are also offensive players, then I go back, I look at their return game, and then I go back and I look at them in their offense. Because they have a really good periphery on their vision. They know what potential tacklers will bring potential impact. They don't waste steps or moves on guys who aren't going to hit them. But a lot of players see a player out of the corner of their eye, they see a guy in traffic, and they wrongfully assume that that guy is a threat. But the best returners, like Mims, when you watch Mims return a ball, the best returners seem to know who is really a threat and who isn't. And that's just it's an innate skill. And when you're also a prime route runner, that's why so much of what he does in the middle of the field is dangerous. But he's a good route runner. I didn't think, the Dolphins did enough with him vertically, once they got Tyreek Hill. But his double move, Waddle's double moves are really crisp and clean. He does. It's not just a passive, I'm just going through the motion of the double. No, it's real. He gets the corner to bite almost every time. And I think this is a really good fit. Now, they gave up a lot.
Yeah, what do you think of the haul? What do you think of because they swap fours, so it's basically a 1 and a 3.
Yeah, you're basically, if all is said and done, and depending on one of the innumerable draft charts you used, by the time you negate all the picks and everything, the Broncos essentially gave up the 25th, 24th, 23rd pick of the draft, somewhere in there, for Waddle. But for the Broncos perspective, and I say up front, I believe in the draft and team building and developmental course of a team. The reason it's a big haul from the Broncos perspective is that could have been multiple fits for players. You're not getting just one player. You would have gotten maybe an inside linebacker who could play immediately, and maybe a wide receiver or a tight end who could play immediately. But this is a much more refined player on offense. But I think you gave up the opportunity for a defensive starter +1, I think would be my assessment. But if you're talking for 2026 season, it's probably a clean swap, because he's going to have impact if he's been a healthy player, if he remains a healthy player. This is a 70 catch receiver, 80 catch receiver in the Broncos offense.
Again, your keyword this hour is cool, COOL. Text it right now to 303-504-0925. That is for Denver and Utah tickets next Friday night. Jeff, generally we are in lockstep with the most fraught topic to discuss here in these parts, which is Bo Nix's weaknesses as a quarterback. But as you have scouted out Jaylen Waddle, what does Bo Nix specifically have to do to take full advantage of now having Jaylen Waddle on his roster?
Well, I put some of the metrics in a story today, but Bo Nix is one of the best in the league throwing crossers.
Mm-hmm.
And guess what? Jaylen Waddle learns really well. Bo Nix is crying happy tears, with that, because the crosser now has been sort of an 8-yard route that turns into an 11-yard catch. This is a whole different ball game here. So some of these 3 and outs that have been 3 and outs, you don't necessarily have to throw to the sticks now. You can throw a little bit under the sticks, and Waddle's going to take care of it. Because if you try to play off him, that's going to be an issue. So, but Nix's deep accuracy has been a problem. 38.5% completion beyond 20 yards, and that's got to be better. This makes it possible to be better, because you can't just gang up on Sutton now. And you can't just pin Cortland on the boundary and like teams have been doing and get away with it now. You're going to have to surrender something in the middle of the field to do that. So I think those are the things Riddle help him the most. But he, you look at Waddle's metrics and Bo Nix's metrics, and the crossing routes and hook routes and pivot routes all match up as good on good. And I think that's a lot of the route tree, frankly. We get enamored with the verticals and everything, but a lot of the NFL these days is catch and run because everybody's playing shell, too deep, match, all these things to give you the underneath space, but to take away the explosive. And I think this combats that a little bit. And, I think with Davis Webb calling plays, you may see Waddle in motion before the snap a lot more than he may have if Sean was calling plays.
That's how McDaniel used him. I mean, and Mike McDaniel,
Yeah.
I mean, that's what he spearheaded into his offense.
Yeah, no, and this guy, he played for Saban, so NFL people love Nick Saban players because you can coach them like crazy. They're not afraid. They don't get nervous. They don't get sad. They don't get frustrated.
They
All
just want
do
to
is
fight
just-
their friends. No big deal.
Yeah, no, they just go play and do all of that. So I think you're getting one of those guys who, you look at the Alabama teams. Those, I see it in Surtain when he practices. Those guys had to practice every day against. I mean, those teams were epically talented, and to just stay on the depth chart, you had to compete on Wednesday like you meant it, and they hit in practice. They didn't have a CBA to limit padded practices. They practiced for real under Nick Saban. So those players are the safest bets as NFL professionals.
All right, I didn't get to see all the rule changes proposed here, but I know the Browns are asking to be able to trade out 5 years worth of first-round picks instead of 3. What do you think of that, Leggy? Especially by the Browns of all teams.
Yeah, no, the team that messed up the cap for everyone in themselves. I would not. I don't think that would be good for the league. I don't think that would be good for fans, frankly, to allow a team to mortgage itself like that because too many GMs and coaches think in the short term because they figure I'm getting fired anyway. Yeah. Why should I build a team for the next guy? I think you got to legislate that to keep the bad mortgages from happening. Over some of these teams would be you'd never dig out of that, frankly.
I kind of like it, honestly.
I know you do. You love the chaos.
I love the chaos, and honestly, if you're dumb enough to do it, just go dig that hole.
Yeah, if the Broncos take 5 first-rounders, then I'm kind of into it.
My dad always used to say you can't legislate stupid.
Exactly.
But I just think for fans and team structure and the rest of it, I would not think it's a great idea.
You know what I would say to a Browns fan? You've chosen this life at this point.
Yeah.
You've had off ramps along the way.
If they get it approved and then they trade 5 first-rounders, just find a new team, bro.
Yeah, enjoy the new stadium as you drive by. Yeah.
He's Jeff Legwold, everybody of ESPN. Jeff, obviously, much like me, you were geared up and ready for an Illini march to a national championship starting tomorrow night.
Oh, certainly.
Yes.
I mean, I just, I'm trying to decide, spread out the gear to wear, during the key moments of the
Maybe
games.
buy more.
You never know when you're going to need new stuff. I mean, obviously, again,
then you gotta regulate where you're standing. If they make a couple hoops in a row, you can't really move. You gotta stay put.
Penn will be pushovers. Carolina without Caleb Wilson will roll. Sweet 16 is an easily paved trail right now for the Illini. It gets a little hairy after that. But here's the other thing about this team, Jeff, is I think tournament nerves are very real. For the Illini, these guys all come from the Adriatic League, okay? They've been having batteries chucked at them for years. They're good to go, man. This is nothing.
This is child's play
Exactly.
for them. Ooh, people are going to shout when I'm shooting free throws. Oh, my God.
All right, Jeff, we appreciate it. As always, excellent work on the Waddle story. We'll talk to you next week.
See you, fellas.
All right, good stuff right there with Jeff Legwald. Yeah, the crossing route, those short slants, Bo hits the hell out of those throws. Those have to become 30-yarders.
Yeah.
And Waddle can do that. By the way, he's a blue player.
Blue.
I didn't know this term.
Like that dumb song from the 90s.
Da boo dee
Yeah,
da boo da.
that one. Or was that the 2000? I'm blue. And that went on forever. 3 minutes.
It
4
did.
minus
It's
of your life.
It's essentially 4 minutes
Wrote
of that.
one lyric, played it for 4 minutes,
based on a color.
made a lot of money.
Dan Hyatt with us when we come back. He makes no money to give us 2 nugget stats you need to
Do
know
not remind him.
and 1 you don't. That's when we return. All right, you got roughly half a day or so to get to Roller Auctions website. That's roller.bid and check out this surplus winter sports inventory auction that they have available for you to be able to bid right now. Snowboards, skis, boots, helmets, goggles, bindings. You can pick it all up new and used. Inventory from Burton, Solomon, Rossignol, Icelandic, Rome, and so many more. Go to roller.bid right now and check this stuff out. You know, end of season, that's when you get great deals on ski and snowboard equipment. This is a great time to do it. So go to Roller Auction and check it all out and make sure you are signed up to bid at roller.bid/altitude. Our next giveaway, Avs Flames in April. Catered suite tickets. How do you get entered to win? You just sign up at roller.bid/altitude. That's roller.bid/altitude. Get there now.
Rebound down to Strother. Outlet pass off over to Ty Jones. And a three. That one's good. Nuggets lead a 114-82 with 5.5 left to go in the game. It's been this way for a while, folks. But I'll put a stamp on it for you. This thing is over.
The rare laugher for Kaz last night. Final score, 124-96. Nuggets destroy the overmatched Philadelphia 76ers. Now on the second night of a back-to-back, they go on the road to play the Memphis Grizzlies. We'll be carrying NCAA tournament coverage for the next couple of days. So let's do 2 Nugget stats need to know and 1 you don't with Dan Hyatt right now on a special Wednesday edition of the show. Dan, welcome to the program. How you doing?
Yeah, it's a little weird. Wednesday, I'm at baseball practice about to yell at some 13-year-olds, but I dig it. Let's do it.
All right. Well, why don't you yell at a couple of guys that have the...
Why don't you just calm down? Why don't we start there? Look, hockey dad, just relax.
I'm a baseball guy. I just sit there and I go like this. I spit the seeds and I say, run faster, throw harder.
That's baseball coaching.
Are you Walter Matthau? Second time we've
That's
done that.
not allowed anymore. All right, let's dive into it. Let's talk about the schedule. Besides this weird one-off game where they got to go on the road and play Memphis in a rescheduled postponement, tell us why this schedule is about to get a little bit easier for the Nuggets down the stretch.
The stat that's important is that through March 2nd, you had the hardest in the NBA. Then you had this 6-game stretch that was one of the hardest in the last half decade, right? And you went 3-3. Now you've got a 497 strength of schedule. It's 14th easiest. And that is with those last 2 games of the season against the Thunder and the Spurs, which may not matter. They may be distanced apart enough and in the place where they need to be. So those games may not matter. But I'll turn this to you guys too quickly, because if you had said, like, how many games do you need to get everything sorted out, right? That Adelman wants to get sorted. What would have been a number? I probably would have leaned more like a 12 to 14. You know, it feels like you're kind of up against it. March is closing up, but this feels like a really good time to get everyone on the court, to get their legs underneath them. And now you've got a schedule that's a little bit easier. Not that we've really had a super comfortable season with opponents that are not great, but you've got the chance now to not have to go up against the Thunder and the Spurs and the Rockets and the Lakers all in a week span. And, you know, it's just one of those situations where, especially with Watson about a couple of games away, hopefully, I thought it was going to be the 76ers game last night. It's not. He's not ready. But this feels like a really, really good time to get 2 to 3 weeks in with everyone on the court. And now that strength of schedule is easier. You're going to get some guys who are going to be hot. They're going to try to beat you with threes, but you can manage that and get ready for the playoffs, I think, in a comfortable allotment of time.
Yeah, really. I mean, you look at it, it's a bunch of cupcakes coming up here on the schedule. Now, that said, this is a Nuggets team that hasn't always done what they're supposed to do given the matchups, but it does ease up a little bit. This is a weird one tonight. I got my questions about what they're going to look like in this one tonight. No AG, still no Peyton Watson. Second night of a road back-to-back. Stupid game.
This Grizzlies team is hysterical to follow. I mean, you know, they haven't had Morant. They haven't had Zach Edey. They haven't had Brandon Clark. They're a mess, but they've got Cedric Howard, this great rookie. They're going to throw some guys that could potentially score a lot of points, but they should not be hard to beat. A couple two-way guys they had to grab, like Taj Gibson, former Bull great, is on that team now. He'll show up tonight.
Taj Gibson, the guy that stripped the ball from Nikola Jokic in game number 82 against Minnesota.
So they're going to be piecemealing this thing together too. It's an interesting comparison because Memphis, right? Last year they're headed towards the playoffs. They switched their coach, you know, just like Adelman, but they had 9 games left instead of the Nuggets that had 3, and they've fallen apart. They lost to OKC in the first round. They've had a tough year with injuries. They're not in a great spot. So should be good for the Nuggets. I know it's short rest, but I don't worry about the Grizzlies.
Don't get beat by Olivier Maxence Prosper tonight. Let's talk about Nikola Jokic, number 1 in the NBA in PER. We were going over this earlier, by the way, Dan. Top 5 PER guys are all in the Western Conference. First team All-NBA should be 5 guys from the West this year. They may not all play enough games, but it should be. Give us some Jokic, some statistical markers on Nikola Jokic, who, by the way, only went for 8 points last night.
I forgot why I missed being on X so much is that I threw out the stat last night, which was 8 points, right? Fewest in any game this year, but his 14 assists accounted for 35 points. And when you look at the win percentage of the Nuggets all time, when he scores 30 or more, it's like 690.
Mm-hmm.
If you look at the Nuggets all time record for when he has 35 assisted points in a game. They're 31-1. And someone on X was like, "Oh, he's stat padding." And I'm like, that's the funniest single thing I've ever heard, that you're stat padding assists, because the team is obviously better when everyone else is doing well. And we've seen, so he had 14 assists last night, right? 12 of them were to AG, Cam, and Christian.
Mm-hmm.
3 guys who have missed more games than they've played this year. So they're all back. Jokic is finding them. They're cutting to the hoop. Now the fast break points are going up. I mean, this is all the things that you did not have. When you have Jokic and Murray on the court, you're going to win more than you lose. But you've got those other 3 mixing back in, and you've got just a recipe for a championship season. You really do.
Can you stat pad assists? Like you can pad,
I love that.
You can pad rebounds. I don't think it's humanly possible to stat pad assists.
I love that. I love that. 8 points, 7 shots. It's the 11th time this year he's had 14 or more assists. And someone's like, "Oh, just a stat patter." That's the funniest thing ever. Just keep passing to everyone and hope they make the shot to increase your already league-leading assist total. That makes sense, right?
Well, and on top of how many times has he missed a triple-double because someone can't hit one more dang shot for the guy?
Exactly, yeah.
The Sambor double became a thing. Are you not familiar with that?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
He ends a game with, 10 to 12 assists and 25 to 30 potential assists.
Yes.
Almost nightly.
It's not uncommon. Although, man, Christian Brown is hitting corner threes. Bruce Brown, by the way, since the All-Star break, I heard this number, 45% from 3 since the All-Star break for Bruce Brown. Like, guys are hitting shots. There's good things happening. All right, that is 2 Nugget stats we need to know. 14th easiest schedule the rest of the way. 35 assisted points last night for Joker and his stat padding. Now I need a stat that I don't need to know.
The stat we don't need to know, March Madness time, you got your brackets, you're following your Illini. The term that we love to follow is Cinderella story. We know the story of Cinderella, right? Here in America, 1950 animated, musical produced by Walt Disney, young girl, unfortunate circumstances, rags to riches story, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the original Cinderella, like everything Disney, it was original somewhere else first, and Disney got it. Ancient Greek geographer Strabo, which is just an awesome name for anybody, but a Greek geographer Strabo. He writes a story on his travels between 7 BC, 24 AD, and it's the same version, but this is the more realistic version where it's an Egyptian girl. She's a slave. She's not doing so hot. She is bathing, and an eagle comes out of nowhere and takes her sandal, flies it to the capital, to what was then the capital called Memphis, not where the Nuggets are now, but Memphis, England, which is where the king presided, drops it in his lap. And the king, in what is now probably a little bit weird, sees the sandal and is like infatuated with the shape and the style of the sandal and thinks this is great. Disney, you can market a glass slipper, but a gross sandal from a slave girl is a little tough.
So this king had a little bit of a Quentin Tarantino, Rex Ryan thing going on.
There's something there that we could probably just gloss over.
There's overtones.
But he gets this thing, but then, like the story, he sends out all of his men, to roam the countryside and find this girl. She eventually goes back to the capital, marries him, and probably most likely, right, in this fairy tale, she was a slave before. She probably just ends up working for him, right? But it's now in the palace, and then earns the right to be able to be buried with him in an actual tomb instead of the ground like, common folk. But that story, was adopted throughout all these different times and places throughout history. But that's the first documented story of Cinderella.
I don't think I'm going to tell my kids the Strabo version.
Yeah, probably not. Yeah.
Pretty dark.
Probably, yeah, it's not really.
Hey, you get to get buried in a nicer place, though. Thank you, Strabo. We appreciate that.
I think Disney did a good job of Disneying it up, if we can be honest about it.
Because an eagle stole her dirty flip-flop. Okay.
Right. And then she was tasked with the labor without her shoes, and it was probably bad.
Okay. All right. And so remember that when a 13 seed makes a run to the Sweet 16 this year.
Remember Strabo.
Yes. Okay. When High Point makes a run this year. Dan, we appreciate it as always. Thank you for that.
All right, boys.
All right.
No, good luck. No.
Good luck.
There we go.
And good luck with baseball practice today.
You guys have 2 days off.
We do.
Good luck for it.
We didn't ask for it.
Watch basketball.
We're excited about this. That's our guy Dan Hyatt with us right there. John Michael Lyles coming up at 5:20. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show. It is a special Nuggets ticket Wednesday, and we have the chance for you to win tickets to the Nuggets game next Friday night against the Jazz. Tune in for your next keyword coming up at 5:20. We got NFL news after this. John Michael Lyles to preview Av Stars at 5:20. Right now, it's time for football news on a Wednesday afternoon. Jaylen Waddle introduced to the local media virtually. Let's go ahead, Spring.
If you're wondering what's for dinner tonight, you should try Papa Murphy's Pizza. They make delicious pizza. You bake it when you're ready. Order online at papamurphys.com. Jaylen Waddle talking to the Denver media, all the universe today, if you have an internet connection. And Jaylen Waddle was asked, is he wide receiver 1 on this team? Is he wide receiver 2? Is Cortland Sutton wide receiver 1? And remember yesterday he said he wanted to beat the dog bleep out of Pat Surtain.
The dog bleep.
Well, he responded to both of those things.
Yeah, man, I don't think it's no number ones. I think everyone's just here to make plays and try to win. And that's ultimately the goal for the team and for the organization. And yeah, I still stand on what I said about Pat.
He's going to beat the dog bleep out of Pat.
At what point does Pat just be like, all right, it ain't funny anymore, boy, let's find out, and just tries to fight him? No?
I don't think that happens. I think they're friends.
Yeah, but at some point, you never hard fouled your friend for running his mouth?
I think I just did that. I think I hard fouled you in this last commercial break, actually.
You got to wait till tomorrow, and then we'll tell the full story. Matter of fact, where are we at? No, you're with me Friday at Stoney's?
We'll be at Stoney's on Friday.
Friday, we'll unleash it on the world. How about there?
Okay. We'll start working.
But you know what this leads to now? Nate took a picture of me in an uncompromising position in the kitchen, we'll say. But now this means that...
No, it was the kitchen. Not the kitchen will say. It is the kitchen.
That doesn't feel like a kitchen to me, but okay.
I don't want anybody thinking
a hallway kitchen.
That I went and followed you into the bathroom.
This means awkward pictures are now part of this relationship. You in?
They always have been, Andy. I think we only take awkward photos.
Well, but I mean now this is unsuspecting awkward pictures.
Again.
As I put out my thin guy video... You'll all have to wait till Friday.
I didn't even know about the thin guy video today.
What do you think I've been doing the last hour? Why do you think I keep leaving during breaks?
I'm assuming you had diarrhea.
No, I'm working on a cap cut project.
Anyway. You spent most of your commercial breaks on the can, so that's where I assumed you were.
No, I've been in the podcast studio. I guess I've only been in the podcast studio. You've not seen me literally coming out of the door through this window right here?
Is that a euphemism? I got to go to the podcast studio this
No, that's
break.
see a man about a horse or read the paper. That's what I'd tell you then.
Okay.
Except I don't. You know what? You'll really know read the paper is a lie. I haven't seen a paper in 2 decades. I'd have to come to your house to read the paper. Although now it might be fun. That's how I'll pay you back for the awkward picture. I'm going to tell Abby I'm going to bring you some coffee, and then I'm going to go read the paper. What would Abby do if I just went and read the paper? She thought I was just dropping coffee off, and then I went and read what do you do? Do you ask somebody to not do that?
Is that the other euphemism, dropping some coffee off?
It could be. It could be.
Were we talking about Jaylen Waddle?
Sure. He's going to beat up Pat Surtain.
Oh, yes. Okay.
Go ahead, Spring.
I think that serves as commentary for that story. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
Well, Jaylen Waddle's former teammate, running back Devon Achane, will not be traded by the Dolphins, according to Adam Schefter.
That sounds like something you tell somebody when you want better offers for Devon Achane.
Yeah, I heard that about Max Crosby. And
right.
Technically, he was traded.
Yes.
His team didn't want him back. We know that. But he's back there. And I still believe that A.J. Brown will be traded post June 1st.
Is Malik Willis texting the new GM in Miami and just being like, please, just leave somebody for me?
I got to have one guy.
I'm trying here.
Yeah.
I'm trying to rewrite the narrative of my career. Can you just give me one?
No.
It's not too much to ask. And Miami is just like, nope, we want to win 2 games this year. Best of luck to you, pal. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
The Panthers are trading quarterback Andy Dalton to the Eagles for a 2027 7th-round pick.
Why? I know they got rid of Kenny Tiny Hands Pickett, but why? Why do you want AJ? Why do you want Andy Dalton?
I think Andy Dalton, you can do a hell of a lot worse at backup quarterback than Andy Dalton.
When has he proven that to you over the last couple of years?
Andy Dalton's fine.
He's the new Ryan Fitzpatrick. He's good for a couple games. The NFL remembers who he is, and then it's a disaster.
Well, he's a backup quarterback. Like, he's not going to come in and, like, rip off 9 wins in a row. He's Andy Dalton, but, like...
Would you run a 4th and 1 in the AFC Championship with Andy Dalton?
This is assuming Andy Dalton's in an AFC Championship game. Like, okay, though. But, like, reframe it, though. Because in an ideal world, you only need your backup quarterback like a game or two. If you suffer an injury to your starting quarterback, in this case, if you're the Eagles and you suffer an injury to Jalen Hurts, you're done. Okay.
Yeah, but doesn't it feel like that's such a different offense you'd have to run for Andy Dalton
Might be
versus
a better
Jalen
one,
Hurts?
quite honestly.
Well,
Yeah.
hey, A.J. Brown may quit reading books.
I was going to say, actually.
And that's not a code for going to the can.
I mean, the entire key here is just get the guy on the field, have him not throw a backwards chest pass,
Sure,
and win the one game you need him to win.
Back in your ideal world, the one game you need him for ain't the AFC Championship.
Yes.
So
just take a damn sack rather than throw a backwards chest pass.
How much is Sean Payton going to harp on that if Stidham is a Bronco all camp?
That's the other thing is, like, did they not call Denver about Jarrett Stidham? I bet the Broncos would move Stiddy for a 7th rounder.
Probably not after the backward pass.
Who knows? Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
The NFL is laying groundwork for hiring replacement officials this season if the league is unable to agree on a new collective bargaining agreement with the NFL Referees Association.
It feels like a bit of a mafia threat. Well, we've got your replacements. We don't need you. How worse could it? Here's the problem. The NFL's gone down this road before. Remember that? When we had the Fail Mary?
And it was bad.
The actual Fail Mary. Who was that? Seahawks Packers? Where they got that thing so
with
screwed
the
up?
replacement refs. Yes.
Now, they didn't have this level of replay sort of safety net that they have now.
But still, like, I promise everybody, like, you think you complain about refs now. If you get replacement refs, you're going to hate it so much more. Like, legitimately, there is substantial fall off.
So would there be replacement refs in, like, the war room in New York that does all the big eye in the sky stuff?
Yeah, I'm assuming though.
Or does
those
Mike
guys
Pereira
all be,
and all the NFL on Fox guys just go, no, we'll walk over to the room and handle it for you?
I'm sure the networks are going to look at it and go, no, these are our employees. Like, we're paying them.
Well, we could go like the guy at the lacrosse game that was both broadcaster and replay guy.
That was wild. We've had too much stuff this week, and we haven't even gotten to that. Andy found this video of, what was it?
Of course I found it.
It was
a North Carolina lacrosse game.
Yeah.
And Penn, I think, Penn State.
Okay.
Where they had to come over to the broadcast table because the guy was doing a low-budget TV broadcast, but they had no replay. There was a challenge. So the broadcaster had to play replay official because the broadcaster had to tell the truck what replay angle the ref needed to see if a guy stepped in the crease or not.
Which honestly, and Andy will retweet this video, I found it fascinating to listen to, and people like people have argued for put that process on television. Let us listen to it.
Educate us on the discussion.
Totally.
You know what happened? One time we did it by accident in the Mammoth game earlier this year.
Uh-huh.
We had a mic inside there, and we heard the whole discussion. And then we got it all the way up to where he told the coach, and then we had to cut the mics because the coach's response, as you can imagine, was not FCC friendly.
Sure.
But it was really cool because we actually heard them discussing, here's what I've got, what do you have, here's the two angles we're looking at. Because in the NLL, they've got a cloud-based system where they actually have more angles than TV, which is really probably should be in every league. The officials should probably have more angles than TV, but TV provides the cameras half the time.
Right, exactly. The leagues aren't going to pay for it.
They should make the, you know what, really for transparency, instead of making the refs of any league, officials of any league go and meet with the media, which they should have to do sometimes after the games, I would say just let us hear their discussion.
Yes.
Have an open, clear discussion about what it is you see. That'd be, frankly, be more educating than listening to Mike Pereira try to explain what he thinks they're going to come up with.
We had the stolen base at second last night, right before the Suarez double in the World Baseball Classic. And it was a full-on bang-bang play, Andy. Like, I don't know if you saw the stolen base or not, but it was clearly like it was called safe on the field and they didn't have enough evidence to overturn it, but it would have been the other way. You know, the play was just too damn close. Again, give me that audio.
Yeah.
I want to listen to it. I completely agree with you. Give us that transparency. And again, and here's the other thing about it. It's a good television product. Like, replays can be boring. Again, you want to make your product better for TV because that's ultimately what sports is. So give it to us. And I think eventually one league is going to come around to it, and then everyone will follow suit. And finally, Spring.
High five.
Longtime Colts wide receiver T.Y. Hilton announces his retirement from the NFL today. He last played with the Cowboys in 2022.
I was going to say, how long has it been since T.Y. Hilton was in the league?
I was going to ask, it's a serious question. Wasn't he kind of another guy that Peyton Manning really kind of made a lot of money for?
Without a doubt.
Who all we have one day
Reggie Wayne, Marvin Harrison. I mean,
Reggie Wayne, I think,
was
was
an Andrew Luck guy.
really good.
These guys were legitimately good, but also like they got to play with the most accurate quarterback that ever lived. Like there is such a thing as being very good and also being in the best possible circumstance.
Spring, you said he was also an Andrew Luck guy?
I thought he was an Andrew Luck guy.
That's a pretty good.
That's also pretty good. Yeah.
All right, I'm going to look it up.
Yes. Either way, you got to have a good career. Isn't Austin Collie also on the list of?
Austin Colley's a really good one.
Yeah, a deep pull right there. That guy got
when
his
did he...
brain splattered, by the way.
2012. You know what? Spring tip of the cap, my friend.
Andrew Luck guy.
We were wrong.
All
he
right.
did actually go Andrew. That's still, it's not like you're stepping down too much there with Andrew Luck.
That's why we keep Mark Springer around.
Good for you, Spring.
Yes.
Was that one of your ill-fated fantasy guys once upon a time? Is that it?
No.
Have we all been burned by T.Y. Hilton in a fantasy league?
Wasn't it like 20? What year was it, though, that Luck won everybody their league? Was it 2012?
Probably 2014, because 2014 is when
AFC
they went to, that was
Championship,
Deflategate year.
45-7. Yeah.
Because the Broncos lost to him in 2014.
Yeah, he was
remember?
just an absolute machine. Quarterbacks aren't going to win you a fantasy league 99% of the time. That was like one year they actually did. If you had luck, you crushed it that season. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, Avalanche Stars. John Michael Lyles, plus your final keyword of the day to win tickets on a Nuggets Ticket Wednesday. That is after this.
Guys, Andy Lindahl for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. How's the old sex life been lately? If it's not been great, then it's time to head on over to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. If you're suffering from erectile dysfunction, that's a drag. That's what DMac likes to say. That's a drag. Well, don't let it be a drag. Go ahead and get it fixed. Get it fixed now over at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. You know, they've got a lot of options for you. It's not just a one-size-fits-all kind of situation for them. They've got treatments that work when the pills and herbals fail, and treatments with success rates well over 90%. Some treatments will have you lasting an hour or more if that's what you're after, and they've served the front range at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic for nearly a decade. They've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. So if you're dealing with ED, time to get back into the swing of things, time to get that old feeling back, time to be winking at everybody like, you know, the Big Hurt does. So get on into the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Tell them what's going on with you. Schedule that consult. They'll let you talk to a Colorado licensed medical provider at the first visit. You'll have a T and a PSA test, and if medically advised, you'll get a test dose. This is all $99. However, if the test dose isn't working in the office, then it's free, so nothing to lose there. They have an expert staff, and if you're like a lot of men, you could be ready for action the day after your appointment. 5 locations to serve you, all up and down I-25 in Fort Collins and the Springs. Also find them in Castle Rock in a great revamped location, 720-440-7900, or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Got to get you your third and final keyword of the day on a Ticket Wednesday. Your chance to win tickets to see Utah when they come to town next Friday night to face Denver. You want to text the keyword Dixie, Dixie right now. That's Dixie to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name, and you are entered. Like Dixie State, Andy, which is a college in Utah and is not in the NCAA tournament. The Will Hite Law Firm gives you the chance to win big on and off the court. Visit them at willhitewins.com. Again, this hour's keyword, Dixie, Dixie. We will announce our winner at 5:55. Best of luck to you. Oh, I think we got kind of a big one tonight. Avs, Stars, right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
I'm going to be pumped.
Pre-game at 7 o'clock. El Moserino is pumped for this one. Joining us right now to help preview this matchup, it is our pal from Altitude Television, John Michael Lyles. JML, welcome back to the program.
Thanks for having me, guys.
All right, so what happened? Let's start with what happened. What happened in your mind against Pittsburgh? We heard Nathan McKinnon's version. What's John Michael Lyles' version?
Oh, man, listen, it's an 82-game season. Those games will happen, is what I would say. And I think that you want to dissect, and Nathan McKinnon obviously made his feelings known, and I think Jared Bednar, agreed with him, this morning a little bit to a degree, and it sounds like they made a call up to go 12-6 tonight. But once again, the season is too long, and frankly, games like that will happen. You gave up some grade A's. They got a little loose at times, and I would say Pittsburgh capitalized on almost all the grade A's that the Avs gave up, especially early. And then from there, you're kind of chasing the game. And so, when you're chasing the game, you have to push, you have to open up, and I would say Pittsburgh, they were good the other night. I would say Avs were not necessarily great. It wasn't one of their better games. And, Jared Bednar talked about it. It's something that's been creeping into their game where they've given up some grade A opportunities that really shouldn't have been given up lately. And so it's something that they'll have to address. And frankly, if you're playing a team that, if you're going to play a team that you really have to be aware against, it's the Dallas Stars. So I would expect the Avs are hyper aware tonight, address those things they need to clean up from the Pittsburgh game and maybe, a few games prior. And I'm interested to see how this goes because it's a huge matchup, and not even factoring in, points, Central, et cetera, et cetera. I think it's just two of the top teams in the league, and it'll be really interesting to see where each of them are at this point in time.
John, you were a defenseman, and you had a pretty good shot in your day as well. What is the trick? It feels to me like whether it's Kale or Taze or whoever, a lot of the shots they're taking the shots, they're not finding their way all the way to the net, right? They're getting blocked a lot. What is the key to maybe trying to clean that up so that you can actually get it on the net or get that rebound opportunity?
Well, so different teams are going to play different styles. And, what we saw with Pittsburgh and what we've seen with some other teams is, a lot of times as a D-man, what you're trying to do is you're trying to, because things happen so quickly, what you're looking at is okay, I see this forward in front of me who's trying to take away my shot lane. My job is to get it by this first forward. Well, there are teams now in the league that stack a center in that lane and it's 10 feet out from the net, so it never actually gets to the net. Some teams are better than others in terms of how their forwards are able to block it one-on-one. Pittsburgh, for example, Noel Chari is a guy that I played with in Boston who's really, really good at blocking shots from the point. And he did it on, a handful of occasions the other night. But what I think, teams have started to do is say, okay, we're going to send that forward out to the blue line. And if it's Makar, if it's Taves or Malinsky, these guys, Burns, that are so good at getting shots through beyond the first forward, but yet still hitting the net, we're going to essentially leave a forward open in front of the net, and we're going to try and stack and block that shot with another forward, essentially a second layer on that shot going to the net. So, every team is different in how they approach that. Joel Quenneville, for example, one of his things as a defenseman is if the D is shooting from the point and he does not wind up and it's a wrist shot or a snapshot, you step out and you block it as a D man or a center, and you make sure that it does not get to your goaltender. If it's a slap shot, then you step to the side and pick up the forward. So really, I think it's about who you're playing, and so many teams now are concerned with the offense coming from the Avs blue line that I think it's become very focused. And I think the way to counter that is you have forwards popping into the slot higher, like Nazem Kadri's goal against Seattle, last week, where he essentially moved away from the front of the net and was able to get a tip on it. And if you can get tips on it before those forwards or D are able to block it in front of the net, then it creates a little more chaos. So I think part of that is how good the Avs D are getting shots through earlier in the season, and teams have had to readjust to address that.
This is good stuff. JML whiteboarding it out for us right now on the Kreckman and Lindahl show. Ahead of a huge one against the Dallas Stars tonight. Johnny, the Stars, 14-1-1 since the break. They have been on an absolute tear, and they're banged up. No Rantanen, no Sagan, no Rope Hintz. Yeah. As you give us the opposing scout on these guys, how are the Stars doing this right now?
Listen, I think that the Dallas Stars are a very solid team. When you look top to bottom, they're a good team. They have a great power play, really good goaltending. And in the end, they're able to roll four lines more often than not. And so when you have that, you have Jason Robertson, who's having an amazing year. Wyatt Johnston he just continues to get better. And it's scary because we always talk about Nathan McKinnon and how he's able to elevate his game year in and year out, it seems. Wyatt Johnston is on a track like that, and he's not Nathan McKinnon. I'm not trying to compare him to Nathan McKinnon, but it's the ability to elevate, and he has become a really good goal scorer along with Jason Robertson. So I think, those are a couple of, key contributors for Dallas the Avs are going to have to focus on. Miro Heiskanen having another really good year. I think it's just a very solid team. And when you have a really good team, regardless of injuries, I look at the Avs and what injuries they're dealing with. Yes, there's been, some, spots here and there where it hasn't been amazing lately. But for the most part, coming back from the Olympic break, they've been really, really good, even with the injuries they've been dealing with. So two really good teams. Like I said, Dallas, regardless of the injuries, they've just got guys that plug into the lineup and they're able to contribute, and their top guys have really elevated their play.
All right, Johnny, weigh in on the goalie situation. I feel like you got two good ones, but I got to tell you, over the balance of the season, I just think there's been points where Scott Wedgwood has been special. I'm happy to see him in net tonight. How tough do you think it is of a decision for Bednar game to game with this?
Listen, Bedsy, he's got a bit of a luxury in the sense that he's got two really good goaltenders, is what I will say. Now, Mackenzie Blackwood, at times he's shown how good of a goaltender he is, but he's also been dealing with an injury from, let's call it what it was. It was a procedure in the offseason. He had no training camp. It took him a while to get back to speed. He was playing amazing hockey, and then he had another injury. So now you're back into that process of working through it. So I'm not calling it you're not writing off the year, but you're calling it what it is. It's been a year where he's had some ups and he's had some downs, and Scott Wedgwood has been there from day one to be that kind of, stabilizing force when Mackenzie Blackwood wasn't available, especially early in the year. Have they had their tough games, tough moments? Sure. But that's, once again, I go back to an 82-game season. You're going to have those games as a team. You're going to have those games as a goaltender. And in the end, Scott Wedgwood, from game one, minus call it 2 or 3 games throughout this season, has been just flat out unbelievable. He's been amazing. The attitude, the way that he's just able to calm games down. And you go back to the game that he played against, where he came in relief of Mackenzie Blackwood in Dallas. I mean, it feels like a month ago, but I think it was a week and a half ago. And just, how he was able to kind of stabilize that game for the Avs, and in the end, a huge goal from Val Nichushkin tying it up, and then winning in a shootout, against guys that he's familiar with. So listen, that could go a couple of different, it can go both ways, right? Like, he's familiar with Matt Duchene, and he's familiar with Jason Robertson and these players, but they're familiar with him as well. So listen, he's had an amazing year. I've got a lot of confidence in him. I think a lot, coaching staff, management, all of the above has confidence in him. The fans should as well, and I think it's going to be an awesome game tonight. I'm really looking forward to seeing it.
I'm just curious because I want to ask, because look, I'm not knocking Blackwood necessarily. I just think Wedgwood, let's be honest, first 2 months of the season, I thought he was playing at a Vezina level, because he was making a couple saves a game that you shouldn't make, right? Like, isn't that what you're looking for, Johnny, to in these close games? Don't you just hope your goaltender maybe gets one or two that he should have made that really kind of breaks the spirit of the other team?
I think if you ask, Scott Wedgwood, or you ask guys that play, and this is kind of, the same as when I played, like, if you make the saves you're supposed to make and you make a couple that maybe you shouldn't even make, like, that's a really good recipe for being in pretty much every game.
That's it.
It's that simple.
Make a couple of good ones.
That was a mic drop. Sorry. Yeah.
That's all we need.
On it. No, that's a mic drop for me.
Hey, but spoken like a true defenseman, okay?
Yeah.
Bail me out a couple of times if you don't mind.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look, it's like, what made Terrell Davis great? He got more than what the play was blocked for. A couple times, you got to have a guy do something a little more than what was expected. That's all.
John Michael Lyles.
I was minus 40 in my career. I probably should have gotten a few more saves for my goalies, but that's we'll talk about that another time.
Johnny, listen, I know what beverage you have to take before you throw yourself in front of a 100-mile-an-hour puck. We all saw the consequences with Gabe. I don't blame you, is all I'm saying.
Yeah, unfortunately, that was friendly fire with Gabe.
Johnny, enjoy it, man. We appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, thanks, guys. Have a good one.
All right, John Michael Lyles of Altitude with us right there. Tonight, TNT affair for Av Stars. But, of course, you listen to it with Connor right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Nuggets Grizzlies is over on AM 950 tonight. There's pregame starting at 6 o'clock. That is a 6:30 tip-off tonight for the Nuggets. Av Stars pregame at 7. Puck drop sometime after 7:30. Join Altitude Sports Radio at the Buffalo Rose in Golden tomorrow to watch the tournament, win some great prizes, play some Pop-A-Shot, have a great time at the oldest bar in Colorado. We will see you at the Buffalo Rose tomorrow starting at 6.
We're bringing the Pop-A-Shot?
We got our own Pop-A-Shot?
It's right there.
Okay.
They put it together today. I hope we have a truck to take it out there. I ain't coming here first, I'll tell you that.
Does it have to be disassembled first?
Well, it just got assembled, so I hope not. I hope we thought that one through.
I don't think that thing's going to fit in the back of a Honda. Anyway, go play Pop-A-Shot tomorrow at the Buffalo Rose.
Just going to strap it to a bike rack and
in Golden.
hope for the best.
Listen to some of these numbers that Legwald threw at us earlier. Bo Nix, okay? One Beauregard Nix. Yes, he only completed less than 39% of his passes, 20 or more yards down the field. 63% completion rate on all throws, 24th in the league. That along with, the most pass attempts in the entire NFL. But Legwald pointed this out earlier. Bo Nix's best areas of the field. Hook routes, he was 3rd in QBR on hook routes at 95. Pivot routes, 4th at 90.4. That's like the Evan Engram specialty that Jaylen Waddle's going to do even better. And on the crossers, where he was 14th, middle of the road, but again, that's a strong area of the field for him. And those are all routes that Jaylen Waddle excels at. In so many ways, he is such a great fit for what Denver needs to have offensively. Not even just like what they want to do, what they need to have in order to, not punt so often.
Yeah, I'm down with less punting. Our guy Crawshaw had a pretty good year, but let's not put him up for Pro Bowl punter again.
Yeah, we're okay with less.
We got some news.
Quality, not quantity with Crawshaw, Andy. You have news?
I don't know.
Are we breaking it?
I don't know. It's from a Twitter account called NFLTradeRumors.co. We trusting them?
Where are we getting this?
Well, Springer sent it to me.
I saw it elsewhere. I think it's true.
We like it?
Yeah.
All right. The Broncos have signed an outside free agent. It's happened.
Are we sure?
I hope so. Tyson Anderson, a safety from the Bengals. According to NFLTradeRumors.co, says that Tyson Anderson is signing with the Broncos.
That's Tyson.
Tycen.
Tycen. I have never seen that spelling before.
I've never seen this Twitter handle, so I'm a little nervous.
We don't know.
Not exactly Tom Pelissero breaking the news.
We don't even know if Tyson Anderson's a real person.
Is that a real person?
Yes. Are we sure?
Yeah, the way they spelled it does add. Was it a bot? Spring, defend this call.
No. And then let's see.
He's got a Pro Football Reference page.
Well, that's good. So
Here,
he's a dude.
I'm going to send you another tweet right now.
He went to Toledo.
Okay.
He
wasn't there another Toledo safety everybody was psyched about?
Emmanuel McNeil Warren.
That's Toledo, right?
Yes.
Not Tulsa?
Which Denver was he
I
was
like that.
It was predicted that Denver may take him at number 30 at various different places. I don't know, maybe
Look,
Miami can take him at 30 now.
You sending me the tweet of Yanni ain't helping.
This is Yanni Tregellis.
Oh, I thought it was
He
the
is
musician.
a
I was like, what the hell does
sports
Yanni
anchor.
care about the Broncos?
He's got a gig at the Acropolis tonight.
He's got some sweet jazz sax to go play.
He works for Local 12 CBS in Cincinnati.
Okay.
Does
And
Yanni know Tyson?
Anderson told him personally.
Boom! Boom!
So Tyson Anderson, Andy.
Is a Bronco.
This sounds like a nugget.
He does. Tyson Anderson. He was
It's just because of Hunter Tyson. That's why.
He was a second round pick.
And Chris Birdman Anderson.
He likes Chick-fil-A.
It's a second round pick
Actually, this Tyson prefers Canes.
out of UC Davis back in 2014.
Yeah, just hanging on in the league.
He was initially drafted by the Nuggets, but his rights were immediately acquired by Utah.
But he's got a Nuggets hat from draft night
He
that
does.
he hates.
Tyson Anderson played in 17 games last year. No starts. He did have himself 23 tackles last year. And his approximate value, according to Pro Football Reference, so their catch-all stat, I mean, it could have been a 0. They give him a 1.
All right.
Yes.
All right.
Okay.
What's the top value? 99?
Top value is however good you are.
But 1 ain't it.
It's not 1.
It's not a golf score. Like 1's a really good golf score. An eagle.
He wore the number
Eagle.
26 last year.
Okay.
5th round pick out of Toledo back in 2022. Tyson Anderson.
So does this count as a free agent signing?
Hey,
what is this?
He was an
He's a 1.
He was an agent and he was freely available.
All right.
Sean's done a great job.
Okay.
Okay. Tyson Anderson.
Have the Broncos sent an email on this one?
Is there a Zoom press conference scheduled
We're gonna Zoom this guy.
to hear from Tyson Anderson?
We go check the old work email.
Yeah, let me know,
Nope,
Andy.
nothing yet.
Nothing? Okay.
Not-
Alert me so I can dial in tomorrow on my day
Jason,
off.
When you and I are sitting at the bar, we can hit up the presser.
Hey, Tyson.
You know you're a 1 according to PFF.
What do you think? What do you think of that? What do you think of that safety room? Can you name all the guys? Jaylen Waddle
Can
named
you
all the
Russ it
receivers.
with me? Who's better at naming teammates, Russ or Vaughn?
Russell Wilson's still the great. Russell Wilson can name them all. Vaughn is the best at telling you that they're way better than they actually
his
are.
best incomplete pass I ever saw. Didn't he say that about Drew Lock? I mean, it was incomplete.
Oh.
He went on and on to describe a great pass for 3 minutes and then said, but it was incomplete.
Was that about Lock or
It was
Flacco?
Lock, 'cause
I think
you
it was
and I were
Lock.
together.
Yeah, I think it was right. Yeah.
Because we kept asking him about Drew Lock, and he's like, the kid's hurt. I ain't seen him play, but he's awesome.
It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show.
We all owe $1.
Tyson Anderson. Tyson Anderson owes us $1. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We'll announce our ticket winner coming up at 5:55. Make sure you enter the Not Another Bracket Challenge at altitudesportsradio.com/notabracket right now. You can win dinner for two tickets and a catered suite to the first Nuggets home playoff game, and an autographed Nikola Jokic jersey. This is a great prize. It's really easy, guys. You pick 5 teams, and you are entered. It's just who's going to go the furthest in the tournament. Rack up the points. The further your teams go, you're picking 5 teams, and you're going with it. You don't got to fill out a full bracket. It's presented by Groove Toyota. Start there. Go anywhere on Broadway in Englewood or online at groovetoyota.com. Go to altitudesportsradio.com/notabracket to enter now. Again, I'm rolling with Iowa State, Michigan, Arizona, Louisville, and, of course, the eventual national champion, the Fighting Illini. I went with Louisville as a 6 seed. I'm not taking anybody lower than that right now. I
got to pick mine, but I've shown the Papa Shot to everybody on Twitch.
Yes, we got a Papa Shot, by the way. Yes, go hang out
at...
It's
not regulation size.
The Buffalo Rose in Golden tomorrow and play Papa Shot with everybody.
Scotty shows up, just reaches his arm across and drops it in. Is that going to count? Thing's not tall enough.
Andy, I got a very important update on a story that we followed a couple of years ago. Okay?
Oh, yes. I can't wait. What are we talking here?
Do you remember the Grand Junction Humpback Chubs?
Oh, I do. How could I forget? They were legendary with their shirts and the whole deal.
So if you recall, at first they weren't real. It was like a change.org petition by fans on the Western Slope to rename the Grand Junction Rockies the Grand Junction Humpback Chubs.
Make it more regional. Make it feel like you were part of the city.
And the reason that everybody remembers it is because the Grand Junction Rockies at GJ Rockies on Twitter literally tweeted this. If you don't remember this tweet, I'm just going to read it to you because, again, this wasn't really a story until they tweeted it.
None of us knew what they were doing.
The GJ Rockies are not considering changing their name and never have. We are owned by a group led by the Colorado Rockies and have a team on the West Slope helps build their brand. Suggesting we would be called the GJ Chubs is offensive and a slang sexual term for erection.
No, it's a fish.
Again, they themselves tweeted this out.
Right.
Well, a humpback chub is a fish. So anyway, Andy, last year, the Grand Junction Jackalopes.
All right.
Okay. The Jackalopes, every Wednesday, they were rebranding as the Humpback Chubs, and merchandise sales were way up. Attendance and merch sales were way up for the Jackalopes because people loved going out on Wednesdays and buying up all this merchandise, right? So they actually embraced it all of these years later. Well, the Jackalopes have left Grand Junction, and we have a new team. And wait until you hear their name, okay? My dude Adam Busak writing this story for the Grand Junction Sentinel. They had the team itself, Andy, had a name the team contest. There were over 8,000 submissions, but they have chosen a name for the new Pecos League team that will be playing at Simplesio Field in Grand Junction this year. Get ready for the Grand Junction Razorback Suckers.
All right.
The Suckers.
Yep.
Andy.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Razorback.
Razorback Suckers.
Is this also a fish?
It is also a fish. As the team's front office has said, they picked the name because it blended. Apparently, there's several other aquatic named teams in the league. Apparently, Razorback Suckers are indigenous to the Colorado River Basin. In fact, the breed was designated as an endangered species in 1991, but according to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, thanks to local repopulation efforts, the suckerfish breed is trending positively toward reclassification. Notably, and this is a nice story, the Palisade High School Fish Hatchery Program raises and releases some 250 razorback suckers into the Colorado River each year.
All right.
So buy your gear now.
For the Razorback Suckers.
And go out to Simplesio Field this summer to cheer on the Suckers.
So do you wear the Humpback Chub shirt with the Razorback Sucker jersey over it, unbuttoned, all that?
You could certainly do that if you wanted to. I think you could mix and match the hat and jersey combo. It's a great logo, by the way. It's a fish, and he's got the big sucker mouth, and they stuck a baseball in his mouth.
All right.
It's a good-looking logo.
You going to get a hat?
I might have to because
they do it web store or what?
I was a big fan of the Humpback Chubs, and now the name has evolved to the Suckers. We went from Chubs to Suckers.
All right. A lot of wild fish out there.
Sure are. Spring, who is our ticket winner today?
Our ticket winner was John Anderson.
Does John Anderson know Tyson Anderson?
No.
Are they related?
No.
Okay. Is John Anderson a real person?
He very much so is.
Is it former Sports Center anchor John Anderson?
He's a P1.
Whatever happened to that guy? Anyway.
He retired.
Congratulations, John Anderson. Oh, my God, we got a jam-packed night. The Nuggets and the Grizz are over on AM 950. Avalanche Stars tonight right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Special puck-centric, the Razorback Puckers, we'll call them, for tonight. Mark Springer and Alex Ryan-Emmy coming up with a special hockey-themed blitz for the next hour before the pregame coverage at 7 o'clock, before Connor's call at 7:30 of the Avs and the Stars tonight. Go out to the Buffalo Rose and Golden tomorrow.
Come see us.
Watch first-round games. It's going to be a lot of fun. The whole crew's going to be out there hanging out and having snacks and drinks and Papa
And we're
Shots.
at Stoney's Friday.
And we'll be at Stoney's on Friday. Stoney's on Lincoln downtown, so come hang out with us there as well to watch the first-round action on Friday. Best 2 days in sports coming up here. Thursday and Friday, we'll have all the games for you right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. But we got great games before that tonight, so enjoy them. Thanks again to John Michael Lyles, Jeff Legwall, Dan Hyatt. They were all with us today, and they were all terrific. That'll do it for us. Have a great night, everybody. We'll see you.
Fellas, ladies. No, it ain't Berto. Berto's over there on our sister station, AM 950, doing pregame for the Nuggets as they ready to take on the lowly Memphis Grizzlies. So it is a Berto's Blitz Between the Pipes edition. I'm Alex Ryanemi filling in for Berto today. You guys know me better as Raj from the Morning Sprint alongside my Between the Pipes co-host. He's the radio machine, Mark Springer. Spring, what's up, brother?
Hey, it's only fitting that we're on ahead of Avs Stars, right? It should be us ahead of Avs Stars. Biggest regular season game this year. Two best teams in hockey. We do the hockey show after the hockey. Let's talk hockey. We'll talk a lot of other things. Well, maybe, but we'll talk a lot of hockey.
And we'll start there with that game. It's not going to drop the puck until close to 8 p.m. tonight local. It is slated for 7:50, but it is the second of two games on TNT and HBO this evening, Spring. So we know that means a delayed time and inevitably a shootout before, because I feel like every time the Avs are on national television, the game prior to them goes into overtime or a shootout just magically turns into a 1 a.m. night before your eyes.
We're going to be up late tonight.
Tonight is going to be an absolute banger of a hockey game. I know there's no Rupe Hintz. I know there's no Mikko Rantanen. I know there's no Gabe Landeskog or Arturi Lehkonen or Logan O'Connor or Ross Colton for that matter. Both of these teams got beat up and down the ice a couple of nights ago. And I know the Dallas Stars are a team that are going to respond. Do we know the Avs are a team like that?
We don't. Because Gabe Landeskog's not playing tonight. And Gabe's that guy. We talked about this after the just pathetic, embarrassing loss.
Pretty bad loss.
The Pittsburgh Penguins. I can't imagine. I didn't watch the Dallas-Utah game. I know that game was like tied at 2 in the third period. So at least that one was close.
It was close until Utah rattled off 4 goals in the third.
I don't know. It felt like Monday's Avs-Penguins game wasn't even close. So, I mean, I would have to think that what the Avs did was worse than what Dallas did. I mean, that was awful.
The saving grace for the Stars is that all of those goals were Casey DeSmith's fault. And it's not like Jake Ottinger had to come in and save the day, and then he was bad like Mackenzie Blackwood was asked
Casey DeSmith
to do.
is a clear number 2.
Yes.
Ottinger is a clear number 1. It's like a 1-2-1s here in Denver. And both ones, I wasn't on them. Jared Bednar says it wasn't on them. Monday night at least. You know what I was thinking today though, Raj? I was like, dude, they're just too... You don't lose it. They're not going to play like that the rest of the season. They're too talented. It's not like that's going to start some spiral where they lose like 10 in a row. No way. Not a team with Nathan McKinnon and Cale Makar on it. They will play good hockey again. They're scientifically composed to do so.
And it is the reason why I don't think the Avs are going to give up that number 1 seed. You look forward for their schedule, man. Yeah, it's tough tonight. Don't get me wrong. But they've got a bunch of games against substandard teams for the remainder of March. There's not enough games, in my opinion, especially if you find a way to beat Dallas tonight in regulation. I don't think there's enough games for them to catch you because of how good you are. We saw the hottest Dallas is going to be all year long over the course of their last 15 games. And they had a 15-game point streak snapped 2 nights ago against Utah. That's a franchise-long 15-game point streak. There's only been one team in the NHL this year with a point streak longer than 15 games. That's the Avs. They had a 17-game streak. We just saw a really good team do something that felt completely dominant and unbeatable in the Dallas Stars over the past month and a half. We saw that from the Avs, and they're both the same level of team, man. We just hate the Stars.
Yeah, it's the biggest regular season game so far. Because guess what? These two teams will play on April 4th. And I just have a feeling that these two teams are destined to do it forever. Up, down, snip, snap. Dude, it's fun. If Dallas would have beaten Utah and the Avs, lost to Pittsburgh like they did, if Dallas would have won tonight, like they would have taken the top spot. But that can't happen. Even if Dallas beats you tonight, you're still a point ahead of them. Then you're at Chicago, at Washington. They were sellers. They traded John Carlson. At Pittsburgh, you can get revenge on Pittsburgh. The Penguins don't own you.
The Penguins get Sidney Crosby back tonight,
They
man.
get him back. But on this road trip, coming up after tonight's Dallas game, we got the update today that sounds like, correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounds like everyone's going on that road trip.
Yes.
Like everyone. And, Landeskog and O'Connor seem to be the two closest to returning. And that sounds like they're probably playing at some point on that road trip. Sounds like Arturi Lehkonen is probably playing on that road trip, maybe towards the back end of it. I don't know. And I think that means Ross Colton's going as well.
Those guys are coming back. They're not coming back soon enough, in my opinion.
Not tonight, yeah.
I wanted at least one of those guys in a game. Because I still believe if tonight was a playoff game, wouldn't all those dudes be playing?
Yeah.
And I know it's not, and I know there's still 4 weeks until the playoffs begin. I'm almost positive that the Avs season ends on like April 16th. So we are basically a month out of playoff hockey. 4 weeks is long enough to get over an injury, but what's
4
days? What's going on with Logan O'Connor, man? He's been gone the whole season. Is 4 weeks really going to make the difference?
Or certainly 4 days.
What he's missed?
Because what are they playing? Are they playing Friday in Chicago? Are they playing Sunday in DC?
Yes.
That's half a week. OC's been out all year. He needs an extra half a week. We were talking about this with Landeskog at the end of last season. Landy really needs a few extra days.
Yeah, what did that do for them?
Didn't seem like he did. And they missed him in the first couple games of that series. That could have been the difference in that series.
I think it cost them the series, Spring. I do.
I understand. And if it wasn't for this seeding, if it wasn't for the 1 seed being so important because you want to avoid playing the 3 seed, which is so dumb to say, but if it wasn't for that, I'd say take your time with Landeskog, take your time with O'Connor, everybody. But you got to get that 1 seed. There is urgency.
If the standings were 1 through 8 like they used to be,
you want to fall to the 2 seed and play the 7 seed, but that means protecting players, from coming back too soon from injury. I live with that. I live with that all day.
That right now, Mark Springer. You say that right now, but you know what the 2-7 matchup is?
Is it Utah?
It's Vegas.
It's Vegas. If it was traditional,
one through 8.
I'd still take Vegas over Minnesota.
Now, I'm almost positive, though, that in the traditional 1 through 8, didn't they give the 2 seed to the division champion? So technically, if it was 1 through 8 and you didn't win the Central and Dallas won it, you would be the 3 seed.
In which case you would play
Utah.
Because
Utah has a tiebreaker right now in terms of regulation wins over Vegas. So if it was 1 through 8, you'd be the 3 seed taking on the Mammoth. Because the 2 seed would be the Central, or rather the Pacific Division champion, and that would be the Anaheim Ducks today, and they would take on Vegas.
I mean, worst case scenario, back to, their fight for the 1 seed because of the way it is and how important that is.
Because of reality.
We're a week or so away, less than a week away from full strength. And they're not going to play like they did on Monday at full strength.
No.
There's just no way. There's no way with Landeskog, Lehkonen. I mean, those are 2 huge players out there because you're playing 3 centers on your second line, or at least that's what they did against the Penguins. They changed to that in the third period of the Winnipeg game on Saturday, going 3 centers on your second line. 3 guys who've never really played together, Kadri, Nelson, and Waugh. And that's going to mess with things. It feels a lot better when Lehkonen and Landeskog are in your top 6. And Nick Waugh's a good player. He wasn't brought in to be in the top 6. He was brought in to be on the third line. It hurts. You need these guys back, but they're not going to have him back tonight, so they're going to have to figure it out. Good news is, as well as Dallas had played of late, they don't have Mikko Rantanen. They don't have Roope Hintz. That evens it out. There's the injury status for both these teams tonight are similar, so it's an even playing field.
Without a doubt. That means there are no excuses to what happens this evening. And these 2 teams they've been separated by nothing. I think they've actually been separated by a single shootout goal. A single shootout goal this year. Now, both games have been 5-4 in shootout on their opposition's ice. And you've gone in and won, right? Earlier on, Dallas beats Colorado at Ball Arena. The Avs end up beating Dallas on the road in that 5-4 shootout. It's Jake Ottinger's lone loss in his last 14 starts, something crazy like that. I think Dallas has scored one more shootout goal in those 2 games than you have. So it is, the margins are razor thin between these 2 teams. Stars are one of 2 teams in the NHL spring that are in the top 10 in both power play and penalty kill percentage. So as we know, dating back over the last couple of playoff series that you've been bounced in 6 and 7 games to Dallas, tonight, man, you cannot take penalties against them. And if you want any prayer in beating Dallas, you have to be even on the special teams battle.
Oh, whoa.
And that's been tough for the Avs this year.
That was tough for them even when they were setting records. I guess another thing we learned today was no more 7 defensemen. Nathan McKinnon's message was heard.
It sure was.
And it looks like they're calling up Ivan.
I've missed Ivan.
He's the guy, yeah. I mean, if you're looking for that 12th forward, he's the guy. And I think that it would serve better to keep the deep. I know you've talked about maybe because the D-core has struggled defensively. So maybe split up Makar and Taves. But one thing that Nate said was, he's missing the consistency right now. He wants consistent D pairs. He wants consistent forward lines. Now, it's tough to do from a forward perspective right now with the injuries, but defensively they are healthy. The only real problem is, okay, so that means that Nick Blankenburg comes out. He was your 7D, the guy you acquired at the deadline from Nashville. Brent Burns will stay in the lineup, and he needs a breather. He might, I don't know, maybe needs is too strong, but if it wasn't for that Iron Man streak, maybe Blankenburg stays in and Burns comes out.
Yeah, but Blankenburg doesn't strike me as a player that, sure, he could be of use in a playoff series against Seattle, against San Jose, against Utah, he could be of use. When you get down into it against Dallas and against Vegas or Edmonton when it comes to a Western Conference final, are you really looking at the Avs going, yeah, Nick Blankenburg's going to be one of our top 6D? Or do you look at Brent Burns, even though he has had a trying March and end of February, do you look at him and you go, yeah, that's the dude that we brought in from Carolina to make sure that the postseason run is a little bit more palatable?
Oh, no, I want Brent Burns playing in the playoffs. I just, he would be the candidate to take a bath right now. But he's got an Iron Man streak. It's fascinating. It really is. Now it's, 1D guy, and he's still playing okay. The whole D-core in general, you got to help Scott Wedgwood out tonight. What do you expect? Do you expect them to play with pace offensively, or to maybe sit back more and just be more mindful of your defensive positioning? Because the defensive breakdowns were by far and away the biggest issue against Pittsburgh.
I think you sit back a touch in the neutral zone. In the defensive zone, man, if you sit back against Dallas, they will cycle you to death. So neutral zone, especially from defensive standpoint, I'm not pinching too hard right now. I'm really not, because you can't give up 2-on-1s and 3-on-2s like you have been over the past couple of games. Can't do it. Dallas will make you pay. They showed in the last time that you played against them, right? When you went down early and you had to yank Mackenzie Blackwood from that game, they were scoring on 2-on-1s, man. They were scoring on odd man rushes, counterattacks. So I'm sitting back in the neutral zone. I'm being a little bit more passive when it comes to offensive zone pinches. But in the D zone, you got to go take time away. You have to do what teams do against the Avs power play, is you see a bobbled puck, you go. You see numbers turn to you, you go. Because if you don't do that and you get Dallas time, man, they will cycle you around until you're tired, and then they're going to find Jason Robertson on the back door. And then they're going to find a way to get Miro Heiskanen walking around the top with a big body in front of the net. Like, watch Michael Bunting with a tip, something like that. You can't sit back in the D zone against Dallas. They're too good. Too good, man.
I know. Look, I initially, on Monday night, I'm thinking, you got to come out with a head of steam, be really south with your forecheck and be aggressive and show that you were ticked off with that embarrassing performance. But then I just kept thinking about the defensive breakdowns, and I'm like, I don't know how aggressive I want to be, because the more aggressive you are, then the more the forwards have to get back to bail out defensemen who are pinching, aggressively offensively, and it makes your transition defense. You got to really communicate and you got to be in the right spot, and they've really struggled with that. So now I almost just want them to be a little conservative to start this game defensively. It's like, man, I remember late in the NFL season, it was a Chargers-Texans game. Chargers needed it. Texans, first drive, 2 drives, right over the top on the Chargers. I'm like, how do you let that happen on the first 2 drives? You cannot let this Dallas team go over the top on you early in this game and let a defensive breakdown happen early.
You know what I'm begging for? I'm begging for the under half a goal to hit in the first 10 minutes of this game.
Yeah, I want this to be playoff style, a slog, lower scoring. I've changed my tune. I want them to slog this one out a little bit tonight.
You want it to feel like the Winnipeg game.
I want it to feel like I want this 1-1, 2-2 playoff style.
303-504-0925 is where you guys can reach us on the Champ Mazda text line. Watch us on twitch.tv/AltitudeSR. Subscribe today on YouTube. Just search at Altitude Sports Radio. It's a Between the Pipes version of the Blitz, but we're talking about everything. We'll get into some Jaylen Waddle. The Nuggets are about to tip off in Memphis in 10 minutes. They touched down in Tennessee at nearly 5 o'clock in the morning. The good news is, the Grizzlies are terrible. We'll see if they can sweep the back-to-back tonight. That game's on our sister station, Altitude Sports Radio, AM 950. That's Mark Springer. I'm Raj. This is The Blitz on 92.5. It's the Blitz on a Wednesday evening. Raj filling in for Berto is getting us ready for pregame between the Nuggets and the Memphis Grizzlies. Nuggets got in to Tennessee at like 4:30 in the morning. I think their heads hit the pillows somewhere around 5:15 after beating the wheels off of a god-awful Philadelphia Sixers team.
Well, yeah, especially without Embiid, who ducked again, but he's ducking a lot this year because his knees are dead. No Tyrese Maxey. Yeah, you got to go. That's exactly what they needed to do. It's exactly what they should have done. So good to see.
No Aaron Gordon tonight with right hamstring injury maintenance.
This Grizzlies team is even worse.
It sure is.
So, yeah, you arrived in the wee hours of the morning, and you don't have Aaron Gordon. I guess that gives Memphis a puncher's chance, but it's better be a sweep. I said last night, man, on the Blitz, I know this is going to sound hot takey, but I actually think these are more must-win games for the Nuggets, just because it's a terrible look if you lose to these teams with where you're at. You have to win these games.
And you are guaranteed, if you win, you're guaranteed to make up ground on a team that is in front of you right now in the standings because Houston and LA play tonight.
Yeah, that's where you do it, is when, you're playing a depleted Philly team or an awful tanking Memphis team. That's where you make your ground up. That's where you can get back into the 4 seed or maybe even the 3 seed with wins like this. You have to go win tonight. You have to. I know there's things working against you, travel and no AG, but I'm not trading the entire Grizzlies roster for freaking Christian Brown.
Jaren Jackson doesn't do it for you?
He's a Jazz now.
Jaren Jackson's part of the Jazz?
Yeah, that was a trade deadline.
When did that
move.
happen?
That was a trade deadline move. He hasn't really played for the Jazz. He's been hurt and out. Hurt, quote unquote, because the Jazz are also tanking.
That's probably the reason why I don't remember that.
Yeah, so they got nobody, man.
Was that a pre-NBA trade deadline trade?
It was like the day before.
Because I kind of remember it now that you talk about it.
Yeah, there were so many weird moves. Like I missed Kobe White going to the Hornets.
I'm pretty certain spring. So little behind the curtain here. I make the game day graphics for Altitude Sports Radio. So when you see
put Triple J in there,
Jaren Jackson is in a Memphis Grizzlies uniform and he is on the graphic today.
Well, if you didn't, I don't know who you'd choose. I don't know who could even is graphic worthy. This isn't even like I don't even know who their coach is. It's not like you can remember when the NFL would put Belichick on the graphic when the Patriots were playing because they had nobody? This is even worse. I mean, the Grizzlies have nobody.
I'm not that upset with myself for not knowing that.
No, it's actually kind of funny.
It shows you how worthless that team is
and
how
one of them's
you should
and now he's
roll over them.
Yeah, we're talking about the Jazz and the Grizzlies. By the way, the Nuggets play the Jazz next week. You got to get that one, too.
Spring, I don't think you could name a single Memphis Grizzly right now that played in their game against Chicago.
I just pulled the box score up, so I'm cheating. But no, I couldn't have.
I
couldn't have. No way.
They'll find a way to get it done.
And I'm usually pretty good with stuff like that, but no, not this one.
Again, if you needed a reason to hate the Lakers and root against them, you have it tonight, man. Like, Houston is your best friend as a Nuggets fan right now. Your absolute best friend. You want Houston to win this game. Lakers are ahead of you. They've got the tiebreak because you choked away that win at Crypto.com Arena, and you got the tiebreak on Houston, man. You are Rockets fans this evening.
Just beat Memphis. I whatever results happen elsewhere, fine. And they should. That game will tip here. That game's tipping here in just a few minutes. So we'll be able to follow the first quarter here on the Blitz. But it's a must. Those to me are must-win games. I know we throw must-win around a lot, but dude, I know there's stuff working against it, but if you lose this game tonight, you don't have any business winning a championship.
You'll have no business getting into a 3 seed either. You'll be a 5 or a 6 if you lose this game, man. We heard from Jaylen Waddle earlier today on his Zoom presser. He had some really nice things to say about the Broncos wide receiver room and talking about Court, and I think he named Marvin Mims Marv, like he's a villain in the Home Alone series.
Hey, they're friendly. They're
They
on
are
Marv
friendly.
terms.
We were talking about this on the morning sprint today. Jaylen Waddle comes into the AFC West. Among skill position players, Spring, where does he rank? No quarterbacks, just running backs, wide receivers, and tight end. Where does Jaylen Waddle rank in the AFC West?
Berto and I talked about this yesterday. And shoot, I mean, I got my top 3. I know my top 3. And Waddle's in it.
Waddle's in it, but is he 2 or is he 3? Because number 1, and I
Brock
think
Bowers?
it is obvious it's Brock Bowers.
Okay, it is. But he was hurt a lot of last season.
He only played 12 games, only started 6 of them.
When he's been healthy, I mean, he clearly shows what he's capable of and what his potential is.
Best receiving tight end in football if healthy. For his age.
Yes. The other would be Rashee Rice. And
You're putting Rashee Rice in the top 3 ahead of the Super Bowl MVP?
Who am I missing?
You're missing Kenneth Walker.
Oh, yeah. See, that's right. No. Kenneth Walker's a good running back. Don't get me wrong. He was inconsistent with the Seahawks. He was. They were kind of transitioning to Charbonnet as their starter. I've always liked Kenneth Walker, though. Like, coming out of Michigan State, loved watching him play at Michigan State. I thought he'd be even better in the NFL. Now, he certainly looked like that in the Super Bowl, and he's had his moments. I think Rashee is good. I don't think he's elite, like elite, but I think he's very, very good. And then Jaylen Waddle is like, Waddle has more speed than Rashee Rice. I'm optimistic. He'll be number 2 in the division.
So you got Waddle ahead of Cortland Sutton?
Yeah.
You have Waddle ahead of J.K. Dobbins if healthy?
Yeah.
That's some high praise for a guy who's never been a true number 1, Spring.
Well, because he had Tyreek Hill next to him before. I mean, I think Tyreek's just getting older, one.
Obviously,
but also,
the injury last year, but we looked at it.
Year.
We looked at it the 5 games, and people were like, "Oh, Jaylen Waddle is a Tyreek Hill merchant." His best year in Miami was the year prior to Tyreek Hill coming to Miami, where he had 1,300 yards and 8 touchdowns. His rookie season was pretty darn good, too, where we had 104 receptions for 1,000 yards and 6 touchdowns. And then we looked through his 5 games that happened right after Tyreek goes down with that gruesome knee injury this year. They were his 5 best games of the season, Spring. So I don't know if he was a Tyreek Hill merchant.
No, you need to have someone across from you regardless, or they're just going to double team you. So he had Tyreek Hill there. Now he has Cortland Sutton here. They're obviously very different brands of wide receiver, but you need one on, and that's where I think Sutton struggled. You know, remember, he faded down the stretch, but when you don't have a legit option across from you, then defenses are just going to say, well, we're just going to take away Sutton, and we're going to make everybody else beat you. Now you can't do that.
No, you certainly can't.
Yeah.
I think you get to test the Broncos in the run game for a while. You can go with some skinny boxes until J.K. Dobbins decides to just go roughshot for the first 8 games, and maybe he gets injured. Maybe this is the first year that he's completely healthy. I think you can go a little light in the box from defense and just say, prove to us that you not only can run the ball, but that you will run the ball. Although, who knows what Davis Webb is capable of this year, because it is not Sean Payton calling the shots anymore.
Man, obviously, we're all aware of J.K. Dobbins' injury history, but you just saying it right there just made me feel like you got to get another running back in here, probably through the draft.
They've got $16 million in cap space still to work with. Now, you have to slot some of that for incoming rookies.
I don't. Is there any good running back left on the market? I don't think so.
Is Devon Achane still on the market? Would you trade
pricey.
Miami's own 4th round pick back to them?
because they're gonna want to. Now I say this, and obviously you just said, will they actually run the ball? And everyone, that's the thing. Will they actually run the ball? But in theory, they're going to want to get R.J. Harvey a decent amount of touches this year. So while I'd love to have Devon Achane, that's almost like too much. You just need someone who can split a load with Harvey. And I think that's something you got to look at in the draft. Obviously, tight end. I don't think you don't have to draft a wide receiver anymore.
No, you do not.
You don't have
There's
to do
no
that.
room for a wide receiver. Look at their depth.
No.
There's no room whatsoever. And Jaylen Waddle is on this team for the next 3 years. His contract coincides with Bo Nix.
And I've seen people say, like, oh, should you look at trading Troy Franklin or Marvin Mims?
Why? They're cheap.
They're cheap. They're young. Injuries can happen. I said the same thing last year with, like, oh, should they trade or let go of Jaquan McMillan because they drafted Jahdae Barron? No,
Turns out it was a good thing they didn't.
You want that depth. Receiver and corner are a couple of good rooms to have quality depth in. So no, I'm not trading anybody. I'm also not drafting anybody. You're set. Tight end's the biggest need.
I mean,
offensively.
tight end is also it's a loaded room in terms of the actual bodies. It is not a loaded room in terms of overall talent.
No.
Right? You have 5 tight ends on your roster right now. Adam Troutman, who just got extended, Evan Ingram, who still has a year left on his deal, Nate Adkins, who got a 1-year deal, Lucas Kroll, and then Caleb Lohner, although he still projects to be a practice squad type of guy, right? He was the basketball player they selected out of Utah, who's like, could you turn into something through 1 year? The answer is no for Caleb Lohner, who knows what happens in the
sophomore season.
Yeah, the year and change that he has in NFL.
He was
locker rooms.
okay. He was that. I mean, that guy's a project, right? So year one was like never going to happen, even though they put him on the active roster in the playoffs, which maybe that was just a smokescreen. I don't know. So maybe he can be somebody this year. I still think you got to draft the tight end. Appears to be a deep tight end draft.
Coach Sanford loves, it was Eric Stowers? Eli Stowers, I believe.
Mm-hmm. I like the St. Clair tight end out of Ohio State.
Or sorry, Eli Stowers. Stowers is
Rhymes
the name.
with Bowers.
Eli Stowers out of Vanderbilt.
What
Get
if
your names right.
Man, we could be a division with Bowers and Stowers.
I like that. And Coach thinks you can get him in that second round at pick number 64.
Yeah, and then whether it's the 4th round pick or later on, I'm looking to add another running back too. To go, should J.K. Dobbins get hurt? Is Harvey ready to? Could he do every down? What if Dobbins got hurt week 3? You got to think about these things.
If Dobbins gets hurt week 3, I think you're scouring the trade market for teams that already know, hey, we're probably not going to be great this year. And we have a running back that needs a contract. Like, you know what happens if he gets hurt in week 3? You call up the Jets. Go, are you really going to franchise tag in back-to-back years Breece Hall? Or are you really going to sign? He's not old, but he will have been aging at that point. And the Jets are, best case scenario, the Jets are 3 years away from being a team that can compete, correct?
Well, and they'll be 0-3 week 3.
So, dude, if that happens, you're getting on the phone, you're calling the Jets. You're getting on the phone, you're calling Mickey Loomis, and you're saying, hey, you have your new running back down there in New Orleans. How about Alvin Kamara comes over and runs for Sean Payton once more?
And Kamara's a possibility even right now. I don't know what he has left in the tank, but honestly, I'd take a flyer on it and see what it looks like in camp. I'd do that.
Now, best case scenario is RJ Harvey's ready spring. And he had a fine rookie season. Again, he had the most.
No, I'm fine with RJ Harvey. It's if Dobbins got hurt and now it's more carries for Bidet and McLaughlin. And I'm sorry, I had optimism for both those for what they were.
We've read that book,
and now and that's how I feel about the tight end room too.
You've seen that movie. You played that game.
Yeah, I don't want it anymore. It's Andy's toys that I'm throwing away.
Join us 303-504-0925. It's the Blitz. Raj, I'm filling in for Berto this evening, and we have a monster hockey game coming up here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. I'll have your pregame starting at 7 p.m. Puck drop just after 7:50 local time as the Avs take on the Dallas Stars. We'll continue breaking down that game on the other side. It's the Blitz. That's Mark Springer. I'm Alex Ryan-Emmy, and you're listening to Altitude. I wish I could say it's Berto's blitz without Berto like we have the past couple of segments, but I feel this is a chair I'm very familiar with. This is the chair that I sit in during the morning sprint, but now that I'm Berto's blitz and Berto is sitting in the 2 chair, brother, I feel like I am stealing something from you.
No, man. No. How you doing?
I'm doing well. Welcome to your own show.
Thanks, bro. Thanks. How's it gone so far? What have y'all been talking about? I'm assuming it's a little bit of this ass game.
Probably been the best blitz of the year.
Oh, I'm not sure about that.
Spring, man, I'd leave for like one show and you turn on me, bro. You turn on me, man.
That's been good, man. We've been talking Stars and Avs and Jaylen Waddle and where he ranks in the AFC West in terms of skill position players. And
best wide receiver in the AFC West.
Yes.
Yeah.
I believe so. I think Cortland Sutton probably has something to say about that, but best wide receiver, Brock Bowers, if you want to put him in there too. I bet you he's a little bit upset. But you got us off on our sister station, AM 950, for the Nuggets and the Memphis Grizzlies.
Grizz up 6 right now.
I was about to say, the Grizz jumps out to an early lead.
It's 15-9.
Hot start.
Kaz was shouting me down on the broadcast just about 10 minutes ago because I was like, this is like the Grizzlies have lost 8 straight games. They're on an 8-game losing streak. They're not interested in winning NBA games, but at the same time, the Nuggets are on a second game of back-to-back. They, it's a tough game, but this is like, you got to beat these turkeys, right? You can't
have
lose
to, whatever
to
it
Memphis.
takes. If you have to hit somebody with a steel chair, you hit somebody with a steel chair.
But what one Nugget player
it.
do you think is most likely to
just
go?
Rey Mysterio out of nowhere?
Yeah.
You cheat to win. I lie, cheat, steal. I don't care. You get it done tonight.
Well, no Aaron Gordon, so Spencer Jones is getting the start. Is Spencer seeming like the kind of dude who'd crack a chair over your skull?
Would he brag about that on his LinkedIn page?
He does love that LinkedIn, bro. He just made another post yesterday, right? He loves it. Can't help himself.
Bert, a game that you are not on network, I'm taking over those duties and filling in for you this evening. Stars Avs. It's the biggest regular season game of the season, without a doubt.
Massive game. Do you think this thing gets chippy tonight? Do you think it gets, or it's just two teams like a playoff game where you're focused on just winning the thing instead of beating up your opponent? Or you're like, it's time to start sending some messages?
I think there's going to be some hatred, and I think there are 2 newcomers to the rivalry. I think Michael Bunting and Nicholas Waugh are going to go at it at some point tonight.
Okay.
I'm looking forward to
that.
I'm looking forward to that. And then there's this little Dallas Stars rookie. He wears like 47, and he's got some messed up last name, which is funny coming from me. Like Hyrikwian or something like that, or Rick Shween. I have no idea how to pronounce this last name, and he's a little pest as well.
Is he? The Stars seem to attract those kind of dudes. Maybe it's just whatever that Jamie Ben Cooties.
He gave it to Mikko Rantanen.
Yeah,
he sure did.
Right. As soon as Mikko started hanging out with Jamie, and next thing you know,
he's boarding dudes and leading the NHL in penalty minutes, or at least the Stars.
Spring, what did they do to our sweet, sweet boy?
I brainwashed him.
Son of a gun.
Well, you don't get.
It's like, who's that Captain America guy? Who the government, Bucky?
Oh, you're talking about the Winter Soldier, brother. Yeah. You're talking about Bucky Barnes.
They turned Mikko into the Winter Soldier.
Yeah, just rolling out there with a metal arm, just a bad
Hey,
attitude.
he eventually becomes a good dude again. What are you guys trying to tell me?
That's true. That's true.
Know.
But see, it's because his best friend, Captain America, pulls him out. Who's Mikko's best friend on the Avs?
Arturi Lekkinen?
Yeah, probably Arturi
Is it
Lekkinen.
Lecky who's going to have to pull him back from the dark side? Bring him back to the good? I don't know, man. I don't know if it's possible.
I want to get your guys' thoughts on Scott Wedgwood getting the start tonight.
Yeah, that's great.
Good decision or bad decision?
Well, do you think what does it say? What do you guys think it says that they're going with Wedgie?
That he's their one right now, where it stands.
All right.
I think so.
Okay.
He leads the NHL in save percentage and goals against average, and he also only played like 9 minutes in the last game. So it's kind of an off night.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Man, can you imagine? But what happens if you throw him in there and he lets in a couple of early ones again?
Okay, well, then maybe you go straight to Blackwood, right? And isn't that the good problem to have, though?
Yes.
Where you do, like, everyone's talking trash about Mackenzie Blackwood, but he's actually had a pretty good season.
He's been very good this year.
And he's been battling injuries as well.
So if you both like to gamble, if you had to put money on the starting goaltender game 1 of the Stanley Cup playoffs when the Avs host the Kraken or whoever it's going to be, who's that goaltender going to be?
Well, I think Wedgwood's the favorite right now, but I think the line is probably something like Wedgwood minus 130, Blackwood plus 110.
I have said the entire year that I think Blackwood is the one going into the postseason.
Well, I think that when the odds I just gave, I think those only changed over like the last week. I think like a week ago, I would have had McKenzie.
But like if Wedgie shows up and balls out tonight and stops 27 of 29 and the Avs win 4-2 with an empty netter.
Yeah, then he's the man. He just showed he's the
How
man.
do you not start him in Dallas on April 4th?
Yeah.
Unless something changes, because, unless he lays some eggs. Like, there's still, like you said, Raj, 4 weeks left in the season. This is a massive game. Don't get it twisted, but you can lose tonight. Not that of course I want him to win, but you could still you'd still be up a point on them. You still have plenty of opportunities to do a lot of things the rest of the year.
If the Avs lose tonight, you two are going to be freaking out on Between the Pipes after the game. You
Depends
can't
on
tell
how
me
it
you're
looks.
not.
Depends on how it looks. If it looks like Monday, then yes. Like if the Avs come in, or if the Stars come in here and it's another 7-2.
And work you? Yeah, then you might be a little.
Holy no.
No,
See, brother, I've said today, there are no excuses. This is the game that we're going to learn. Who are you?
Okay.
Who are the Avs? Because I know the Dallas Stars, after getting mollywopped by Utah a couple of nights ago in their own building in the third period, I know the Dallas Stars are going to respond. That's who they are.
Yeah.
I don't necessarily know who the Avs are when Gabe Landeskog isn't in the lineup, right? They're something crazy like 34-4-7 when Gabe plays this year.
So weird.
So this is a measuring stick for me, man. So yeah, I demand a result tonight, and if that doesn't happen, I'll lose my mind on Between the Pipes.
And Springer, you're in between the two of us where you're like, listen, it's just one regular season game, and you got one more matchup with these turkeys. You'll be fine.
Yeah, no, still they're still playing on April 4th, right? I keep forgetting.
Yeah,
4th,
but hopefully
4th.
by the time you get to, because that's the that's the week and a half until the playoffs start. Hopefully by then you're free and clear. You're not worried about.
You would think Landeskog is playing in that game. Lekkonen's playing, but then Mikko and Hintz are playing in that game. Actually, Hintz might not be, but Mikko will be. I do want to learn something about the Avs without Gabe Landeskog. Can you respond without that dude? Can you have an edge to you without that dude?
Did you ask Raj the question we were talking about yesterday? Like, Gabe Landeskog is so unique with the captain, with the C, and what he does on the ice. Is there another? Because we were talking Matthew Tkachuk is like, if you're going to have like. What Tkachuk does is what Gabe just that
differences but similarities.
There's not very many Gabes out there.
No,
like people
there
who
are
do
not.
what Gabe can do, right? It's not like you can just go grab one of those guys. It's tough, right?
Yeah, there's not. I mean, he's on the level of the Sidney Crosby importance to the Penguins. He is. In terms of that steadying presence.
Yes, steadying presence is a good way to put it.
All right, Bert, as we're coming up to it, man, give me a prediction. Nuggets have now closed the gap. They're down by 3 to Memphis right now. Nikola Jokic has attempted one shot. Give me a prediction on the Avs and the Stars this evening.
Avs win this thing. Man, I think it's going to be, let's go 6-4.
Spring?
I'll go 3-2 in a shootout.
3-2 in a shoot. No, I don't. It needs to be regulation, man. We're not giving points away, brother.
Sorry, Raj. We're starting Between the Pipes at 1:30.
4-2 is the final. It's going to do it for the Blitz. For Berto, for Spring, I'm Raj. Don't go anywhere. Avs and Stars coming up next.